open with their passengers, keeping them up to date of the latest situation and informing them of what routes will be open, when they'll be able to fly, and basically telling others to keep the lines of communication open with the airlines as well. So that's one of the reasons. However, we're not sure what the situation is inside the terminals itself. We did see social media posts yesterday that there were some people stranded as a result of the flight disruptions, but their airlines, they were in communication with their airlines, waiting for the airspace over a number of countries over the Middle East to be open before they could then fly out. So that is the situation at this particular moment. The situation here is normal for other passengers who are flying to other destinations that are not impacted by this conflict in the Middle East. Beatrice?
Well, Robert, there are airlines that have had to die. Tell us about the ripple effect on passengers, on airlines and the airport resources.
Absolutely, Beatrice. We saw from social media posts yesterday that a number of airlines, Emirates, Qatar, had all been impacted as a result of the situation and are still here, that were due to fly out. Now, it's an expensive exercise for airlines. Of course, you're talking extra parking fees, and then these planes are not supposed to be idle. The longer they stay here, the more expensive it is for the airlines itself. Unfortunately, the airspace is closed over much of the Middle East, so there's not much they can do but wait for that airspace, for that window to be open so that they're able to then transport the passengers there. Another thing that it creates is a backlog of passengers. A lot of people who were supposed to be traveling yesterday were not able to. Some supposed to fly today are not able to fly. And this backlog just keeps getting bigger and bigger until airlines are then able to fly these passengers to other destinations. But yes, it is a very expensive exercise for these airlines, but unfortunately there's not much they can do. They can reroute some of those passengers to other destinations, depending on where these passengers decide to go to, and then try to make their way back to their original destinations. But that's a whole another logistical nightmare that they have to face as well. Beatrice?
Robert Nagila.
Yes, thank you for having me. Doha, just like the rest of the Middle East, is one of the biggest connectors in the globally, I would say. It is a super connector for global air traffic. So there's a huge knock-on effect from that. If you look at, for example, the corridor between Europe, Asia, and Africa, it tends to descend towards Doha and the rest of the Middle East before those passengers disperse. Doha itself carries about over 50 million passengers every year. So we're talking about 150,000 passengers on average every single day walking through Doha International Airport. So the effect is huge. Mainly we're talking about passengers who perhaps might already be stuck in Doha in different parts of the world, perhaps for holidays or for business travel, that need to get back to their original destinations, and they might be stuck. That might also mean investing in more spending for the passengers, for them to perhaps wait this out. And remember that this also is a very uncertain period. We don't know how long the wait times are going to be. For the airlines, the rerouting that has to happen is hugely disruptive. And rerouting is not just about longer flight times for the airlines. It's also spending more money because there's more fuel burn that has to be undertaken by the same airlines. And that also has its knock-on effects operationally, because then if you're flying longer routes, sometimes for certain specific aircraft, you might have to also take on less payload in order for you to be able to accomplish that journey. So the knock-on effects are massive.
And Derek, several African airlines have suspended flights to the Middle East. What kind of losses, give us a quantitative amount here, what kind of losses and economic impact are we looking at on behalf of the African continent?
Yeah, for Africa, unfortunately for us, the effect is always a little bit more disproportionate even compared to the rest of the world. This is a very thin margin economy on the African continent. Africa as well as our business travel. We have a lot of labor movement into the Middle East as well, especially from Eastern Africa. So the effect is in so many different areas, both economic, and otherwise.
And talk to us about the alternatives for air travel for those airlines and passengers affected by this.
I have to say, there's no perfect alternative for Gulf Hub connectivity. The Gulf is extremely essential for flows across the world, not even speaking about Africa alone itself. So, yes, where the alternatives do exist, they are going to be more time consuming. They might be even much more expensive. Yeah, so there's a lot of constraints that are going to come about for that, for both the passengers and for airlines, in the sense that, yes, the spend is increasing and that spend has to be passed on somewhere. So you might find that even in the immediate term, we might start to see some upward price pressures on the airline and then being passed on as well onto the passengers. So that is an area to look at as well. But for passengers, the passengers do have a choice in terms of where they connect to. So they might have to make different choices to connect to wherever they might be going. But they have to bear in mind that maybe now they have to settle for longer times when it comes to their passenger journeys. They might have to settle as well for more expensive air tickets. So the alternatives are there, but the alternatives might not be ideal. Even for the airlines, the alternatives perhaps to redeploy elsewhere and to also use the routes that might not be ideal for the airlines economically and operationally.
Yeah. All right. Derek Nseko joining us there from Frankfurt. Thank you. Now, there are growing concerns that the U.S. military conflict with Iran could have far-reaching consequences thousands of kilometers away in Africa. Washington has recently re-engaged parts of the continent on trade and security, viewing Africa increasingly through a national security lens. But as CGTN's Robert Nagila tells us, that focus could quickly shift.
At first glance, U.S. military action against Iran over its nuclear program may seem distant from Africa's peace and security landscape. But a prolonged conflict would almost certainly ripple far beyond Iran, with serious implications for the stability of the Sahel region and the Horn of Africa. Following military coups in Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger between 2020 and 2023, these Sahel cooperation agreements with Western partners. Since then, the region has experienced an upsurge in extremist violence. The Center for Preventive Action says in 2024, 51% of global terrorism-related deaths occurred in the Sahel. But in early February 2026, the Trump administration signaled a possible shift in policy, sending a senior diplomat to Mali to explore the possibility of resuming bilateral relations. The United States is also assisting Nigeria and Somalia in the fight against Islamic jihadist groups.
U.S.-Iran war is going to affect the Horn of Africa and Sahel regions very negatively.
Dr. Ali warns the wider Middle East and diplomatic resources away from Africa.
The hands of the U.S. is going to be full. It's not going to pay much attention to counter-terrorism efforts in Somalia, in the Sahel region, because it won't have much time to do that, and is going to redirect all its assets toward that, military assets in particular, and even diplomatic assets towards that war in Iran.
Horn of Africa countries, among them Somalia, Djibouti and Eritrea, could also feel the impact along the Red Sea corridor, especially if Iran's allies disrupt maritime transport. The Red Sea remains strategically sensitive, with underlying tensions between Ethiopia and Eritrea. With American attention diverted, analysts warn existing fault lines could escalate. There are also concerns extremist groups in both the Sahel and the Horn could exploit the conflict to expand their influence.
They are going to want to recruit, expand their recruitment, and also to take advantage of the anti-Western narratives and ideology that Iran is going to perpetuate.
What may appear distant for now could demand urgent continental action as the African Union weighs how to contain a potential crisis from a US-Iran conflict. Robert Nagila, CGTN.
And people across Africa have been reacting with urgent calls for restraint. Here's what some had to say.
America has been playing the role of the world police, and even though we know that countries are supposed to be sovereign, in my view, I feel America is overdoing things. That's my view, really. Even if you have an issue with a country, I believe there are other modern ways you could sit down and resolve matters other than going to doing bombings and the other things.
There is no justification for the attack on Iran. Iran was flexible in its nuclear negotiations. Washington launched this war to protect Israel and expand the Israeli dream of a state from the Euphrates to the Nile. This will negatively affect the region. Abu Dhabi was striked, Qatar too. This drags the region into a possible war. The US military bases in the Gulf are a legitimate target, of course.
This is very dangerous. Prices will go up and more consequences. I wish for God's vengeance from the unjust. All nations will see price hikes, stock markets will collapse, oil prices will increase. Iran may shut the Hormuz Strait. The Houthis could shut the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Oil production could be hit in the Gulf. The question is, will the nations who want peace stand by justice?
The new attack by Israel and the US on one side towards Iran is a big threat to international peace and stability. The escalation will also jeopardize ongoing diplomatic talks between the sides, which seems to be violated by one side. The world is currently bleeding with Gaza genocide. We can't afford another world war.
Let's now bring you other news we are following for you today. Authorities in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo have found mass graves with at least 171 bodies in a region that M23 rebels recently withdrew from. The governor of South Kivu province said the graves were found in 2 neighborhoods on the outskirts of Uvira. 30 bodies were identified in Kiromoni, while 141 others were discovered in Kavimvira. A civil society group says the victims were killed by M23 rebels and added that they were prevented from visiting the graves by the Congolese army. The group, together with the governor, say the victims were killed on suspicion of belonging to the army or a pro-government militia, reports that are yet to be verified. The defense chiefs of the Economic Community of West African States have agreed to deploy a standby force across the region aimed at tackling rising insecurity. The initial force will consist of 1,650 troops. The defense chiefs came to the agreement at a high-level security meeting in Freetown. Eric Kawa brings us more.
A gathering of military officials from various West African states. They say the move signals a stronger commitment to collective regional defense.
The discussions took place against the backdrop of the ever-changing security environment, geostrategic alliances, geopolitical interests in our region that have also added to the major security challenges facing the region. First and foremost, the threat of terrorism and violent extremism.
Abdel Fattah Musa added that the region continues to face piracy, sea robbery, illegal fishing and the dumping of hazardous waste at sea, among other things. As the 44th ordinary meeting of ECOWAS Committee of Chiefs of Defense Staff comes to an end, military officials here at the meeting have made commitments in protecting regional security with efforts to combat emerging threats across West Africa and the Sahel. Sierra Leone's Chief of Defense Staff, who doubles as the chairman of the ECOWAS Chiefs of Defense Staff, says the deliberations at the meeting will go a long way and they hope to hold more meetings via Zoom in the future.
We have to go the extra mile. It's difficult, but let's convince our political leaders that the only architecture how to deliver peace, stability, development and prosperity for our region is the ECOWAS standby force. and by extension our individual armies. So once we bring our various capabilities to bear, we'll be able to support.
With the standby force set to roll out in phases, ECOWAS leaders say the mission aims to rebuild trust, safeguard democratic governance and strengthen regional unity at a crucial time. Eric Kawa, CGTN, Freetown.
Well, let's now take a look at your sports news. Here's what's ahead. We'll tell you the story of the WBO African flyweight champion, Simangele Smash Hadebe.
How would you create your legend? On the fields, on the tracks, in the arenas of Africa. Were you born to be a player? Could this moment be yours? Sports Scene. Find your game.
And let's start your sport with some boxing news, where the women's boxing continues to show immense growth. In South Africa, one fighter is looking to build on the momentum and put her name up in lights. But her success is born from trauma and is her fuel to reach greater heights. CGTN CS Du Plessis caught up with the WBO African flyweight champion, Simangele Smash Hadebe.
Simangele Hadebe doesn't fight for titles. She fights for those who don't have a voice. And when she steps into the squared circle, she aims to inspire victims of gender-based violence with her performance.
I think it is fair to say my fist is my voice. I couldn't fight then, but I can fight now. That's what I can say. And what happened to me won't happen again, because now I can speak and now I can fight. And I will also fight for those that can't fight for themselves, speak for those that can't speak for themselves, and help whoever wants to be helped. And you have to want to be helped in order to get out of your situation.
Known as Smash due to her venomous punching power and unrelenting pressure, Hadebe cuts a relaxed and gentle figure outside of the ring.
I think already they can see inside the ring what my legacy is. But also outside the ring, who I am outside the ring, you know, how I treat people, how's my communication, am I humble enough, you know, am I accommodating everyone? You know, I just want to be a people's person, that's all. Have a good heart, be a good example to the young ones, you know, that if you are the face of this, you better act like one.
Despite losing in her first WBC flyweight title fight, Hadebe is hungrier than ever to add a fourth belt to her impressive collection.
Boxing is on fire outside, not like in here in my own country. And I know that sometimes you have to go outside to have a taste of that, you know, and I'm prepared for that. This is what I'm preparing for. I need another title shot, you know, another WBC title shot.
Fighting for titles is one thing, but for Smash Hadebe, the real fight is far bigger. Inside and outside the ring, she's using her impressive boxing credentials to stand up against gender-based violence, speaking for those still too afraid to be heard. CS Du Plessis, CGTN, Johannesburg.
And still in boxing, Alexander Usyk will put his WBC heavyweight title belt on the line against Dutch kickboxer Rico Verhoeven on May the 23rd at Egypt's Pyramids of Giza. The Ukrainian three-time undisputed champion holds the IBF, WBA and WBC titles after vacating the WBO belt. The 39-year-old has not boxed since beating Britain's Daniel Dubois at London's Wembley Stadium last July. Verhoeven has sparred in the past with former champion Tyson Fury and had one professional bout in 2014, which he won by a knockout. But fighting Usyk for a world title looks a mismatch on paper. The Dutchman announced his departure from kickboxing last November after 76 fights and 66 wins. To football news now, members of anti-gentrification collectives in Mexico City gathered on Friday to protest rising housing rents and the eviction of residents from their homes, something they said has been accelerating with preparations for the 2026 World Cup. Protesters held signs against gentrification and tourism-linked displacement. The protest took place a little over 100 days before the tournament is scheduled to begin and was monitored by at least 300 riot police who accompanied the march from start to finish. Mexico will co-host the 2026 FIFA World Cup along with the United States and Canada.
Mexico City and the country in general is not in a position to organize and host a massive sporting event like the Soccer World Cup. Who are the real economic and social beneficiaries of this event? The tourism it brings is destroying those of us who make up this city. The celebration is only for those who delight in just imagining the millions in profits the World Cup will bring them. But dispossession and precariousness remain for the people of the neighborhood, the locals and the people.
The International Football Association Board has approved a package of measures aimed at speeding up the pace of matches and cracking down on time wasting. The changes are set to come into effect at the 2026 World Cup and across all other competitions. The changes were agreed at IFAB's 140th Annual General Meeting in Hensall, Wales. The extension of the countdown principle to throw-ins and goal kicks is one of the most significant new rules.
We've approved a set of measures aimed directly at reducing time wasting and improving the flow of the game. The message from the stakeholders has been really clear. People want the game to keep moving, and today's decision helps us achieve exactly that. During today's meeting, all members expressed strong confidence that these measures are practical, they're fair, and they're capable of having an immediate positive impact on match tempo at all levels of the game.
We decided to have the video match official intervening when a second yellow card is clearly wrongly given. It's something unfair. A player is punished for something which was not committed, and this decision, red card, can have an impact on the match. So we think that is fairer to give the VAR the possibility to recommend the referee to review the decision when the second yellow card is clearly wrongly given.
To English football news now. A clinical Liverpool performance helped them beat battling West Ham in the Premier League and more level on points with fourth-placed Manchester United. The hosts were 3-0 up at the break thanks to goals from Hugo Ekitike, Virgil van Dijk and Alexis McAllister, with all the three goals being scored from set pieces. West Ham pulled one back early in the second half through Thomas Sukek before Cody Gakpo restored Liverpool's three-goal lead in the 70th minute. Nuno Espirito Santos' side scored again through Tati Castellanos, but an Axel Disasi on goal ensured Liverpool hit 5 goals in a league game for the first time this season.
Now that's very pleasing. First of all, because that's the reason why we won. Second of all, because when I was just standing around your colleagues, people said, well played, well played. And I said, in my opinion, we've played better this season. We played okay to good, so we were okay to good, but it wasn't the best game of our season. We've played better when we've lost. And we start scoring from set pieces, and then things look much brighter and better than when you don't. And that's really pleasing for us, for the team, and for our fans as well.
And that is it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember, you can send your feedback to the contacts on your screen and follow us on our digital media platform. Thank you for watching. I'm Beatrice Marshall in Nairobi. From me and the team here on Africa Live, bye-bye to take care.
Hello and welcome to CGTN's special coverage on Iran. Iranian state media have confirmed that their supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been killed in a daybreak airstrike by U.S. and the Israeli military. The government has declared a 40-day period of national mourning. Iran's Supreme National Security Council secretary said in a temporary leadership council will soon be formed to oversee the selection of a new leader of Iran. The situation remains tense with both domestic and regional implications. Meanwhile, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has condemned the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and calls for a ceasefire and return to dialogue. Now, our correspondents are on the ground in the Middle East, bringing you the latest updates. Let's go first to Hassan Kavani in Tehran, Iran. Hassan, it has almost been a full 24 hours since the strike started. You're on the ground in Iran. What is the latest situation?
Well, the latest I can tell you is that today Israeli and the joint military operation by Israel and the United States continued in Tehran. We saw multiple locations targeted in Tehran, in different locations, including north of Tehran, south of Tehran, and also downtown Tehran. It was around noontime, Tehran time, that a presidential palace, or the locations very, very close to the presidential palace, was targeted with huge explosion sounds and smoke coming from the explosion site. It is believed that the presidential palace or the buildings around the location was targeted. We should note that inside that complex, we have the Supreme Leader's residence that was targeted on Saturday morning. We also have the President's Palace and the building for Iran's Supreme National Security Council. So there must have been some important targets, but we don't have any details about the targeted attack around or very close to the presidential palace yet.
Hassan, do you have the figure of casualties? We understand that there have been major strikes, not just targeting military and government buildings and facilities and infrastructure, but also civilian infrastructures were involved, where a school was reportedly hit, where up to 100 school children were there, a volleyball gymnasium were targeted. What do you have for us?
That's right. We have, so far, we have had 3 cases of civilian casualties and targets across Iran. As you mentioned, one of them was near the southern port city of Bandar Abbas, in which a primary school was targeted. Around 120 schoolgirls and their teachers were killed and dozens were injured. Apart from that, sport complex, another primary school inside Tehran was targeted yesterday, in which at least 2 schoolgirls were killed. But the majority of the casualties are security officers, military commanders, and government people. According to the statistics, we have had so far between 200 and 250 people across Iran have been killed so far, and between 700 and 1,000 have been injured. Back to you.
I mean, Hassan, you've been on the ground in Tehran. What is the atmosphere there like right now, right where you are? I mean, is there panic? We saw images of major traffic jam, people seeking shelters. What do you have for us on that ground?
Well, the traffic jam was seen mostly yesterday, immediately after the attacks started, as people were rushing towards schools to pick up their children, or a lot of people were rushing to evacuate the city and go to suburbs of Tehran or to their hometowns, to safer locations. But since Saturday afternoon, we can see that the majority of streets in Tehran are very quiet. We don't have a lot of commuting. Just today in the morning, we had a gathering in Revolution Square or Enqilab Square, downtown Tehran. It was a kind of morning ceremony for the late Supreme Leader. Apart from that, the town is very quiet. Of course, people are panicked, people are shocked, but apart from those who evacuated the capital city, we see a lot of people are staying mostly at homes, and they try not to go out as much as possible.
And then what do we know about the formation of the Temporary Leadership Council, and how could they affect the process of selecting the next leader of Iran?
Well, it was a few hours ago that Iran's Supreme National Security Council officially stated that apart from president and the head of the judiciary, the third member of the interim leadership council has been appointed, and he is Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi. He is a very top cleric in Iran. He has been the head of the nationwide Shia clerics schools or seminaries in which Shia clerics and clergymen are trained. And he is a very influential figure among the Shia clerics in Iran. So this council of 3 people will temporarily lead the country until the situation is proper for the formation of the Assembly of Experts, whose main duty is to elect the supreme leader of the country. So under the current circumstances that we have war in the country, I think it's going to take a few days for the Assembly of Experts to be formed and officially go into the process of selecting the new supreme leader.
Hassan, a final question for you, if we may. Now, do we have any idea who could be the next supreme leader of Iran? And if we don't have, some figure off the top of your head right now, what do we know about the potential of political affiliation of the leader, or the choice of the next leader?
Well, there are different speculations. There have been different speculations during the past few years, but we should notice that in the Islamic Republic of Iran, the supreme leader must be kind of jurisprudent, a top jurisprudent. So figures, for example, like the former president Hassan Rouhani or other people or other clerics like him, they are not qualified technically to be the supreme leader. The new member of the interim council, as I told you, Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi, he is one of those people with a lot of speculation as a proper candidate to be the supreme leader. But finally, we should wait to see the formation of the Assembly of Experts to see who the new and the third supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be.
Hassan, thanks so much for all these reports, and please stay safe. Now we're joined by 3 guests in Tehran. We have Mohammad Marandi, professor at Tehran University. Here in Beijing studio, we have Einar Tangen, senior fellow at the Center for International Governance Innovation and chairman of Asian Narratives Substack, and Rong Ying, former vice president of the China Institute of International Studies and chair professor of Sichuan University. Professor Marandi, let me go to you. It has been a while since we last talked about this. I'm really sorry about the circumstances that we find ourselves in the past 24 hours. I mean, what do you make of what happened? There has been tense negotiations between the Trump administration and the Iranian officials in Europe. Talk seems to be making headways, and then all of a sudden, the killing, murdering of the supreme leader of Iran.
It is quite amazing how the rule of law and international law has just been thrown out the window, and that the United States can kidnap leaders, murder leaders. The Israeli regime can murder leaders and get away with it without any difficulty in the international community, while the entire world condemns it. But there is little that's being done to stop this from continuing, because it can lead to consequences that may create an environment where everyone regrets what has happened. But I think what has happened is that from the very beginning, the Americans were dishonest, and they were not sincere about negotiations. And alongside the Israeli regime, they were planning to carry out another illegal war against Iran. And if you recall, this is what happened 8-9 months ago when they launched an attack on Iran. It was during the negotiations then as well. And we were between round 5 and 6 of negotiations when they suddenly conspired and carried out a blitzkrieg attack. This time round, after negotiations, we saw the Omani foreign minister go to Washington, do interviews, say that enormous progress was made, or significant progress was made at least, but then immediately afterwards, the U.S. and Israeli regime began their murderous assault, and a large segment of the casualties so far are children. The biggest catastrophe has been the mass murder of well over 100, we still don't know the final number, well over 100 elementary school girls whose school was targeted. And we have a gymnasium where Iranian girls were practicing volleyball, and other cases as well. And just today they bombed the Red Crescent Society, the main building in Tehran. So they are not only murdering leaders, but they are murdering children, and they're destroying civilian infrastructures as well.
Yeah, we did note that school children, the lives of school children were reportedly and tragically lost. Now, are you saying, Professor Morandi, that all the talks in Switzerland, the Omani foreign minister's visit to Washington and his press conferences were just a cover, a camouflage, diverting attention away from the real intention of Israel and Washington, that is to kill and murder the supreme leader of Iran?
Yes, I think that's something that's widely recognized. And as it was happening, many in Iran believed that to be the case. Remember, just before the airstrikes, we also had the sort of 2003 misinformation or disinformation come out. We saw the U.S. vice president come out and say there are signs that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, despite the fact that Trump said the Iranian nuclear program was obliterated. He said it tens of times 8 months ago. And then Witkoff also said that Iran can make a nuclear weapon in a week. Again, all of this runs in contrast with what Trump had been saying and what U.S. intelligence agencies have been saying for years, that Iran is not pursuing nuclear weapons. So that disinformation, or that disinformation, along with Trump's further disinformation during the State of the Union address, where he said Iran is developing missiles to strike the United States, they believe that the United States is planning for an attack, and it's trying to convince its people that there is some sort of justification, which of course there wasn't any.
Now, a lot is at stake, obviously. We've heard from Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, alleging that, Iran is crossing the red line in terms of nuclear enrichment, uranium enrichment, all the way back to 2013, 2014, and when I was covering the United Nations Security Council General Assembly every September. So do you think, Professor Morandi, that somehow Washington policymaking or Trump policymaking is held hostage this time around by Israel, by Netanyahu, and by Israeli lobby?
Well, actually, it goes even further back than when you were at the UN. Since 1992, Netanyahu has been saying Iran is months away, a year away, weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. And I think that it's pretty clear that this was just a dishonest ploy all along in order to create confrontation between Iran and the United States. And it's clear that, especially after the Epstein files that have come out, and the U.S. support for the genocide in Gaza, that the United States government is Israeli first. And the people surrounding Trump are Israeli firsters. Trump himself is clearly an Israeli firster. The Senate and the House is dominated by them. And we saw recently the U.S. ambassador to the regime, the Israeli regime, say that if the Israeli regime takes the entire Middle East, as they call it, or West Asia and parts of North Africa, that's fine. That's the policy of the United States. And I would assume the entire Western world. And so what the real ambition of the Israeli regime is, with the support of the United States, is to control West Asia. And that would, of course, include oil and gas in the Persian Gulf region. That would basically mean that the United States and the Israeli regime would be in joint control of everything.
Now, please stay with us, Professor Marandi. We'll come back to you and our two other guests. But in the meanwhile, in the wake of the joint U.S.-Israeli military action against Iran, Iran is mourning the death of its supreme leader. Our correspondent, Sefer Saremi, is in Tehran, where crowds have begun to gather.
I have come to the center of Tehran, Engelab Square. As you see, people are mourning the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Reports indicated that he was killed yesterday by both U.S. and Israeli strikes. He was in his office in the center of Tehran. His death was confirmed by state TV this morning. And as you see in Engelab Square, people have gathered to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. I also have to add that some IRGC commanders, including Secretary of Defense Council Ali Shamkhani, has also been assassinated, and also Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, Mr. Pakpur. But the most important person in Iran in the last 4 decades is no one but Supreme Leader Khamenei. And as you see, people are mourning his death. I also talked to some of the mourners here.
We came here to show that we are more united than ever. We will always be there for our revolution. They have assassinated our leader, but they shall know that we will get our revenge.
Let them not think by targeting our supreme leader they can come into our country. We will not give even a single centimeter of our country.
As you see, the mournings here are held by pro-government people inside the country and mourning for Supreme Leader and chanting slogans against Israel and the U.S. And the emotions are very high, and so many people are crying and very angry. And it seems that IRGC will conduct retaliatory attacks in the coming hours, and we have to wait and see what will happen.
Now, that was our correspondent in Tehran, Professor Marandi. According to Press TV, Iran's official English language news media, the Iranian government has prepared a multi-layered response, based on what the U.S. and Israel would do. We know that the Strait of Hormuz has been warned, the ships passing through have been warned not to do so by the Revolutionary Guard. What do you think will be the trajectory of the war, especially from the Iranian side? What will happen there? What kind of retaliation do you expect from the Iranian side?
Well, we have to always keep in mind that this was an unprovoked war. And the United States and the Israeli regime have been bombing Iran, and they've been using bases from across the Persian Gulf to conspire against Iran. So all of these tiny Arab family governments and regimes in the Persian Gulf region, they host multiple U.S. bases. And so the Iranians have said that since you host those bases, you are complicit. That is why Iran is targeting them. And in addition to that, we see that the United States and the Israelis are using radar installations in Turkey and NATO AWACS planes that fly over Turkey to gather information. And in Jordan, we see a large number of U.S. planes and assets on the ground that are being used to bomb the country. So under such circumstances, Iran feels that it has the right to strike U.S. assets and U.S. targets throughout the world.
Hopefully we'll get back to Professor Morandi. Morandi, please stay safe where you are. That is Tehran and Iran. Please do stay safe. In the meanwhile, Professor Rong Ying, we've seen responses from the Iranian side saying that they will have the toughest response yet. That will be unprecedented, longer than the 12-day war with Israel not so long ago. What do you think is the most likely scenario and trajectory of the war coming up?
Well, I think the scenarios or trajectories we are going to have definitely is going to be more serious, more larger in scale, and also consequently devastating, both in terms of the impacts and also in terms of the sufferings even to the civilians. That is, I've already seen that over the past 24 hours and more, we have seen the rapid escalation of the conflict, continued strikes, certainly by the United States, Israel against targets in Iran, and Iran's retaliate sort of responses to these, the Gulf countries, which host the U.S. Military bases or assets and others. And that is very much, I think, sort of serious, and that is something really of grave concerns. Not to mention, the collateral, if I can say, consequences, damages, impacts for the energy security, for the safety and the security of the waterways like the Strait of Hormuz, and also I think the economy and the travelers. It was reported that over 20,000 travelers were stuck in UAE and others, and the flights, international flights, and so on.
Dubai International Airport. That is the hub of global transport.
Exactly. I think the consequences, the damages, the impact are really, I think, unprecedented, unseen, I would say, in the past decades. If we want to compare the so-called 12-day war back in June last year.
Einar, do you share this sentiment that this might not probably be another quick victory for Trump?
Well, there are different time frames that are involved here. Generally, Donald Trump likes to get in and get out, declare victory. In this particular case, he's signaling that he's in there for the long haul, which generally means that he's going to taco out. But whatever happens, both Iran and Israel are dedicated to a fight that's going to continue on and on. And it looks like Israel will be constantly looking to drag the United States back in. You know, you have a situation when you talk about scenarios going forward. All right. Quite frankly, the only card that Iran has is the Straits of Hormuz. Why? Well, that will increase the value of the cost of oil. We could be talking somewhere between $150 and $200 in spot market. 20% of the world's exported oil goes through the Straits of Hormuz. If they are successful in closing it down, American consumers are going to feel pain immediately. It could as much as 4 times the price of gasoline. It will increase everything that comes into the United States because of the extra logistics costs. They're not going to be going through that area. They'll be going around the Cape of Africa. And then the extra energy itself, plus time, plus insurance. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare for everybody, but particularly Europe and America. So that, I think, is their best card in terms of trying to force Donald Trump to realize that this is not a set of actions without consequence.
Yeah, Professor Rong, let's talk about the warfare, which is the imminent threat since the beginning of the war, which lasted barely 24 hours from when it started. Now, what does Iran have in its toolbox? If you think about asymmetric warfare and electric warfare and cyber warfare, something the Iranian government has repeatedly been threatening the United States and Israel of.
Well, talking about the warfare, the weaponaries, and also tools or possible tools in the toolbox, Iran definitely is no comparison with Israel, with the United States, which is the largest and the strongest military in the world. And I think the ongoing, military strikes has already told a lot about that. Having said that, I think Iran does have something which I've already demonstrated, even though limited, not so effective way. So the ballistic missiles, limited in number, notwithstanding, can cause and have already caused some damages to the to targets. To Israel and also I think the Gulf countries and the wider region. And there are also, of course, other leverages. For example, the military, the militant groups which are close or sympathize with Iran and can, also mobilized too. Even though again they have been very much damaged and they have been very much undermined because of the past attacks by Israel and others. There are also other ways, asymmetric ways, which I would not hope to see, but we cannot rule out. Last but not least, I think, as Anna talked about, the last resort way, leverage that is close of the Hormuz Strait, which definitely cause huge, problems for the region, including, I think, Iran itself, but and the world at large. That's why I think we have seen over the past 24 years, particularly 24 hours, particularly I think at the emergency session of UN Security Council, and more countries are calling for immediate ceasefire and resumption, ceasefire or stop cessation of the military strikes, and also the relaunch of the negotiations to address the problems or the concerns, mutual concern of the sides.
China has spoken as well, calling for immediate ceasefire instead of the world order decaying into the rule of the jungle, which has actually been the state of affairs in the recent years. Now, Einar, do you expect this to become a war of attrition, dragging on and on, given Iran's asymmetric capabilities and also its resolve as it claims to have unprecedented level of retaliatory strikes against Israel and the United States?
Okay, so look at the situation this way. This is their home. They're fighting a defensive war, and they're not going anywhere because they have nowhere to go. For Catholics, it's like somebody killed the Pope. This is radicalizing young people, especially those who've lost people. It's quite, as you were referring to obliquely, terrorism is definitely on the menu. Now, what Iran did to prepare for this, as you'll recall, their responses were in less than an hour after the attacks of the U.S. What they've done is they decentralized their missile batteries, and they, in essence, said to them, go out. Iran is the 17th largest country in the world by both population and area. They have lots of mountains. They put them out there, and they basically said fire at will based on any kind of decapitation strike. This was not something that the leaders of Iran were unaware of. They saw exactly what happened in Venezuela, and they were preparing the best they could. They decentralized the command structure. They set in place the means by which they could reassemble a government. And remember, this is not a few people in charge. This is a country that has been independent for these many years since the Iranian Revolution, and they intend to stay that way. So going forward, there is absolutely certainty that this will degrade into a very, very tough situation. Israel is 7.5 million Israeli Jews, 2 million Arabs. They are not in a position to invade a country of 92 million people. They need the U.S. They somehow figured out how to get Donald Trump to cooperate with him, but Donald Trump does not want to send boots on the ground into a defensive, basically house-to-house combat situation where you would see American body bags going back to the U.S. That would be the end of his
talking about no boots on the ground, and only by leveraging aerial capabilities and ballistic missiles, it would be difficult to have a regime change, as Trump alluded to in his speech some 20 hours ago, right?
Yeah, if not impossible. At least I think the track record of United States intervention and in particular, I think the last few decades, we have seen that without boots on the ground, it would be impossible for, even sort of military power like United States. And even with boots on ground that we have seen, unfortunately, in Iraq and others, the regime change would cause, serious consequences, for the particular country and for the region at large. And a lot of people are talking about the so-called Venezuela model, which speculate that the Trump administration would replicate that. And that would be even more dangerous. Because I thought, for me, the so-called Venezuela model is something just you invade or you decapitate, and you kill the leadership, then leave it as it is, hoping wishfully that the country would take care of it.
A new leader would emerge.
Yeah, they will take care of that. And this is, we're talking about a country with long civilization, with long history. We're talking about a country with 92 million, population, huge country in the region. It's really, I cannot imagine.
Just look at Iraq, and is it better off today than it was before the era of Saddam Hussein? That is up for debate. Thanks so much for all your insights. You're watching a live coverage of CGTN on the latest situation in Iran. We'll take a short break, and we will come back shortly.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said that it is unacceptable for the United States and Israel to launch strikes on Iran during the Iran-U.S. negotiations. He also strongly condemned the killing of the leader of a sovereign state. Also, China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson urged an immediate ceasefire of the military operations in the country. Now, what do you expect China's next move to put a stop to the conflict? We have insights from experts and correspondents alike. For the moment, let's turn to our correspondent in Washington, D.C., who's standing by for us, hopefully, Nick Harbour. Now, thanks so much for joining us in the wee hours of the day. Now, this is apparently a surprise attack initiated by Trump and his national security apparatus. What would be the next move given Iran's retaliatory strikes on not just the United States air bases in the region, but U.S. allies in the Gulf states, Nick?
Well, I think the United States is now engaged in two campaigns. One of those is the military campaign, but then there's also the public relations campaign that I'll speak about in a minute. In terms of that military campaign, we are now into the second day of strikes, Israel carrying out attacks on Iran, but importantly, Iran also striking back. And as we heard from the last contributor, very much Iran feels it is in the right to do so because its sovereign territory has been attacked, its supreme leader has been killed. But the United States also feels that it is justified, that this was a necessary strike to take out a leader who had been in control for 37 years and had promised throughout that time death to America. And therefore, Donald Trump has been selling this message to Americans and to allies around the world that from a PR perspective, America has made the world safer. He said in one of his Truth Social posts that justice has been served for the people of Iran, for Americans, and for people in many countries. At the moment, the Israeli military carrying out those strikes, they say that they're attacking targets in the heart of Tehran, trying to open up a path to the capital. However, Iran is promising the most devastating offensive operation in its history. Donald Trump, in his latest social media post just a few hours ago, warned Iran against that, promising that the US response would be even greater, saying that if they do that, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. So it's really a question of how long that military campaign will last. Israel initially was saying 4 days. Donald Trump initially was saying a few days. But on social media, he was promising that there would be heavy and pinpoint bombing continuing uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary, pointing out that his objective is to bring peace to the Middle East and, he said, the world. But now he has to sell that message to allies and to Americans. In terms of allies, he's putting the onus on his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He will be jumping on a call with G7 leaders during the course of today. And Marco Rubio, I think, will be having to defend the US position and sell this to allies who have been very wary of what they have seen over the last 36 hours unfolding in the Middle East, worried about what it might bring. And the American public, they were never sold on the idea of the US attacking Iran. Polls showed that the majority of Americans were against military action. So we are expecting during the course of the day, it's Sunday here, and over the next few hours there are plenty of cable news talk shows. We will be seeing Donald Trump's advisors, perhaps cabinet members as well, on those talk shows selling this idea to the American people that the Trump administration has made American lives safer and has made the world safer by carrying out an act of military action.
Now, Nick, thanks so much for all these updates. Now, how long do you expect, according to your sources, how long do you expect this war to continue? Of course, that is $1 million question. But from where you are in Washington, how is the administration officials assessing the situation at this point? And what are the key factors shaping their approach and calculations going forward?
Yeah, well, plenty of key factors, and I think part of that will be how Iran responds. But the United States is making it clear at this stage it is not yet finished with Iran. The supreme leader is dead. It has achieved that. But what comes next will very much shape how the United States decides to respond. We know that Israel continuing its strikes, the US promising potentially more strikes, Donald Trump signaling maybe a week of this, maybe even more. And I think that will depend on how Iran continues its military action. If that retaliation continues, we already know that it has struck 5 US bases in 5 different countries. If that retaliation continues, or if, for example, there are US casualties or fatalities, US military personnel in those bases are simply killed by Iranian strikes, we could see this becoming a much longer military conflict, potentially a protracted conflict, which is something that many Americans simply don't want after 20 years of war in Afghanistan. So what comes next inside Iran will also play a part in the calculation of the US. Donald Trump obviously urging regime change, urging the Iranian people to fight back against their government, saying that this is their chance that will never come again for generations, telling them to take control of their country. If we see a newly installed government that is not that hardline regime that the United States has been against for years and years and years, that might be the point that the US decides to step back. If it sees some people in charge of Iran who may be able to cooperate with the United States, the US may suspend its military action. I think there are plenty of calculations and scenarios that could play out over the coming days that really could change on a dime the US calculation on what happens next and how far it's determined to go to continue striking back against Iran.
Nick Harper reporting for us in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for joining us. Also joining us at this hour is Mr. Peter Kuznick, Professor of History and Director of the Nuclear Studies Institute at American University. He's also the author of Untold Stories of the United States, a book turned documentary, co-authored and co-directed by Oscar-winning director Oliver Stone. In case you haven't read it or watched it, it's highly recommended. Fantastic read about the untold stories of the United States. Now, Professor Rong Yun, we've heard from China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi urging an immediate ceasefire and strongly condemning the killing of the Iranian supreme leader. What do you make of China's remarks and response at this point?
Well, China has always been consistent on the question of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and also the principles and purposes of UN and international laws. So, out of these positions, I think it is only natural for China to come out in such a strong and straightforward way. The military actions against a sovereign state, while the diplomatic negotiations are going on, is unacceptable. And also, I think targeted killing of a sovereign leader of a sovereign state, and openly, publicly call upon the regime change of some state is unacceptable, because China is very much concerned that the international law, the international order, post-World War international order, if nothing take place against these actions, will be sort of collapsed, and the law of jungle will take over. And in the end, everybody is going to suffer. Nobody is going to save.
Yeah, exactly. And China has been
that is
restrained,
that's right.
Considering China's stakes and interests in the region. Now, let's turn to Sam Medinik in Tel Aviv. Now, Sam, what is the situation in Israel from where you are?
Well, there was just a siren that went off literally seconds ago, and very, very large booms. And now some of those were likely interceptors, where the interceptors hit the missiles, but it does sound like there might have been points of impact. The emergency teams say that they're assessing the situation right now. And so this just happened right now, but there have been sirens and interceptions going on all morning, and this has been happening since yesterday after the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. And so the country's still under a state of emergency. People are being told to go to the shelters, to adhere by the country's guidelines and policies, and to just be on very high alert at the moment.
Now, Sam, it's apparent, or it looks certain to many analysts, that most has successfully penetrated the Iranian side, which led to the killing of the Iranian supreme leader. Do we know about Israel's operations coming up next? What would happen considering Iran's counter-strike capabilities and asymmetric capabilities?
Well, what we know is that Israel today has said that it is striking central Iran and that it is continuing this offensive. It's saying that it is going after the launchers where the missiles go into, that it is particularly targeting those in order to kind of stop these missiles from happening, and that they are just continuing to attack right now, that they're going full force, and that this will essentially take as long as it takes. Israel said that it's taken out dozens of Iran's top leadership. and that Iran has also been able to fire several hundred missiles into Israel since the start of the conflict, but that it is going after their systems right now.
Now, so do you expect this war to be, a protracted war, according to the sources, the people that you've talked to? And what is the plan for Israel going forward?
It's a lot of uncertainty right now, and much of that is unclear. People I've spoken to say that there are definitely going to be several very intense days, and that these next kind of 24 to 36 hours are critical to see what is going to happen next. Some people say that it depends on how Iran responds, which will determine how things go going forward. So it's really unclear right now, unable to say how long this is going to go on for. The region, people are calling for cooler heads to prevail, for dialogue, not for conflict. There is a very large concern that this could escalate, that this could spread, that this could intensify. And so countries are trying to stop that from happening right now, but still a lot of uncertainty.
Thanks so much for this report, and please stay safe. Now we'll go to Peter Kuznick in Washington, D.C. Peter, thanks so much for joining us. I understand it's early morning hours in Washington, D.C. I mean, any of the episodes in the past 24 hours surprise you at all as you've been watching and analyzing the operations of America's national security complex and U.S. foreign policy making?
I don't think I'm surprised. I'm very disappointed. I was hoping that this could be resolved diplomatically. And according to the Omani foreign minister, they were making significant progress. Maybe that's what frightened Trump, because this was a war of choice, and he wanted to be able to bomb Iran again. Trump needs to distract attention from his situation here in the United States. His approval ratings are in the toilet, historic lows. Almost 2/3 of the Americans disapprove of what he's doing on every account. In addition, the big issue here is the Epstein files, and Trump is all over the Epstein files. And just the last few days, there's been new information connecting Trump with the sexual assault of a 13-year-old girl, maybe more than one. And so that's very embarrassing. It's been alleged. Of course, it hasn't been proved, but he needs to change that discussion. In addition, his main economic policy, the tariffs, were shot down by the Supreme Court. So Trump was in the worst position that he's ever been in. So I knew that there was going to be an attack, because he needs a war or something to distract attention from what's going on here. And Israel, Netanyahu has been pushing for this, for the U.S. to get involved in this way for years now. And this is a much bigger attack than occurred back in June. So this is what Netanyahu has been wanting. The American people abhor this. Trump's base disdains this. Trump ran on the opposite, saying he wasn't going to get the U.S. involved in more of these senseless, pointless, prolonged wars, forever wars. And now he's attacked and attacked Iran in a way that his base didn't want. The American people, somewhere between 20 and 26% of the American people welcomed this attack. But the overwhelming majority, possibly 75 or 80%, are opposed to this. So it didn't make sense from the American standpoint. And what we have now is, I've been on with a lot of Israelis and others over the past 24 hours, and they talk about the zealots in Iran, while the Ayatollah was the number 3 war criminal in the area. First, you've got Netanyahu, then you've got Trump. What the Iranians have been doing pales by comparison to what the U.S. and Israel have been doing. Trump, in his first year back in office, bombed 7 different countries. The Israelis have attacked 6 countries in the region since October of 2023. And so Iran has been, Khamenei was a choir boy compared to Netanyahu and Trump, and this is disrupting the international order. Trump already was asked by the New York Times, what can constrain you? What can limit you? And Trump says, not international law, only my own morality and my own mind. And we know what Trump's morality is. Stephen Miller, his chief advisor, laid it out. Law of the jungle, U.S. brute force. The U.S. is the biggest, toughest kid on the block, and we're going to impose our will wherever we want. Trump tried to impose it with the tariffs, but that's not going to work now. So he's got to find another way, and he's threatening the world with this kind of warfare. It breaks international law. It goes against the U.S. Constitution. I'm hoping that Congress has enough of a backbone to begin impeachment proceedings of Trump immediately, because the resolution that Ro Khanna and Tom Massey had put forth in the House and the Senate could have come to a vote as early as Monday. And so Trump needed to move quickly before that happened, because that could have prevented him from this kind of unprovoked, unexplained attack. Trump has not made the case to the American people. Unlike George W. Bush, maybe his case in 2003 was based on lies, but he spent a year trying to convince the American people. Trump is not capable of persuading. If you heard his State of the Union address, he can boast, he can threaten, he can mock, he can't explain. And there is no justification or explanation for this war. It's a war of choice, and a war that could unravel throughout that region. It's already unraveled to some extent, and we're going to see now with the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to see the oil prices skyrocket and gas prices, and that's going to hurt Trump's base. And the Republicans were already in a very bad position in terms of the midterm elections. This is only going to weaken them further.
Talking about the economics, Einar, how do you expect the current situation impacting markets in a few hours here in Asia, and also in the immediate and also medium term coming up?
You're going to see a broad sell-off in almost all areas except the military. Energy, obviously, oil companies will do well, and the reason is because those outside the Gulf who have access to supplies, those who are shipping, are going to make a windfall here. If 20% of the world's oil is cut off, obviously, there's going to be huge amounts of increase. And this is going to affect American consumers as well as Europeans. Remember, this is not a good time for the Europeans. And the last thing they wanted was to see their oil prices go up by 4x.
Professor Rong, how do you expect this to impact China's geoeconomic interests? So we understand that Chinese companies have interests in Iran, in infrastructure. Iran is a key partner in the Belt and Road Initiative. What do you expect to happen next?
Definitely, again, China does not want to see the conflict, and does not want to see the conflict dragging on, and does not want to see escalation or spread of the conflict to the region and wider. After all, I think, as you rightly said, China has invested a lot, and China making this part of the world one of the priority areas for China's international development cooperation or cooperation with the region as a whole. That's why I think for China's own interest, and also for the interest of the region and the large, China would, in addition to these principles and others, has made a priority that China first and foremost call upon immediate ceasefire, cessation of military operations, and call upon negotiate solutions to any differences. And last but not least, I think China is working with all the countries which share that positions together to ensure that proper actions were taken. That's why I think that it is very significant for China and Russia. Foreign Minister Wang Yi and Foreign Minister Lavrov very recently had a very good, important conversation. I will expect the Chinese diplomacy will become even more and more active in ASEAN round, in reaching out and mobilizing more and more international, particularly I think Global South, working to ensure that would not happen.
But on a solid basis, China has huge reserves. They bought up a lot of oil when it was very, very cheap. They built a lot of storage. They're in a position right now to weather at least much better weeks, if not months, of this kind of situation. The rest of the world, not so lucky.
But it is true what Peter has brought up, that it is a war of choice, and it is also a war of potentially huge consequences. What do you think will happen to the Middle East politics, the relations between the GCC states and the United States, who are not always on the same page, and also Iran's relations with the GCC countries?
Well, the GCC was obviously against this, but they still had these bases there. There's a sea change happening. It used to be having an American base was a guarantee of stability against attacks. Now it makes you a target based on the actions of the U.S. aggressively against other nations. So the GCC it has a lot of work to do. As we speak, you're seeing a lot of action, especially in Dubai. And where you're seeing hotels are being hit. They've been asked why they're targeting these hotels, which are not typical military targets. They're saying it's because they're CIA bases. Well, I don't know if all the five-star hotels are. I think there's some feeling that the countries closest to Israel are the ones that they're most interested in. As you'll notice, there have been very few attacks in Oman, which was trying to broker a peace. So going forward, the real issue is we have to step back, look around the globe. Every single small country now feels that they could be a target. They're not only going to de-risk in terms of economics, but many of them are going to think that the only way that they can survive, the only way that they can be put off is to go nuclear. So this is going to have untoward effects going far into the future.
We're seeing the unraveling of the post-World War II world order led by the United States unraveling right in front of our eyes. Thanks so much, Professor Rong Ying and Einar. Thank you, as always. And Peter in Washington, D.C., thank you all so very much. Maybe, Peter, you can add a new episode to your Untold Stories of the United States, a fantastic documentary. Now, with that, we come to the end of this edition of the special coverage on the latest situation in Iran. Many thanks to our guests. You can also find us on the CGTN app or YouTube. I'm Wang Guan in Beijing. Thanks so much for being with us.
Wang Yi urges an immediate ceasefire to prevent the conflict involving the U.S., Israel, and Iran from spreading. The Israeli Air Force strikes Iranian government targets in new attacks on the center of Tehran. Iran announces 40 days of national mourning following the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And in Pakistan, at least 9 people are killed in violent protests outside the U.S. consulate in Karachi. Welcome to our program. I'm Wang Mengmang. Israel says it has carried out a new wave of strikes on the heart of Tehran, as Iran also carries out attacks after announcing the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In Tehran, Israeli strikes appear to be targeting a neighborhood that's home to both the country's police headquarters and Iranian state television. Iran has already attacked U.S. military bases, Israel, and other targets across the region. Gulf nations say they have intercepted strikes from Iran. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says the killing of Khamenei amounts to a declaration of war against Muslims. Pezeshkian called the killing, quote, one of the gravest trials facing the Islamic world today. The Iranian president and 2 other officials have temporarily assumed the duties of national leadership. A temporary leadership council is expected to be established today to choose the country's new supreme leader. Dozens of senior Iranian officials have been confirmed dead, including the military's chief of staff, the defense minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has urged an immediate ceasefire to prevent a wider spillover of the conflict. He made the remarks during a phone conversation with his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov. And following the development for us is our reporter Sun Ye. She's live for us in Beijing with more on these talks. Sun Ye.
Hey there, Mengmang. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi had said in that call with his Russian counterpart that the attacks launched by the U.S. and Israel against Iran during the course of U.S.-Iran talks is unacceptable, and openly killing the leader of a sovereign state and inciting regime change is unacceptable. Those actions, Wang said, violates the law, the international law and norms governing the international community. Wang also in that call laid out China's stance at this moment in 3 points. First, immediately stop military actions so that the war does not escalate and spill over and get out of control. Secondly, return to negotiations and dialogues as soon as possible. And thirdly, jointly oppose unilateral actions. Wang said that launching large-scale strikes against a sovereign country without the authorization of the UN Security Council undermines the peace that is established after the World War II and undermines that world order. And the international community should send a clear and unambiguous message lest the world returns to a world that's governed by the law of jungle. Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson also responded this evening that the killing of Iran's supreme leader is a grave violation of Iran's sovereignty and security, and it tramples on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China is opposed to this and strongly condemns it, and China is again calling an immediately ceasefire to all the military actions. Mengmang.
All right, Sunya, thank you so much for that update, and we'll certainly keep checking with you for the latest. Now, the United Nations Security Council has held an emergency meeting in response to U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran and the subsequent retaliation by Tehran. Karina Mitchell has the details from New York.
The meeting was requested by China and Russia after the strikes and the retaliation. Bahrain, Colombia, and France also calling for the session. And comments made by the 15-member body showcase deep divisions when it comes to the strikes. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for an immediate halt to the violence on both sides, calling on member states to abide by international law and the UN Charter. He described the civilian collateral damage in Iran.
The attacks have reportedly caused significant civilian casualties. According to Iranian media, an airstrike killed at least 85 people and injured many more at a girls' school in Minab.
Israel called the actions of Iran's state-sanctioned hatred. Danny Danon, the Israel ambassador to the UN, said Israel acted out of necessity. Meanwhile, Iran called Israel's aggression full-fledged violation of international law. China's UN ambassador also denounced Israel-U.S. aggression, adding it's ready to work with the international community to advance peace efforts.
The military strikes occurred at a time when the U.S. and Iran were engaged in diplomatic negotiations, which is shocking. The parties concerned should demonstrate political sincerity, resume dialogue, and negations as soon as possible, and return to the right track of a political solution.
The U.S. ambassador defended American action.
The international community has long affirmed a simple and necessary principle. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That principle is not a matter of politics. It's a matter of global security. And to that end, the United States is taking lawful actions.
Condemnation for the strikes and Iran's retaliation came from every corner of the globe. Oman's foreign minister, after wrapping up the latest round of indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran earlier this week, said on X, "I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this." Latin American nations were split, with Argentina supporting the strike while Colombia and Cuba criticized the action. Britain, France, and Germany in a statement condemned Iran's attacks on countries in the region and called for a resumption of U.S.-Iran talks. And European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen called developments in Iran greatly concerning. She called on all parties to use maximum restraint at a time of high tensions. Karina Mitchell, CGTN, New York.
And now let's check in the latest with our correspondent Ihsan Kivani. He's live for us from Tehran. Ihsan, Iranian authorities reported that a school was hit in southern Iran, killing over 100 people, young girls. So the Israeli military is now saying that it was not aware of any such strikes. What do we know about this?
Well, Iranian officials always say that Israeli claims cannot be trusted and they don't care about such claims. But what we know is that Minab is a very small town in the south of Iran near the southern port city of Bandar Abbas. Minab is a very impoverished area with no infrastructure, with no industrial facilities. And as far as we know, with no military bases or infrastructure. So this attack ended with at least 148 people killed, including mainly schoolgirls and their teachers. And according to statistics, at least 92 people were also injured in the incidents. All the Iranian politicians and officials have condemned the attack, as it was very sad for the nation. Apart from this, we had also other examples of civilian casualties. On Saturday, another primary school in Tehran was hit, in which only 2 schoolgirls were killed. Back to you.
Right. Iranians woke up Sunday morning with the shocking news of the killing of their supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But the country has moved quickly to appoint a replacement leadership, a temporary leadership, announcing an interim council, a new Revolutionary Guard commander. Does this swift action challenge the expectations of Washington and Tel Aviv about seeing a weakened government in Tehran?
I don't believe so, because after last June's Israeli strike against Iran, In particular, the late Supreme Leader of Iran decided to define 4 layers of substitutes for every key position in the country, including the leadership, as well as IRGC commanders and all the military commanders. So from last June until now, there have been at least 3 to 4 layers of substitutes for every key position. And this, I think, cannot make any challenges for the country, as we saw even in June last year and recently. As soon as military commanders are assassinated by Israel or the United States, immediately after that, the substitute is appointed. Regarding the leader, we can expect that the council, the interim leadership council, composed of 3 people, the president, the head of the judiciary, and 1 cleric from the Guardian Council, who was introduced today, Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi. They will lead the country until the situation is suitable for the formation of the Assembly of Experts, whose main duty is to elect the new supreme leader for the country.
Right, and let me just follow up on what you said just now. You mentioned the makeup of this leadership council, including Ali Reza Arafi, Gholam Hussein Mohseni AJ, along with President Pezeshkian. What is the significance of these figures taking on these key roles?
Well, this is according to Article 111 of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran, based on which when the leader is dead or cannot do his duties for any reason, before the Assembly of Experts is formed, an interim council can do the duties of the leader during the time. In 1989, when the first supreme leader of Iran passed away, immediately after that, the Assembly of Experts was formed, and Ayatollah Khamenei was elected as the supreme leader. But now, under the current circumstances, because we are in a war situation, I think it's going to take a few days at least for the officials to see the situation as suitable, and then the Assembly of Experts will form to choose the permanent supreme leader of the country. We also have 40 days of mourning in Iran announced by the government, in which this is a kind of Shia belief. After a loved one passes away, in a period of 40 days, there are no celebrations, there are no happy events, and people go to mourning ceremonies most of the time.
All right, Ihsan, thank you so much for giving us that update from Tehran. And we're also joined by our correspondent Jonathan Regev, live from Tel Aviv. Jonathan, just a few hours ago, Israel launched strikes on the center of Tehran. What more can you tell us about Israel's intentions here?
Israel now, according to what we're hearing, is focusing on 2 main points. One is everything regarding the ballistic missiles, which is a major headache for Israel. It is sending Israelis, millions of Israelis, time and time again to the shelters. And as we saw last night, it causes damage, causes casualties. The one impact here in Tel Aviv led to the death of 1 woman, 20 people injured, and extensive damages. This is one aspect that Israel is dealing with. The other, as far as we're hearing, is military installations and police installations. Why so? Perhaps hinting to the people on the ground, we are weakening. Israel is saying to those protesters that it is weakening the police forces, the Basij and the other local security forces. They're weakening them to the point that it's time for the protesters to once again take to the streets and perhaps try to topple the regime. Israel and the United States have said time and time again that as strong as the strikes from the air may be, they by themselves do not topple regimes. In order to do that, you need assistance from the ground. So what Israel is perhaps trying to do is through hitting those security installations, security apparatus, perhaps hinting to the people on the ground, now is your time to complete the job.
In the meantime, an Israeli Ministry of Defense spokesperson has announced the deaths of 2 Israeli civilians in Iranian attacks on Israel. There was no mentioning of military losses so far. How does the Israeli public hope and expect this war will conclude?
It is quite difficult because you speak about the Israeli public. Very few people actually had a decent sleep overnight simply because sirens sounded again and again and again. Still, there is hope that this war with Iran would maybe not necessarily topple the regime, but would bring Iran to such a weak position that it would stop being the major threat that it is to Israel, putting away the nuclear plan, putting away even perhaps more so the ballistic missile plan, which is the main headache for Israel for the moment. This is what the public is expecting to happen. Will this really be the case? We will have to wait at least a few more days until we find out.
Jonathan, yes, of course. So earlier in your report, there was iron sirens sounded just right outside of your residence building. Is that what you are hearing now? What is the atmosphere like? How is the general public taking the news of this new strikes?
It's of course very difficult. There's still, for the moment, I would say, wide support for this new strike, the whole American-Israeli operation, and understanding that this could be the end of the current Iranian regime, or at least weaken it to a point that it would not be a threat anymore. So there's wide support. Big question is how longer can the Israeli public withstand it? The first 24 hours, as successful as they may have been, with the killing of the Iranian supreme leader and other top Iranian officials, were not easy on the public here, running to the shelters time and time again. If this is something that extends in time more than a week, more than 2 weeks, it might be difficult for the public here to withstand it.
All right, Jonathan Regev for us from Tel Aviv. Thanks so much, Jonathan, for that update. An Israeli strike has hit an elementary girls' school in Minab in Iran's southern Hormozgan province, killing more than 100 students. That's according to the latest government figures. And Iranian officials have condemned this attack, calling it a flagrant violation of international law. Our correspondent Safari Sarami reports from Tehran.
Many Iranians had anticipated possible strikes on military or tactical sites amid rising tensions, but no one expected a school to be targeted. Authorities say more than 100 students were killed when the elementary girls' school in Minab was struck. Dozens more were injured. Rescue teams are continuing to search through the rubble as families gathered outside hospitals awaiting news. The attack is part of a broader wave of Israeli strikes across the country, according to state media.
This is an Israeli practice. Remember what they did to schools in Gaza? They purposely hit schools, hit hospitals. This is an Israeli practice. They call it the Zahia doctrine. That means that you create a lot of suffering for ordinary citizens. This is what they did. They want to make Iran look like Gaza. They're going to fail, but this is why they're hitting schools.
Iran's foreign ministry has described the strike as a flagrant violation of international law and urged the United Nations to respond. Officials say funerals for the victims are expected in the coming days as the country mourns one of the deadliest single incidents in recent years. There has been no immediate public response from Israel regarding the strike on the Minab school. Here in Tehran, officials describe the strike as devastating and a clear violation of international law, saying the targeting of a school could have serious consequences. In a word, hearts here have been broken. Seper Salami, CGTN, Tehran.
All right, now let's cross over to Doha, where Iranian attacks continue for a second day. Joe Johnson is standing by for us there. Joe, Qatar has been intercepting Iranian missiles over densely populated areas, civilian areas. What is the scale of destruction so far?
That's right. We've heard loud explosions early this morning, which authorities have confirmed were part of missile interceptions operations have been carried out. Residents across the Doha, we all received a national emergency alert on our mobile phones, instructing us to remain indoors and avoid going outside unless absolutely necessary until the danger has passed. According to the Ministry of Defense, the incoming missiles were successfully intercepted before reaching their intended targets. Officials have said that the majority of threats are neutralized in the air, and the security situation remains fully under control. So far, authorities report no confirmed civilian fatalities and no significant structural damage in densely populated residential areas. There have been minor incidents involving falling debris, but emergency response teams have acted swiftly.
And I understand, Joe, that you've been talking to people on the ground affected by these attacks. What is the public opinion regarding the U.S. and Israeli strikes as well as Iran's retaliation?
Well, on the ground, the overall atmosphere is cautious, but it remains calm. Many of the residents say that the emergency alert systems and visible interception efforts provided them with reassurance that defense mechanisms are working effectively. While there is concern about broader regional escalation, there is no widespread panic. Well, the government, we see lesser people here on the streets because the government has declared work from home for all the government institutions, and the Ministry of Education has also announced distance learning for all schools across Qatar as a precautionary measure. In addition, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry has confirmed that many retail markets across the country will operate 24 hours, a day to prevent congestion and ensure steady access to essential goods. As for public opinion on the broader conflict's view remains mixed. Some residents did express concern over initial U.S. and Israeli strikes, while others focus on the risk of further retaliation. A common theme, however, we can understand is a shared hope for de-escalation and diplomatic efforts to restore regional stability.
Joe, thank you so much for that update from the Qatari capital, Doha. Now, at least 9 people have been killed and 12 others injured in clashes between protesters and law enforcement personnel outside the U.S. consulate in Karachi. The violence erupted after Tehran confirmed the death of its supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in the U.S.-Israeli strikes. Reports say protesters have been pushed back from the consulate after setting a vehicle ablaze outside the main gate. There are also reports of gunfire and tear gas in the streets around the U.S. compound. And now let's check in the latest with our correspondent Daniel Han. He's live for us from Islamabad. Daniel, so it's reported that protesters tried to storm the U.S. consulate earlier today. What's the latest you've got for us?
Yes, Mong protesters tried to storm the consulate, U.S. consulate in Karachi, and as a result, there was a riot, there was a clash between the protesters and the law enforcement agencies, and as a result, 9 people were killed, but we are getting unconfirmed reports that at least 16 people have been killed in Karachi. At the moment, I am in Islamabad, and this road is called the Shairai Dastur, and this leads to the diplomatic enclave where all the embassies are located, and the American embassy is also located, and it has been closed down, cordoned off by law enforcement agencies. As you can see behind me, they're asking us to get away from this place because this is a very, very sensitive area. It is also called the red zone of the federal capital, where all the high security institutions are located, like the Prime Minister minister's house, the president's house, the Supreme Court of Pakistan. And this road leads, I'm just about a kilometer away from the diplomatic enclave where all the embassies are located. And as you can see, there has been a lot of riot here between the protesters and the law enforcement agencies. We can see a lot of shells of tear gas, and they have, for the time being, been pushed back. We can still hear them in a distance about 2 kilometers from here, but this area has been cordoned off now by the paramilitary, and we can also see traces of the Pakistan military here who are at the gates of the diplomatic enclave. The traffic police is here, and the tear gas is still very much in the air. And this is the month of Ramadan. A lot of people are stranded on the roads. They're trying to make their way back to their homes because it is just about half an hour from now, the time of breaking the fast. So there is a lot of chaotic scenes that we are seeing here in the federal capital at this point in time. But we are also getting reports that there are protests taking place countrywide. We have reports of protests in Skardu, in the Gilgit-Baltistan area, in Lahore, the capital of Punjab, in Faisalabad, in Karachi, and across the country. Thousands of people have come out on the roads and are protesting the death of the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. Mong.
Right, Daniel, you mentioned that protests are also ongoing in other parts of the country. What details do we know? How widespread are these demonstrations? What is the scale and scope of these protests?
Yes, Mong, the government has imposed what it calls the Section 144, which prevents a group of more than 4 people from gathering at one place. So that has been imposed across the country, especially here in the federal capital and in Lahore. And if that happens, then basically the people are breaking law, and they are believed to be taking the law in their hands. And then there are widespread arrests. We are also getting reports from the Punjab province that a lot of people have been arrested. Thousands are on the road at the moment. A lot of sensitive areas like the Shiite mosques, also known as the Imam Bargas, have also been closed down and have been cordoned off across the city of Rawalpindi and Islamabad. So at the moment, they are chaotic scenes. We will try to make our way towards the protests, but we are being asked to not go there because they are very angry. They are throwing stones and at the law enforcement agencies, and they are asking us not to go into that danger and stay away because the situation right now is not in anyone's control. Mong.
Daniel, thank you so much for that update from Islamabad. Daniel Han for us there. So Pakistan, which shares a border with Iran, has condemned the regional conflict and urged a diplomatic solution. Earlier, we spoke to Afra Ashraf, a senior journalist with Pakistan's Sama TV. He stressed his country's commitment to peace and said the wider region should work together to prevent the conflict from spreading.
Our media is reporting it, you can say, with a very neutral approach, because Pakistan is one of those countries, including China. They always played role to stabilize the region. They always play a role for the long-term peace in the region. People believe that the aggression like this is not acceptable for any sovereign country, either it's Iran or either it's any other sovereign country. So conflict should be resolved through bilateral discussions, through negotiations. In this particular case, there was a negotiation underway, and it was believed to be progressive, but unfortunately, it happened all of a sudden. Media has eyes on it, and of course, the public sentiment is not good here. People are angry on the situation. People are concerned on the situation, and people are expressing their opinion. So this protest happened, but now situation is getting under control because their leadership is now very vigilant, and they appeal to the people of Pakistan, and especially the segment who is protesting, that we don't need to be violent. And their appeal is very good because they understand that Pakistan, as a state level, played the maximum best possible role to avoid this situation, what happened in Iran yesterday. So everyone, different ideologies and different mindsets appeal to their worker to stay cool, to stay calm, and to give a chance to the international players to develop peace in the region. Pakistan has a very important strategic location in this region because on the one side we have Afghanistan and on the other side we have Iran, and we are sharing the border with India, and we sharing border with China as well. So this escalation is not in favor of anyone in this region because this design is not only for Iran, but what I am predicting, what my analysis is, this could be extended to Pakistan, to China, because those powers who are not happy with the regional powers, with the regional blocs, with the emerging countries, they may come up with any evil desire. And more important thing, Pakistan and China should strengthen their ties. We should read what future is coming, what are the plans of the hostile power for this region, and we should not waste a single moment after this. We have to sit together, strengthen our bilateral ties, strengthen our defense pact, and stay vigilant and stay together for the bright future of this region and for the bright future of Pakistan and China.
Iranians have gathered in Tehran in support of the government after the killing of their supreme leader.
Today is a day of unity, a day of solidarity, a day when the sacred anger of the Iranian people will rise and make America return to its place, even with our bare hands.
It is our duty as people to preserve calm and unity, and we must be strong, and we are. Our sorrow is for ourselves because the leader has reached his wish, which was martyrdom on this path. The armed forces must respond to this act in the most forceful and powerful way possible and avenge this blood.
We are deeply mourning, but this heavy grief does not mean we have become weak. Rather, it makes us, the people, more resilient in the face of Iran's enemies.
The Supreme Leader was like a father to us, and it feels as though we have lost our own father. We call on the armed forces to give a decisive response to this aggression.
With unity and solidarity among the people, the officials, and the military forces, we hope that Israel will be eliminated and that America will leave the region.
Beyond the emergency meeting at the UN Security Council, reactions to the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran have exposed deep geopolitical divides. Russian President Vladimir Putin condemned what he described as the cynical killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the members of his family, saying it violated international law and basic norms of human morality. The Kremlin released a message of condolences to Iran's president. Prime Minister Keir Starmer confirmed UK aircraft joined what he called a coordinated regional defense operation. The UK said it does not want the crisis to escalate into a wider regional conflict. France said it was neither informed of nor involved in these strikes, while Germany urged renewed efforts toward a negotiated solution. India urged restraint and respect for sovereignty. South Africa and Norway questioned the legality of the strikes. And now let's hear some more expert analysis. I'm joined here in the studio by Rong Ying, Chair Professor at Sichuan University, and Lu Xiang, a Research Fellow at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Great to have you with us on our program. So the international community was quick to react to the strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel. And China's stance, let me begin with, regarding this conflict was calling for opposing force and resolving differences through dialogue. Why does China take on such a consistent approach when it deals with other international issues, conflict or wars, and what considerations underlying this remark?
Well, I think this has always been consistent and principled positions of China regarding the conflict. After all, I think China firmly believes, and I think as we have seen that the international community as a whole, majority of members of the international community also share the view that only political solutions, negotiated sort of solutions is lasting and it would work. Threat of use of force or threat force is not going to working. And most importantly, I think it is also the UN Charter, which I think are supposed to be the guiding principles, including, I think, the United States and Israel, the member of the UN, that advocates political settlement, negotiated settlement of the conflict like that. So this is very much, I think, principle, very much important principle, and China is upholding. And China's advocating at this particular moment that for upholding these principles not only echoes, reflects the majority views, the consensus as we have seen, but the most importantly, I think China does not want to see the conflict escalate, does not want to see the conflict sort of spiral out of the control, that nobody, including the United States and Israel, were going to have the safety or security they are looking for. So that is exactly out of the international law, out of the principles, charters, and purposes of the UN, and most importantly, I think out of the interest of all the countries in the region, including these countries that have been now have conflict.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the impact of this strike could be far and wide. And let's talk about the oil market, because Iran has really closed the Strait of Hormuz, which is a vital route for oil exports. What implications do you think that this move will have, not only for Iran, but also the wider region, the international community as well?
Oh, interesting question. Actually, if we look at the wars the U.S. launched against, you can see Iraq 20 years ago, Iran now. These two countries are the same in oil-rich countries. So for the U.S., they have obvious motivation to constrain the other oil countries. If you look wider, you can see the conflict between Russia and the U.S. It also in it you can see a factor of the oil. So U.S. now is want to be going to be a dominator in the energy market, and this is one of the motivations behind its war against Iran.
And of course, Venezuela is also oil-rich. Another shockwave sent by the Trump administration at the beginning of this year. So how much does energy weigh on the U.S. decision to strike Iran this time?
Well, definitely, I think the energy is one of the important factors that shape or affect the calculations of the United States. After all, I think the United States now has sort of now become, instead of energy or oil importers, and then become exporters. So it has already achieved the so-called energy independence. So the fluctuation or change of the energy prices, given the fact that it is an energy producer or exporter, is, I think, would benefit United States. That is definitely, I think, is something I think known to all the observers. Having said that, I would argue that possibly in this sort of conflict, the geopolitical factor might be plays more important role. After all, I think the conflict or the hostility between the United States and Iran has a long history. You look at the address by President Trump, I mean, literally it's talking about starting from the the hostage crisis, up to the difficulties, problems, and all in all, I think the Trump administration's decision this time to launch military strikes together with Israel against Iran seems that calculating or betting that it would be solve the problem or fix the problem in a quick and once in all, which I think now a lot of people would not agree. Even the many, even the American, analysts would not agree, because it's a complicated question, and simply there's no quick or simple fix. And the fact that killing or decapitating leader of a sovereign state, thinking that or hoping wishfully that would lead to regime change, the so-called the Venezuela model is not going to do the job. Rather, it's going to do more chaos and problems. And the Americans' history of interfering or American history of campaigning for regime change in the region and beyond tells a lot. And so this is something I think instead of, for me, it's really a kind of miscalculation for the Trump administration. And that's why the international community and majority of members are calling for restraints, calling for sort of immediate ceasefire, and calling for negotiated solutions for that.
Right. Well, the Trump administration was aiming at a regime change in Iran and also to weaken its military capabilities. But then at the same time, we saw, besides all these, heavy exchanges of artillery, military confrontation, we do see a human cost here. At a girls' school, over 160 students as well as teachers were killed. Just how important is it to protect civilians in military conflicts like this?
Yeah, if there is any war, civilian casualties is part of that. Yeah, but the problem is not civilian casualties, but why there is this war. Why? Actually, the attack on Iran is totally unprovoked. Yeah, there's no provocation to either Israel or the United States. There's no threat. No threat to Israel or the United States. So the whole war is illegitimate, it's unjustified, it's illegal. So we see the civilian casualties is a crime. Yeah, actually it's a war crime. This is why we see a few countries now is supporting U.S. military actions. Even those countries who dislike Iranian foreign policies don't agree with the United States in this war.
All right, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your analysis. Professor Rong Ying and Mr. Liu Xiang, appreciate your insights. Well, there are now growing concerns that a U.S. military conflict with Iran could have far-reaching consequences in Africa. Washington has recently re-engaged parts of the continent on trade and security, viewing Africa increasingly through a national security lens. But as CGTN's Robert Nagila reports, that focus could quickly change.
At first glance, U.S. military action against Iran over its nuclear program may seem distant from Africa's peace and security landscape. But a prolonged conflict would almost certainly ripple far beyond Iran, with serious implications for the stability of the Sahel region and the Horn of Africa. Following military coups in Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger between 2020 and 2023, these Sahel states withdrew key defense cooperation agreements with Western partners. Since then, the region has experienced an upsurge in extremist violence. The Center for Preventive Action says in 2024, 51% of global terrorism-related deaths occurred in the Sahel. But in early February 2026, the Trump administration signaled a possible shift in policy, sending a senior diplomat to Mali to explore the possibility of resuming bilateral relations. The United States is also assisting Nigeria and Somalia in the fight against Islamic jihadist groups.
US-Iran war is going to affect the Horn of Africa and Sahel regions very negatively.
Dr. Ali warns the wider Middle East conflict could force Washington to redirect military and diplomatic resources away from Africa.
The hands of the US is going to be full. It's not going to pay much attention to counter-terrorism efforts in Somalia, in the Sahel region, because it won't have much time to do that, and is going to redirect all its assets toward that, military assets in particular, and even diplomatic assets towards that war in Iran.
Horn of Africa countries, among them Somalia, Djibouti and Eritrea, could also feel the impact along the Red Sea corridor, especially if Iran's allies disrupt maritime transport. The Red Sea remains strategically sensitive, with underlying tensions between Ethiopia and Eritrea. With American attention diverted, analysts warn existing fault lines could escalate. There are also concerns extremist groups in both the Sahel and the Horn could exploit the conflict to expand their influence.
They are going to want to recruit, expand their recruitment, and also to take advantage of the anti-Western narratives and ideology that Iran is going to perpetuate.
What may appear distant for now could demand urgent continental action as the African Union weighs how to contain a potential crisis from a US-Iran conflict. Robert Nagila, CGTN.
Beijing says it has confirmed that there has been Chinese national injured in the strikes by the U.S. and Israel. Chinese Foreign Ministry urged Chinese nationals not to visit Iran's neighboring countries or regions that have been affected by the conflict.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities, reinvent, find new opportunities, discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
China's top political advisory body has announced the agenda for its annual gathering. The 15th meeting of the Standing Committee has decided today the 14th National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference will convene in Beijing on March 4th. Now, the proposed agenda includes reviewing the work report of the Standing Committee and a report on proposal handling since the previous session. It also includes attending the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress, hearing and discussing the government work report and other related reports, and deliberating the draft outline of the 15th five-year plan for national economic and social development. Well, for decades, China has grappled with mounting waste, but now cutting-edge technology is revolutionizing how the country manages its trash, turning a massive problem into a powerful resource. My colleague Gasuri Manikam visits a state-of-the-art waste-to-energy park in Shenzhen to see how garbage is being transformed into clean, affordable energy, powering millions of homes.
Guess how many tons it can carry?
Let me see. Let me guess. What about 7 tons?
Yeah, it's close. About 8 to 10 tons.
Oh, wow. That's a lot,
very good.
Zhao Chanwei is a waste incineration engineer. His profession tells the story of how China handles its trash and how the industry has changed over the years. For decades, China had a garbage problem. Its solution, landfills. But that too had its limitations. China was running out of space, and landfills were not environmentally friendly. They emitted gases that were harmful to the health and atmosphere. The 1980s marked a turning point. China changed its strategy. This is where Qiao works, an architectural landmark in the city of Shenzhen. Behind those doors lies the latest technologies in waste management. Every day, 5,000 tons of garbage arrive here. Advanced process technology turns the trash into treasure.
Hi, Mr.
Hi,
Qiao.
guys.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Very
you.
nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We go this way?
Yeah, this way.
Intelligent control systems handle complex processes on the ground. Engineers monitor key data to ensure smooth operations.
Inside our incinerator, we must make sure the temperature always stays above 850 degrees Celsius so that harmful substances are destroyed.
Burning waste releases harmful gases like dioxins, but modern technologies help to get rid of them.
This is our flue gas treatment system. It has 7 stages in total. From denitrification to dioxin removal, each stage targets different pollutants. Look at these real-time readings. The gas we release is cleaner than EU standards.
But that's not it. During incineration, heat energy is released. This transforms into electrical energy, which is then used to power millions of homes.
We burn 5,000 tons of waste daily, generating 3 million kilowatt hours of energy, enough to cover 60% of Pingdi subdistrict's total electricity needs.
But what happens to the ashes from the burnt waste? Where do they go?
Waste turns into bricks, and this is where all the magic happens. Mr. Lee is going to show us how it's done.
After dry screening, the ashes are crushed, washed, and classified into what we call eco-sand. Mixed with cement, it becomes eco-friendly building blocks.
The plant produces 300,000 cubic meters of eco-bricks every year. These bricks are used to pave roads and build residential buildings. So how does China's method compare with treatment plants around the world? Singapore, for instance, where I come from, it has invested in some of the world's most advanced waste management systems. Is there a difference?
In Singapore, bottom ash treatment is mainly dry recovery. Metals are extracted, and the rest goes to Pulau-Semakau for landfilling. Here in China, we combine dry and wet processes for full resource recovery.
A new concept, a technological revolution. China calls it the new quality productive forces. With these larger forces at play, China's built over 1,000 waste-to-energy plants. This accounts for nearly 50% of the global total. Its daily processing capacity exceeds 1.1 million tons. That's more than the United States, the European Union, and Japan combined. To this end, China wants all cities to become waste-free by 2035. A bold ambition, a model for the future. Kasturi Manikam, CGTN, Shenzhen.
A new report shows the majority of foreign companies operating in China are satisfied with the country's business environment. On Saturday, the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade released its 2025 China Business Environment Report. Foreign-funded enterprises surveyed rated China's business climate 4.51 out of 5. Close to 95% of foreign firms polled described it as satisfactory. Respondents, including both Chinese and foreign companies, gave a score of 4.39 out of 5, marking a second consecutive year of improvement. Now, about 70% reported stable or growing profits in 2025. The figure was high also among foreign firms.
70.4% of foreign-funded enterprises surveyed reported stable or increased profits compared with the previous year. Improved market conditions in their respective industries and China's steady economic recovery were cited as the main drivers of profit growth, reflecting continued confidence among foreign businesses in the Chinese market.
And China says the United States is the primary source of uncertainty for the international nuclear order and global strategic stability. The statement comes after the U.S. indicated it no longer unilaterally adheres to the zero-yield standard, citing what it described as a Chinese nuclear explosion test in June 2020. On Saturday, Chinese Defense Ministry spokesperson Zhang Xiaogang dismissed the allegation as unfounded, stating that China strictly observes a moratorium on nuclear testing and maintains a defensive nuclear policy.
The U.S. remarks are completely unfounded and untenable. It is widely known that China adheres to the policy of no first use of nuclear weapons, upholds a nuclear strategy of self-defense, and consistently maintains its nuclear capabilities at the minimum level required for national security. China does not engage in any nuclear arms race with any country. We strictly honor the commitment to a moratorium on nuclear testing and have never conducted any activities in violation of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. In contrast, the U.S. possesses the world's largest nuclear arsenal and maintains a policy of first use of nuclear weapons. It has invested heavily in building a nuclear triad and has even claimed to resume nuclear testing. America's irresponsible actions in arms control, including withdrawals from treaties and backtracking on commitments, have made it the greatest source of uncertainty for the international nuclear order and global strategic stability. Obligations under the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and honor its pledge of moratorium on nuclear testing, assume the special and primary responsibility for nuclear disarmament, and take concrete actions to preserve the international nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime and uphold global strategic balance and stability.
China has urged the international community to remain vigilant against Japan's rising militarism. This follows claims by Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi that China was intensifying efforts to alter the status quo through force in the East China Sea, the South China Sea, and areas around Japan. China's Ministry of National Defense on Saturday said such claims mirror the historical narratives Japan once used to justify aggression.
中方有关军事行动旨在维护国家领土主权和安全利益。
The Chinese side carry out relevant military operations to safeguard national territorial sovereignty and security interests. They are in full compliance with international and domestic laws and are entirely legitimate and justified. We need to point out that history has not been forgotten. Japan once used the so-called situation threatening Japan's survival as a pretext to launch wars of aggression, committing heinous crimes against its Asian neighbors and the world. Now the right-wing forces in Japan are restoring to their old tricks, clamoring about the so-called external threats to deceive and mislead the public, create excuses for military expansion, and pursue a hidden political agenda. The international community should remain highly vigilant and resolutely oppose Japan's reckless moves towards neo-militarism, and join hands in upholding the victorious outcome of World War II and the post-war international order. We urge Japan not to borrow down the wrong path or reverse the wheel of history. Otherwise, it is doomed to suffer a speedier and greater defeat.
输得更惨。
Growing protests are underway in the capital of the ROK following joint military exercises with the United States and tariff threats from President Trump. Our correspondent Frank Smith has the details now from Seoul.
Joint U.S.-South Korea military exercises tariffs are generating backlash here in the South Korean capital. Civic leaders and those critical of U.S. foreign policy rally here and march past the U.S. Embassy to show their opposition to the U.S. administration and its relations and policies towards South Korea.
We should end joint South Korea-U.S. war exercises and dismantle the South Korea-U.S. alliance. We reject President Trump's trade pressure and call for an end to colonial division and Cold War alliances, to restore our economic and peaceful sovereignty.
This comes ahead of the large-scale joint U.S.-South Korea military exercises that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea view as a rehearsal for invasion. And many of the people out here today oppose those large-scale joint U.S.-South Korea drills, saying that they provoke and generate tension on the Korean Peninsula. This demonstration also focuses on U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs, despite a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that Trump's tariffs are illegal. Trump has said if he has to, he'll just implement new tariffs against countries around the world, including South Korea.
South Korea and the United States signed the Korea-U.S. FTA, but without upholding the terms of that agreement, they are unilaterally raising tariffs. The principle is supposed to be reciprocal. So, if the U.S. raises tariffs, South Korea should respond by raising tariffs as well. I think it's unfair because it's so unilateral.
Demonstrators here argue that U.S. economic policy, as well as its military alliance with South Korea, is abusing the country's sovereignty for America's own interests. Frank Smith, CGTN, Seoul.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
Israel says it has carried out a new wave of strikes on the heart of Tehran, as Iran also carries out attacks after announcing the deaths of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In Tehran, Israeli strikes appear to be targeting a neighborhood that's home to both the country's police headquarters and Iranian state television. Israel's defense minister warns of a non-stop air train of strikes against military and leadership targets in Iran. Iran has already attacked U.S. military bases, Israel, and other targets across the region. The attacks have killed at least 6 people and injured about 20 others in Israel. Gulf nations say they have intercepted strikes from Iran. U.S. embassies and consulates across the Middle East have instructed employees to shelter in place. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says the killing of Khamenei amounts to a declaration of war against Muslims. Pezeshkian called the killing, quote, one of the gravest trials facing the Islamic world today. The Iranian president and 2 other officials have temporarily assumed the duties of national leadership. A temporary leadership council is expected to be established today to choose the country's new supreme leader. Dozens of senior Iranian officials have been confirmed dead, including the military's chief of staff, the defense minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Following waves of strikes targeting the heart of Iran, residents in Tehran have rushed to stores for food supplies. Our correspondent Safari Sarami is on the ground with the latest.
I'm in center of Tehran, in front of my office where I have access to internet. Well, this morning, Iran, as you know, Iran was attacked by the U.S. and Israeli forces. The city was, it's 6:30 p.m. actually in Tehran. The city was chaotic this morning as people rushed to shops and, grocery stores, gas stations. They are trying to buy as much as they can. They want to buy bread, canned tuna, they want to buy rice, they want to buy things that they actually need, deep dinner table essentials. As you see, some shelves of bread are empty now, but the city seems to be quiet. on the ground. Of course, and the shops are not very crowded, streets are not crowded. Many have left Tehran for other cities. Behind me, you see, I think it's an Iranian missile. I don't know what it is exactly, but behind me, you see something in the sky, which is both beautiful and scary. And Iranians are waiting to see what will happen in the coming hours and days.
The White House is defending its strikes on Iran as vital to U.S. security, calling the operation ongoing. Now, as the administration signals the potential for further action, debate is intensifying on Capitol Hill, and security is being stepped up in major cities across the country. Let me bring in our correspondent Nick Harper. He's live for us now from Washington, D.C. Nick, good morning. Now, the White House is calling these strikes a massive military action may continue. How is the administration justifying the escalation, and what are its stated goals?
That's right, a number of different goals we know from the US administration. Undoubtedly, it was all about trying to degrade Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. But what has also become clear, it is very much about regime change as well. And that is why we saw the CIA working in coordination with Israel to pinpoint Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's movements over recent months. And in that, they found out that he would be meeting with top Iranian officials on Saturday morning. And therefore, Israel and the US changed the timing of their airstrike, we're told, not carrying out overnight in the hours of darkness, but rather waiting until daylight, Saturday morning, Tehran time, so they could carry out the strike to kill Khamenei and those top officials who were all gathered together in one building. But what comes next will really be part of what the United States decides to do. The US President Donald Trump is urging the Iranian people essentially to rise up, to seize this opportunity. In his latest social media post, he said it was the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. In a video message, he said it's the moment for action. Do not let it pass. But will that succeed? And who will take over from the supreme leader? All of that is unclear. And therefore, will the United States continue, as it has vowed, its military action? Donald Trump has suggested that strikes could continue, in his words, throughout the week, and possibly, he suggested, even longer. So even though we are now into day 2, there are very serious question marks about the game plan here for Donald Trump. What is his strategy, but also what is his off-ramp? How will he reduce tensions, or is it all-out war now against Iran until some moment yet to be determined when the US leader decides Iran has done enough, or Iran has been weakened enough for the US and Israel to stop its strikes? All of those things are still huge unknowns at this time, and I think that's causing a tremendous amount of here in the United States, amongst its allies, and in the wider Middle East region as well.
We're also seeing widening political divisions, with some lawmakers questioning whether the president had the constitutional authority to act without congressional approval. Public opinion also appears sharply divided there. What is the latest reaction on Capitol Hill, and how is that shaping the administration's messaging?
Yeah, simply put, he did not have constitutional approval. He needed to get that congressional authorization before carrying out any military action. I mean, any US president needs Congress to sign off on military action. But of course, in recent decades, that has certainly not been the case. And not just Donald Trump, but other US presidents have carried out unilaterally action without getting Congress to approve. And therefore, we are seeing plenty of Democrats on the other side of the political aisle furious about what has taken place. They are renewing efforts to try and bring a resolution to the floor of both the House of Representatives and the Senate later this week to vote on a war powers resolution. The idea of this would be to rein back the president's ability to act unilaterally. However, there is a tremendous possibility that this vote would fail on both the House and the Senate floor. Remember, the Republicans have the majority in both chambers and therefore are likely to vote this down. They don't want to curb the president's powers to act. But we will continue, I think, to see that fury on Capitol Hill as we head towards the midterm elections in November. Donald Trump not on the ballot, but plenty of lawmakers will be. And Donald Trump now needs to sell that message to the American people to convince them that he has made America and their lives safer by carrying out this act of aggression.
In response to fears of possible retaliation, Nick, security has been tightened in major U.S. cities. What are officials there saying about the current threat level and just how serious are these new precautions?
Yeah, it is a concern, but it's not uncommon when the United States carries out action like this. There is always the threat of retaliation. Retaliation is currently underway in the Middle East. We are seeing Iran firing missiles at US bases in at least 5 different countries. It's really a question of whether there would be retaliation in the United States. Undoubtedly, there would not be missiles fired from Iran that would reach the United States. US intelligence says that their intercontinental ballistic missile program is nowhere near achieving that level of technology. But would there be small, more localized retaliation in the US? Would there be Iranian sympathizers who decide to carry out some domestic terrorism, some lone wolf attack? Or, on another level, we have already seen protests taking place. Anti-war protesters have been out on the streets of some major US cities. Could those peaceful protests turn into violence? The US administration is concerned about that, and that's part of why they are saying that they're stepping up some of the security in some of the cities. It's unclear, and they're not specifying if they have identified any specific threats, but I think they're just trying to position themselves so that they're ready for any eventuality here on US soil.
Nick, thanks so much for that reporting from Washington, D.C. Nick Harper for us there. OPEC Plus has agreed in principle to raise oil output by 206,000 barrels per day as markets react to escalating tensions in the Middle East. Now, the decision comes after U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran fueled fears of supply disruption and a sharp spike in crude prices. Brent crude has climbed roughly 2 to 3% to trade near $73 per barrel. And analysts say the move is aimed at calming markets. But they caution that the impact may be limited, given that spare production capacity remains largely concentrated in Saudi Arabia. Attention is also focused on the Strait of Hormuz, where roughly 20 million barrels of crude, that's about 1/5 of global supply, pass each day. Any prolonged disruption there could push prices significantly higher. Well, for more on Sunday's meeting, we're joined by Johannes Pleshberger live from Vienna, home to OPEC's headquarters. So, Johannes, OPEC Plus agrees on 206,000 barrels of oil output boost. What does this tell us about the group's assessment of the current market risk?
Well, OPEC's oil output increase is not too modest, but also not too massive. It seems that the group of oil exporters here in Vienna is still taking a sort of wait-and-see approach, although the situation for the oil market is very serious, especially since things escalated in Iran. Iran is OPEC's third largest oil producer, accounting for roughly 4.5% of global oil supply. And now around a third of OPEC's oil is either under US attacks, under US sanctions, or under US control, such as Venezuela. But the biggest threat for the oil market currently is the Strait of Hormuz, where Tehran has closed navigations for oil shipments. Around 20% of global oil shipments pass through that strait, and this has now come to a halt with unclear consequences how long this will continue, because this could have a very strong impact on oil prices.
And now with Brent trading near $73 and tensions still rising in the Middle East, do you expect this increase to be enough to stabilize prices, or could further action still be needed?
And fear that oil prices could further rise beyond the $100 per barrel mark. And this latest OPEC oil output increases maybe more of a signal than a very effective measure, at least in the short term. And the truth is also further action for OPEC might be difficult, according to many observers. OPEC has a lack of actual production capability, and most of OPEC members have already maxed out their production. Only Saudi Arabia could further produce oil, it seems. So even if OPEC wanted to put more oil in the market to balance out supply and demand, it seems it couldn't.
All right, Johannes Plettsberger for us from Vienna. Thank you so much for that update. India is closely monitoring the escalating situation in the Middle East with a particular focus on the Strait of Hormuz. Any instability there poses major risks, not just to India's shipments of oil and gas, but to global energy prices as a whole. Now, for a nation so heavily reliant on imported fuel, the stakes could not be higher. Rutika Bajaj reports from Mumbai.
India imports nearly 90% of its crude oil, around 5.5 million barrels per day, with more than 40% traditionally sourced from West Asia via the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past 2 months, that share has risen to nearly 50%. About half of India's LNG supplies also transit this narrow 33-kilometer passage, heightening concerns in New Delhi at the moment. While alternative routes are limited, contingency measures are in place. India's Strategic Petroleum Reserve currently provides a buffer of about 74 days. When refinery stocks are included, that cushion may extend to roughly 84 days. It's still slightly below the 90-day benchmark recommended internationally. India has been diversifying its sourcing beyond the Middle East, pulling record volumes from the US and maintaining a steady flow from Russia. Officials are also exploring bypass options, including the Habshan-Fujairah pipeline in the UAE and Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline. Together, these can move over 6.5 million barrels per day directly to the Red Sea or the Gulf of Oman, effectively cutting this trade out of the equation for a significant portion of the country's needs. The immediate concern, however, is price volatility. With Brent crude closing at $72.87 this weekend and analysts warning of a possible surge into triple-digit territory, the fiscal implications are significant. For every $10 increase in oil prices, India's annual import bill rises by an estimated $13 to $14 billion. Managing the inflationary impact of a prolonged price shock would pose a serious challenge for India's domestic economy. Radhika Bajaj, CGTN, Mumbai.
Well, fast developing situation from Iran and the wider Middle East region. Let's go live now to Baghdad and speak to AP correspondent Laith Al-Haidar. Thank you so much for joining us. So just how Iraqi leaders and the public there are reacting to the killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei?
Well, actually, it's a big sad day in southern cities, especially in Basra and Nasiriyah. Thousands of Iraqis went out to demonstrate and protest against the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. The supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution is not just a public figure. He is also considered as a spiritual leader and a mentor for so many Iraqis inside for religious reasons and faith. What's worth mentioning that the two groups of Al-Naja'ib and Katab Hezbollah, the pro-Iranian groups, are still active, and they also have part of this grief. And the Iraqi government also condemned the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei and declared official 3 days of mourning for the killing of Ayatollah. Thousands of Iraqis, as I said, went on the streets, but in Baghdad, hundreds of Iraqis went to storm the U.S. embassy near the Green Zone, but the Iraqi government, through the riot forces, tried to contain the gathering by using the tear gas and warning bullets and contained the situation. These groups also declared they will establish another meeting, another gathering in front of the U.S. Embassy this night or after 8:30, after Iftar. There is also some news of 2 explosions heard and seen in North Baghdad in Diyala city, meant to be for 2 locations for the PMF, the Public Mobilization Forces. Also, and some explosions in Erbil. I believe it was targeting some American assets, but there is no further information regarding this issue.
And now we also understand that militants in Iraq are key members of what Iran calls the axis of resistance. Is there any sign that they might take action to support Tehran?
Well, everybody here now is in shock after the kill of Ayatollah Khamenei. It seems like a bit of hesitation between taking action. Right now, there is no real link between them and the leadership. Everyone, including the government, is waiting for a new form of the Iranian government to see what type of government, what type of ideology they have. In order to establish new terms maybe, or a new way of connection, or what type of ideology in the whole area, the whole region. As you know, Iraq is easily to be impacted by any tiny change in the region due to the fragility of the situation in both economical and political aspects.
All right, thank you so much, Lais El-Haidar, for us from Baghdad. And joining us now for some more analysis and insights is Victor Gao, Chair Professor at Soochow University. He's joining us live from Doha, the capital of Qatar. Well, great to see you there, Professor. So we understand that Qatar has been intercepting Iranian missiles over densely populated civilian areas. Could you share what the situation is like in Doha, where you are following the recent attack?
Well, I think the situation in Doha is very fragile and full of uncertainty and extreme dangers, because there are very important military installations of the United States in Doha, very close to the city center. And I think because Iran is now exercising a legitimate right of self-defense, I think they are justified to attack U.S. military installations and personnel in this particular part of the world. So it is very logical for Iran to consider the U.S. military installations in Doha to be legitimate targets for attack. And I think because Iran and Doha just face off each other across the Gulf, and all the facilities inside the Doha are within striking range from the land-based missiles in Iran, I think this kind of tense situation probably will continue for quite a few days, if not weeks in come. And this will also cause huge disruption to civil aviation and normal life for the people, as well as day-to-day commerce involving Doha.
And in the broader picture, Professor Gao, the UN has called for a ceasefire and many nations are urging restraint. What role do you think the international organizations could play in helping de-escalate the situation and revive diplomatic dialogue? Or what specific mechanisms or paths could be most effective?
Well, I listened very carefully to what Secretary General Guterres had to say at the United Nations Security Council deliberations. He condemned the military strike by the United States and Israel against Iran, which is a sovereign nation. He also condemned Iranian military strikes against quite a few countries. But he forgot to mention that these Iranian military strikes against these countries are not against these countries, but against the military installations and the military personnel of the United States inside these countries. So I hope the United Nations will fine-tune its position regarding the condemnation of the Israeli and the American military strike against Iran on the one hand, and also the Iranian exercise of the right of self-defense against such blatant aggressions. Now, on the other hand, I think right now, at least within the Security Council of the United Nations, because the United States has veto power, I don't think anything major will be able to pass through the Security Council of the United Nations, and it most likely will stalemate again. But the fact that such situation is being deliberated at the Security Council of the United Nations in itself is very meaningful. And I think if the Security Council cannot do anything, hopefully the situation is pushed to the General Assembly, where a resolution can be adopted calling for de-escalation and cessation of all hostilities. And I think it is time for the United States and Israel on the one hand and Iran on the other hand to stop fighting and go back to the negotiation table. Personally, I think it is a complete shame for the United States to launch this military strike against Iran in the midst of an ongoing diplomatic negotiation aimed at solving the problem. So I think mankind probably will look back at this very dangerous escalation and come to the conclusion that the United States and Israel did the wrong thing, and this kind of misbehavior and criminal acts and acts of aggression should not be tolerated by mankind as a whole.
Professor Victor Gao, thank you so much for your analysis, and thank you for joining us from the Qatari capital. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has called for an immediate ceasefire to prevent a wider spillover of the conflict. He made the remarks during a phone conversation with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. Our reporter Sun Ye has the details from Beijing.
Wang Yi had said in that call with his Russian counterpart that the attacks launched by the U.S. and Israel against Iran during the course of U.S.-Iran talks is unacceptable, and openly killing the leader of a sovereign state and inciting regime change is unacceptable. Those actions, Wang said, violates the law, the international law and norms governing the international community. Wang also in that call laid out China's stance at this moment in 3 points. First, immediately stop military actions so that the war does not escalate and spill over and get out of control. Secondly, return to negotiations and dialogues as soon as possible. And thirdly, jointly oppose unilateral actions. Wang said that launching large-scale strikes against a sovereign country without the authorization of the UN Security Council undermines the peace that is established after the World War II and undermines that world order. And the international community should send a clear and unambiguous message lest the world returns to a world that's governed by the law of jungle. Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson also responded this evening that the killing of Iran's supreme leader is a grave violation of Iran's sovereignty and security, and it tramples on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China is opposed to this and strongly condemns it, and China is again calling an immediately ceasefire to all the military actions.
Global leaders have responded to U.S. and Israeli military action against Iran. Russian President Vladimir Putin condemned what he described as the cynical killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and members of his family, saying it violated international law and basic norms of human morality. The Kremlin released a message of condolences to Iran's president. Prime Minister Keir Starmer confirmed UK aircraft joined what he called a coordinated regional defense operation. The UK said it does not want the crisis to escalate into a wider regional conflict. France said it was neither informed of nor involved in the strikes, while Germany urged renewed efforts toward urged restraint and respect for sovereignty. South Africa and Norway questioned the legality of the strikes. Well, that's all the time we have for this edition of The World Today. For the latest coverage, check out the CGTN app and CGTN.com or follow our social accounts on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Stay with us here for real-time updates on the U.S.-Israel military action against Iran and the escalating Middle East crisis. I'm Wang Mang in Beijing. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
From London, this is The World Today.
And you're watching CGTN with Paul Barber in London. Breaking news this hour. Iran is in an official period of mourning after the death of the supreme leader. In a US and Israeli attack, the Revolutionary Guards vow revenge. China joins other nations in condemning the move, saying the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable. Meanwhile, attacks continue. Israel says it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran conducts airstrikes on Arab Gulf countries. And ongoing airstrikes forced the closure of major Middle Eastern airports, with thousands of flights cancelled and tourists stranded. Iran has entered an official period of mourning following the death of the supreme leader. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, along with senior officials, including the armed forces chief and defense minister, were killed in American and Israeli strikes on Saturday. World leaders are reacting to the news, China saying the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable, while the European Union's Kaja Kallas described it as a defining moment in Iran's history. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has vowed the most devastating offensive operation in its history in retaliation.
The great nation of Iran is in mourning.
Khamenei was Iran's second supreme leader, holding the position for nearly 37 years. CGTN correspondent Esen Kevani in Tehran looks back now at the Ayatollah's life.
Grand Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was born in April 1939 in the religious city of Mashhad in the northeast of Iran. The second son of a religious family, the Ayatollah decided to pursue his father's path, enrolling in the Shia religious school Hawza at the age of 12. He continued his studies in the city of Qom, a significant pilgrimage destination for Shia Muslims. There, he undertook religious courses taught by renowned clerics such as Grand Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Inspired by Khomeini's movement, Khamenei started his political activism aimed at the abolition of the monarchy. Khamenei was arrested and imprisoned several times by the intelligence forces of the Shah before being sent into exile. After the 1979 Islamic Revolution, Khamenei was a key political figure, eventually becoming the third president of Iran from 1981 to 1989. He was the target of an assassination attempt in June 1981, which paralyzed his right arm. After Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini passed away in 1989, the country's Assembly of Experts of the Leadership had the historic task to elect the new supreme leader. The 88-seat assembly came to the conclusion that the most competent cleric to take the role was Khamenei. He initially refused, saying he did not deserve the role, but he was eventually elected the next supreme leader on June 4, 1989. In his first speech after assembly vote, Khamenei showed humility. Khamenei had to lead a country devastated by an 8-year war with Iraq. An era of reconstruction started as the Ayatollah assumed full authority. Under his leadership, the country's core policy of confrontation with the West continued as Iran experienced numerous economic and political challenges, primarily related to its nuclear program. Now, more than 4 decades after the Islamic Revolution, the country's new leadership will face challenges over foreign policy and its nuclear energy activities, as well as the domestic economy. Ehsan Keivani for CGTN, Tehran.
Well, Israel says it's launching another wave of attacks in the heart of Tehran. Israel says there had been no change in military strategy after the death of the supreme leader, and that strikes would continue to target Iranian officials and missile infrastructure. Well, fresh explosions have rocked key Gulf cities as Iran expanded its retaliation. Blasts were heard in Dubai, Doha and Bahrain's capital Manama, which all host US military bases. Airports have also been targeted, with Dubai, the world's busiest international hub, being closed, sustaining damage from an attack, while one person was killed in a strike on Abu Dhabi airport. Kuwait's health ministry confirmed that one person has been killed and over 30 injured after Iranian attacks. At a UN Security Council session on Saturday, Iran invoked its right to self-defense and described American and Israeli actions as crimes against humanity.
This is not only an act of aggression, it is a war crime and a crime against humanity. In responding to aggression on large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent and lawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts.
Well, China's UN ambassador urged all parties to follow the international law and refrain from targeting civilians.
China stresses that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran and other regional countries must be respected. China is deeply saddened by the large number of civilian casualties caused by the conflict. China calls on all parties to fulfill their obligations under international law, effectively ensure the safety of civilians and avoid attacks on civilians.
While Iran's retaliatory strikes continue in the region, we can bring you some live pictures now from Israel of Beit Shemesh, where an Iranian rocket attack hit a home, killing at least 6 people, it's being reported. And as you can see there, rescue teams there at the site of that Iranian rocket strike on a home in Beit Shemesh in Israel. And we'll be bringing you reaction from across the Middle East and beyond here on CGTN. First, our correspondent Ray Addison, who is closely monitoring events from London, is with me here in the studio. Ray, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So just first of all, maybe you could just bring us up to date with some of the latest lines we're getting.
Well, as you said, we've been seeing strikes on countries across the Gulf. Most notably today, perhaps, Oman has been hit for the first time by Iran. A US-sanctioned oil tanker hit this morning off Oman's Musandam Peninsula. We understand 4 people were injured in that, according to the country's maritime security centre, and that of course followed earlier drone strikes in Oman this morning at the commercial port of Duqm on the Arabian Sea. You mentioned there the health ministry reports from Kuwait of a strike there too, 1 killed, 32 injured, but perhaps the UAE has borne so far the heaviest brunt of Iran's strike. Certainly in Abu Dhabi, we've seen most recently UAE Ministry of Defence posting on X that 3 people have been killed and 58 lightly wounded in Iranian attacks on the UAE. Also, Abu Dhabi State Media Office saying that debris from an intercepted drone had damaged an Abu Dhabi complex housing the Israeli embassy and several other international missions, injuring a woman and her child. We've seen strikes and loud blasts above Dubai. We've seen puffs of smoke and one attack on the port of Jebel Ali as well. So a number of things happening here. Protests have been taking place as well. We've seen in Athens anti-war protests marching on the US and Israeli embassies in Athens after those strikes on Iran. And EU's Ursula von der Leyen has warned this moment carries a real risk of instability that could push the region into a spiral of violence. So a lot going on, a lot to keep on top of.
Absolutely. Well, we really are getting a sense now of just how the fighting, the violence is spreading across the region. Also, a really important aspect of this is the Strait of Hormuz, this really important shipping lane. Understand that is it's closed, it's affected. What's the latest there?
Yeah, the importance of the Strait of Hormuz cannot be underestimated. It sits between Iran in the north and Oman in the south, and it links the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, making it the only sea exit for most Gulf exporters. And just to give you an idea, it's about 167 kilometres long, but it's only 33 kilometres wide at its narrowest point. So most of the tankers that are going through there, they're only on 3 kilometre wide shipping lanes in each direction. Now, when it comes to control, the strait lies within and is covered by the territorial waters of Iran and Oman, but it does act as an international strait. Now, right now, there's about 150 tankers anchored up at either side of that strait, waiting to get through.
OK, Ray, well, thank you so much for now. Do stay with us. We'll be back with you as our coverage continues here on CGTN. But for now, Ray Addison, many thanks. Well, the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has spoken with foreign ministers of the G7 countries on the phone to discuss the Iranian situation. So let's bring in our correspondent now, Nick Harper in Washington, D.C. So, Nick, good to see you. What do we know about this call? Has there been a readout?
Well, no, Paul, we're still waiting for that readout from the US State Department to find out exactly what Marco Rubio spoke about. But undoubtedly, this was his opportunity to sell that US military action to allies within the G7 grouping. And I think that's important because what we've seen in particular from European allies in the G7, France, Germany, the UK, is really a lukewarm response and lukewarm approval of what the United States has done. They've been holding it in many ways at arm's length, saying that yes, Iran must never have a nuclear weapon, but not going as far as to positively come out and support the US attacks. I think there was one very telling comment earlier today from the UK's Defence Secretary, John Healey, who would not be explicitly drawn on whether the UK backed those US airstrikes, instead saying that it was up to the United States to set out the legal basis of the action it took. And that would have been part of Marco Rubio's intention, to explain why the United States felt it was necessary, but also to try and get the other 6 countries in that G7 grouping on board with the United States and its potential future plans that still remain somewhat opaque, but really trying to, I guess, rally the other leaders, the other countries onto the side of the United States and perhaps more heavily throw their support behind that US and Israeli action.
OK, Nick, thanks so much for now. Nick Harper in Washington for us. And we can now cross live to Iran and our correspondent again there, Ehsan Kavani in Tehran. So Ehsan, tell us, what is the latest? Has there been more explosions there? And what about the situation on the girls' school, the strike on the girls' school in the city of Minab?
That's right. After the Saturday strikes in Tehran and a lot of other cities across the country, including the central city of Isfahan, western city of Kermanshah, Qom and Alborz, today, Sunday, we had fresh rounds of strikes in Tehran, particularly around noon Tehran time. We heard several loud explosions in different parts of Tehran, including the north of the capital, east, west. But the most important one probably was the explosions that occurred in the center of Tehran, very, very close to the presidential palace. As you know, Saturday morning attacks struck the supreme leader's residence. And in that complex, we also have presidential palace and the building for Iran's Supreme National Security Council. And on Saturday attacks, only the supreme leader's residence had been hit. But today we had very loud explosions in presidential palace area. So we must wait and see for more details from the official sources to see if any other officials, including Security Council or presidents, members of the office of the president have been injured or hit during these strikes here. About the Minab casualty that you mentioned, yeah, unfortunately, so far, according to the official statistics, around 145 schoolgirls and their teachers have been killed in the incident. And apart from that, around 100 people have been injured. The impoverished city of Minab near the southern port city of Bandar Abbas, which is Iran's major commercial port.
Ehsan, thank you very much indeed for that. For now, we will speak again with you soon. Do take care. That's Ehsan Kavani, our correspondent in Tehran, where it seems relatively quiet for now. We can speak now to our correspondent Jonathan Regev, who's joining us from Tel Aviv. What's the situation there? Israel also saying that it's launched new attacks in the heart of Tehran. What else are you hearing from the government in Israel?
Yes, new attacks being carried out all the time in Iran, and successful ones as far as we hear, but also Israel today learning of the very high price that it has to pay for this war. 9 people were killed as a missile hit made landfall about an hour, maybe a little bit more, in the city of Beit Shemesh, that is between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. We're hearing of a massive destruction scene there at the site. 9 people killed, and it adds to the 1 woman that was killed here in Tel Aviv last night, bringing the total number of people killed so far to 10. So yes, Israel carries out many strikes in Iran, killing the top Iranian officials, killing the Iranian supreme leader, targeting a lot of military infrastructures, but is also now aware of the heavy price that this war comes with.
Jonathan, I just want to bring our viewers some breaking news we're receiving, unconfirmed reports at this stage, that the former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad has also been killed in Israeli and American strikes in Iran. That's the former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, of course a major figure in Iranian politics, has been killed reportedly in airstrikes by Israel and the United States in Iran, along, of course, with the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So, Jonathan, in terms of the retaliation from Iran, how badly is Israel currently being hit? Have there been more recent attacks there? We had some pictures just before, actually, from Beit Shemesh of a home being hit with 6 people killed.
Yes, so that home, actually, the official number has risen to 9. 9 people killed in Beit Shemesh, and Israel is able to intercept the vast majority of the missiles coming from Iran, but just one missile that goes through the missile defense system and makes landfall brings this terrible price. 9 people killed there in Beit Shemesh, adding, as I said, to the 1 person that was killed here in Tel Aviv overnight. We've had plenty of sirens today. The Iranian method seems to be a bit different than the one seen in June. The barrages of rockets are rather small, but they're constant. They're coming in all the time, and at times it gives a feel of attrition, going in and out of the shelter practically at all times. You go into the shelter, stay there about 15 minutes until you can leave, and then as soon as you leave, you have to go back again.
For now, Jonathan, thank you very much. Jonathan Regev reporting for us from Tel Aviv there. And let's get some more on the international reaction then. China's Wang Yi says that the blatant killing of a foreign leader is unacceptable. That was said in a phone call with his Russian counterpart, Beijing's foreign minister. Called for an immediate halt to military action and a return to negotiations. Let's talk to Chen Ziyuan, our correspondent in Beijing. So just to warn you, there is a bit of a delay on the line here, but Ziyuan, can you just tell us about this discussion between the 2 foreign ministers?
Well, in the afternoon, on the phone call, Wang Yi said that at the current situation, the UN Security Council held an emergency meeting on Saturday, and this meeting is strongly promoted by China and Russia. And what you have just mentioned, that China said that the action against Iran by U.S. and Israel is unacceptable, especially it openly killing a head of a sovereign state as well as encourage government transfer. What we're seeing here is that China has been upholding the UN Charter, the principle of UN Charter, and and what China has been positioned on the issue, Minister Wang said that China has been calling the de-escalation of such a tension and stop military operation immediately. And second is to bring all sides back to the negotiation table and facilitate dialogue. And third is to oppose any action of unilateralism. What we are seeing here is that, according to Minister Wang, what U.S. and Israel has been doing is not under the approval of the UN Security Council. This has been against international law as well as the basic norms of international relations. And his counterpart, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, is echoing what Minister Wang had said, and also calling all sides should use channel as United Nations as well as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to facilitate dialogue and bringing all sides back to the table. Back to you.
Chen Ziyuan in Beijing, thank you so much. And you're watching CGTN. Still ahead, Israel and Iran launch fresh attacks, and we'll have the latest reaction from across the region next.
This week on Razor, China's pursuit of excellence in high-speed rail.
我们现在坐在的是一个智能动车组上，在这个动车组上面，我们集成了2718个传感器。定了一个目标，就是速度更高，达到400公里，试验速度要达到450公里。
Welcome back. Our main news. Iran is in an official period of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. The Revolutionary Guards vow revenge. Meanwhile, attacks continue. Israel says that it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran conducts airstrikes on Arab Gulf countries. And so what is the US strategy after all here, and what will Europe do? Well, let's bring in Jeffrey Sachs now, a public policy analyst and a former senior advisor to the United Nations. Mr. Sachs, thank you very much for being with us. Hello to you. And this is a major turning point in history, of course, the assassination of a head of state, a major head of state. What does this moment mean for Iran and the region and the world? What has the US and Israel unleashed here?
Well, the U.S. And Israel are terrorist states. They do not abide by international law, They rip up the UN Charter, and they are proud and gleeful about it. It's, of course, extraordinarily dangerous, but what we can predict is violence, chaos, and death, but not the success of the U.S.-Israel effort to achieve hegemony over West Asia. This is a strategy that is underway. Israel aims to dominate the Arab and Iranian region, that is West Asia, militarily. The United States aims to dominate the world militarily. In Latin America, it kidnapped a president a couple of weeks ago. It is engaged in a regime change operation in Cuba. It is engaged in war in West Asia. So the U.S. has a global agenda, and Israel has a regional agenda, but they will not succeed. This is terrorism. It's a violation of international standards, and there is no path to success for Israel and the United States.
Well, in terms of success or lack thereof, US military entanglements in the Middle East, of course, not ending well. Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya. Is this different, though, in Iran? Is it more serious? And how does it end? What is the end here for the US?
There is no end game, and none of the earlier interventions that you mentioned, which include overthrowing the government of Libya in 2011, unleashing 15 years of war, overthrowing the government of Sudan, breaking Sudan in two, unleashing 2 civil wars, destabilizing Somalia, committing genocide in Gaza, destabilizing and overthrowing the government of Syria, invading Iraq, and attacking Iran. These are premeditated parts of a strategy that goes back 30 years for Israel to achieve military hegemony on behalf of the United States. But it doesn't work. It just leads to a bloodbath. And this is a continuation of that. There is no path to success. Iran is a country of 100 million people. The United States is not even, thank goodness, but not even talking about putting so-called boots on the ground. So there is no way to accomplish anything meaningful here. Trump himself is a psychologically unstable non-strategist. He is very short-term in his thinking. He's not smart. But I would say that it goes beyond Trump. This is a U.S. CIA Mossad operation, but without an end game.
President Trump saying that the goal, though, is to eliminate imminent threats and nuclear capability in Iran. Israel seems very focused on the ballistic missile program that's menaced its territories. Can those be accomplished, though, and will the Islamic system essentially survive this?
Yes, Iran will survive this. It has been a power for 5,000 years. It's not going to be ended by 2 weeks of bombing by Israel and the United States. It's quite amazing for Israel to be accusing Iran of trying to get a nuclear weapon. It's claimed since 1996 that Iran was just about to get a nuclear weapon. This is pure propaganda, but also projection, because Israel, of course, is a nuclear power that has violated the Non-Proliferation Treaty, never signed it, has no inspections, is completely deceitful and completely hypocritical. But when there was an agreement reached a decade ago where Iran said, yes, of course, we don't want a nuclear weapon, and we'll have the International Atomic Energy Agency inspect us rigorously, they abided by that. It was Donald Trump, under this CIA Mossad strategy, that ripped up that agreement in 2018. So this is all pretextual. The claims that are made are phony. The idea is to overthrow the Iranian government so that Israel has military dominance throughout the Middle East.
Professor Sachs, as ever, very grateful for your input today. Many thanks indeed. Professor Jeffrey Sachs there, public policy analyst and a former senior advisor to the UN. Iran's retaliatory attacks on the US assets in the Gulf region continue. 1 person was killed and 7 injured in a drone attack on Abu Dhabi's Zayed airport, while 4 people were injured at Dubai International as missile threats grounded flights there. Let's go live now to Dubai and John Gambrell, who's the Associated Press news director for the Persian Gulf and Iran. John, great to have you with us. What's happening there right now? Have there been more attacks and have there been more fresh strikes in Dubai?
Yeah, we have seen just pretty heavy fire today. First in the morning, then there was a span of a couple hours where we didn't hear anything. And then again this afternoon, a lot of explosions. Typically, it seems like what's happening is there's drones that are coming in that the Emiratis see and then try to engage either with land-based missiles or with fighter jets in the sky. Last night, we saw 2 missiles come across the sky and hit targets that were out in the air in the darkness, causing a massive explosion. So the Emiratis have come out with some statistics saying that it's both ballistic missiles as well as drones, hundreds of them apiece, which is just an amazing amount of ordnance that the Iranians are pouring onto this country, which has had a diplomatic recognition deal with Israel since 2020. So it's really amazing to see this and frightening for the people who live here. 3 people killed so far, dozens wounded, and as of right now, it looks like this conflict is going to continue.
Yeah, very frightening indeed for people there, of course. John, thanks so much. John Gambrell, AP News Director for the Persian Gulf and Iran. Well, just a quick reminder of the headlines. Iran is in an official period of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. The Revolutionary Guards have vowed revenge. And attacks continue. Israel says that it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran conducts airstrikes on Arab Gulf countries. Much more on this breaking story to come here on CGTN. Do stay with us.
From London, this is The World Today.
You're watching CGTN with Paul Barber in London. Breaking news this hour. Iran is in an official period of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. The Revolutionary Guards vow revenge. China joins other nations in condemning the move, saying that the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable. The attacks continue. Israel says it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran conducts airstrikes on Arab Gulf countries. Ongoing airstrikes forced the closure of major Middle Eastern airports, with thousands of flights cancelled and tourists stranded. Iran has entered an official period of mourning following the death of the supreme leader. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, along with senior officials, including the armed forces chief and the defense minister, were killed in American and Israeli strikes on Saturday. World leaders are reacting to the news, China saying the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable, while the European Union's Kaja Kallas described it as a defining moment in Iran's history. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has vowed the most devastating offensive operation in its history in retaliation. Israel says that it's launching another wave of attacks in the heart of Tehran. Israel says that there'd been no change in military strategy after the death of the supreme leader, and strikes would continue to target Iranian officials and military infrastructure. While fresh explosions have rocked key Gulf cities as Iran expanded its retaliation, blasts were heard in Dubai, Doha and Bahrain's capital, Manama, which all host US military bases. Airports have also been targeted. Dubai, the world's busiest international hub, was closed, sustaining damage from an attack, while one person was killed in a strike on Abu Dhabi airport. Kuwait's health ministry confirmed that one person has been killed and over 30 injured after Iranian attacks. The death toll in Iran from the joint US-Israeli strikes is reported to be at least 201 people. The Iranian Red Crescent Society says that casualties are divided between high-ranking government officials and a significant number of civilians. That includes at least 148 people, 108 of them young children, who were killed in a strike on a girls' school in the city of Minab. In Israel, meanwhile, at least 10 people are reported to have been killed in a retaliatory Iranian strike. That's including at least 9 people killed on Sunday when a massive missile hit a residential building in Beit Shemesh. In Qatar, there have been at least 16 people injured in attacks, including on the Al Udeid airbase. And in Dubai, at least 4 airport staff were injured during an incident linked to the strikes. Well, in Kuwait, 1 person was killed in an attack and a number were injured, including 3 soldiers. Well, at a UN Security Council session on Saturday, Iran invoked its right to self-defense and described American and Israeli actions as crimes against humanity.
This is not only an act of aggression, it is a war crime and a crime against humanity. In responding to aggression on large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent unlawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts.
China's UN ambassador urged all parties to follow international law and refrain from targeting civilians.
China stresses that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran and other regional countries must be respected. China is deeply saddened by the large number of civilian casualties caused by the conflict. China calls on all parties to fulfill their obligations under international law, effectively ensure the safety of civilians and avoid attacks on civilians.
The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has called for an immediate ceasefire after those strikes, warning of wider regional conflict.
The region and the world need a way out now. I call for de-escalation and an immediate cessation of hostilities. The alternative is a potential wider conflict with grave consequences for civilians and regional stability.
And let's cross now live to Iran and our correspondent Esen Kevani in Tehran. Esen, what is the latest there?
Well, a few minutes ago, as a major development, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps issued its statement number 7, which is a very important statement saying that Iranian armed forces have targeted the USS aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln with 4 ballistic missiles. We have no more details about the report, and we should wait and see if the aircraft carrier has suffered, in fact, damages or not. But this is the last and the latest statement from the IRGC. In another development, Saudi Arabia has summoned Iran's ambassador to Riyadh to protest against Iran's strikes to the KSA. In response to this summon, the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, posted on his X account saying that we had already warned the Persian Gulf Arab countries not to allow the United States to use its military bases in their countries. So we see those American military bases in all the Arab countries as not a part of the territory of those Arab countries, but the territory of the United States. So we see ourselves legitimate to perform these operations against the U.S. military bases. Back to you.
Okay, Ehsan, thank you for that update on the latest lines there. Could you just talk us also through what's happening in terms of the leadership in Iran with this temporary leadership council? Who's now running the country after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed?
Well, according to the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as soon as the leader passes away, a special council called the Assembly of Experts, in fact, which is tasked to elect the new supreme leader, is formed. But under the current circumstances that we are in a war situation, apparently it's not possible to form the Assembly of Experts very soon. So in these critical situations, a council composed of 3 people are formed to temporarily act as the leadership, as an interim council, leadership council composed of the president of the country, the head of the judiciary, which is Mr. Mohseni Ejei, President Masoud Pezeshkian, and the 3rd member is a cleric and a jurisprudent from the Guardian Council, who was introduced today by the Supreme Security Council, which is Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi, who is one of the most well-known Shia clerics in Iran. So this interim council will lead the country. We don't know for how long, but as soon as the situation is suitable, the Assembly of Experts will be formed to do their job.
Ehsan, for now, thanks so much. Ehsan Kevani, our correspondent in Tehran there live. And we'll be bringing you reaction from across the Middle East and beyond here on CGTN. But first, let's bring in our correspondent, Ray Addison, who's closely monitoring events here in our London office. So, Ray, what's the latest lines that you're seeing here?
Well, we're starting to see that Oman has become part of this now. Oman was not hit yesterday, but has been today. It began with drone strikes at the commercial port of Duqm this morning, and then we heard of a US-sanctioned oil tanker targeted this morning off of Oman's Musandam Peninsula. We understand that 4 people were injured in that strike, according to the country's Maritime Security Centre. I think it's fair to say the UAE has been one of the most heavily hit countries as part of Iran's strikes. Abu Dhabi, recent reports of large plumes of smoke seen rising at Abu Dhabi's Zayed port area. Also, according to Abu Dhabi's state media office, they briefed housing the Israeli embassy there and several other international missions as well, injuring a woman and her child. Of course, Dubai has also been targeted itself. People have reported hearing loud blasts across the city. Puffs of white smoke have been seen there as well, the result of missile interceptions, and of course billows of dark smoke as well seen over the port of Jebel Ali 2. We understand that 2 people were hurt there after shrapnel fell from drones over 2 houses in Dubai. And according to the UAE Ministry of Defence posting on social platform X, 3 people have been killed so far and 58 wounded. We've also seen reports from Kuwait's health ministry, reports there that 1 person has been killed and 32 injured after an Iranian attack, and also loud blasts have been heard too over Doha. We've also seen very similar stories in Bahrain, Iraq as well. Bahrain's interior ministry saying that an attack had hit the Crown Plaza Hotel fell in their capital, Manama. No casualties so far. And in Iraq, the security sources there are saying that US air defenses intercepted a drone over a US military base near Erbil airport. But we've also seen reports that police had to fire or fired tear gas and stun grenades to scatter hundreds of pro-Iranian protesters who had gathered just outside of the green zone in the capital, Baghdad. Of course, that's very close to where the US embassy is located. And we've seen similar unrest in Pakistan. According to provincial government official, at least 9 protesters have been shot and killed when crowds breached the outer walls of the US consulate in Karachi. We've heard from the EU's Ursula von der Leyen. She's warning this moment carries a real risk of instability that could push the region into a spiral of violence.
OK, Ray, thank you very much for that. And while Ray's been speaking, we've been looking at live pictures from Israel of Beit Shemesh, where an Iranian rocket attack hit a home, killing at least 10 people, we understand. Ray, we'll be back with you shortly. That's Ray Addison, our correspondent. Let's talk to our correspondent, Jonathan Regev, who's in Tel Aviv for us. So, Jonathan, we've been looking at these live shots from Beit Shemesh. What's the latest you're hearing about that attack and any others that have been launched on Israel by Iran?
Yes, so quite a substantial attack. That missile that fell in Beit Shemesh, and this is the example of what happened there. There was one missile that made landfall. It wasn't a major barrage, but one falling in a strategic place is able to create this major damage, and we're seeing it. Between 9 and 10 people killed there in Beit Shemesh, and I think all the perhaps euphoria that was felt here among some during Saturday due to the achievements, the surprise, once again surprising the Iranian leadership, killing the top Iranian spiritual leader, the main leader of the country. I think all that is now gone as Israel once again understands the dangers and the prices that come with this war. The number of those killed in Beit Shemesh adds to another woman that was killed last night in an attack in Tel Aviv. And yes, while it is true that the vast majority of the missiles are intercepted, especially as the barrages now are not very big as they were back in June, still one missile that is able to penetrate that multi-layered defense system can cause substantial damage, very big number of casualties. That is what we're seeing this afternoon here.
And Jonathan, what is the government saying about its attacks in Iran, in the heart of Tehran? Fresh Israeli strikes there, and can Israel afford another war? It's just finished one, hasn't it?
So if it can afford, what Israeli authorities are saying that Israel has no choice. We're seeing how much damage is caused by the Iranian ballistic missiles now. Those authorities say that if Israel waits weeks or months, then the number of missiles, and even more so the number of launchers held by Iran, would be much bigger, and Israel would suffer much more than that. And therefore, Israeli authorities are saying that there's no other choice. This war should be perhaps achieve even better results as it is done in cooperation with the United States. This is not only an Israeli campaign, but an American campaign as well. And it seems that Israel is mostly now targeting sites which relate to the ballistic missile program, whether the missiles themselves or launchers, in order to decrease as much as possible the number of missiles that are launched from Iran towards Israeli territory.
OK, Jonathan, for now, thanks very much. That's Jonathan Regev, our correspondent, reporting for us live from Tel Aviv. Let's get some more analysis now with Professor Mazyar Garbi, Director of the Centre for Persian and Iranian Studies at the University of Exeter here in the UK. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Garbi, for joining us on this momentous day and really a turning point for Iran and the whole world. Really history unfolding here. Did you think that this would actually happen, though, and happen so quickly? The assassination of Iran's supreme leader on day one of US and Israeli strikes on Iran.
Hi, and good to be with you. I was surprised. I would expect, I did expect some sort of attempt to assassinate Khamenei and other military leaders, but the success the Israeli-American campaign is surprising, given that it was expected, and it suggests a high level of intelligence penetration within the highest echelon of the Islamic Republic establishment.
This isn't just about Iran, is it, though, Professor? Because the country has had a massive impact, and still does, on the region. It has done since the revolution more than 40 years ago now. How great a geopolitical shift could we be about to witness in the region?
There are different scenarios. I mean, one is that the current state is weakened so much that it becomes less relevant of a player geopolitically, and basically at the mercy of whatever relief economically can achieve. And the other is that we go through a period of transition to a new form of state, which then will depend very much upon the kind of state that will take shape. Of course, what it seems is that if the Islamic Republic falls apart, there will be probably some sort of government which will be more aligned with U.S. Foreign policy interests. But then it could also escalate in a situation of ingovernability, which will see the propping up of different groups, different military movements located regionally within Iran, and that could cause a state of a long, protracted internal war.
Well, indeed, let's talk a little bit more about that. To what extent is Iran pulling in different directions with, internal political opposition without any kind of infrastructure, really? Would perhaps a fracturing within the current establishment be more likely, perhaps a source of a pragmatic force taking over, or is the ideologically committed Revolutionary Guard Corps still very robust in terms of protecting the Islamic system that it was set up to do in 1979?
There are economic interests and there are ideological interests here at play. The fact is that with basically what amounts to an assassination campaign led by the Americans and the Israelis, the top echelon of the Islamic Republic is being taken out of the game. And that means the second rank coming into government, into position of influence, and for how long that could last, it's unclear. But there are also, as I said, economic interests, and these are entrenched within the industrial military complex of Iran. American demands, and it will pursue a sort of resilient approach vis-à-vis foreign intervention. Nonetheless, there is widespread discontent across the country, and so there is also the level of popular pressure that will call for a negotiated settlement, or what would amount effectively to a capitulation, so that Iran could slowly, at least hopefully, be reintegrated in the global economy, and therefore having basically the payoff of not being under sanction and being aligned with the Americans.
So, if essentially, as you say, the regime in some form, if the government in some form rather survives and does not capitulate, what would have been the point in the Israeli and American strikes? What is the end game here if essentially the government does go on to exist in some form?
I think we have to go beyond the rhetoric led by the Israelis and the Americans. The one objective, which is an Israeli objective, and the Americans are effectively acting as a proxy to Israel's war in Iran, is to decapitate the military infrastructure in Iran so that the Islamic Republic does not pose in any effective way a military threat to Israel. And by military threat, I don't mean that Iran ever has had really an existential threat towards Israel, but the fact that Iranian ballistic missiles could target the Israeli territory was perceived as a red line by the Israeli leadership. And that's being currently taken out. And the future of Iran, from an Israeli perspective, is of a country that is not governable, that doesn't pose any effective military threat. And the best way to achieve that is to have a weak government in Tehran.
And what are your concerns here of the stability of the region? Of course, seeing these strikes hitting Gulf countries, really unprecedented. Is there any going back now, or is this conflict likely to really escalate and really engulf the Middle East?
I think it will engulf the Middle East. I think it's really of the highest concern. What is of the highest concern is that they achieve a level of military success that they declare the end of the conflict unilaterally. The Gulf countries are very much at the mercy of American military support. They do not really have any leverage beyond the financial leverage of their oil flows. So I mean, although we are talking about diplomatic pressure on the American government, we know effectively that the American military umbrella, the security umbrella that they provide on the GCC, is vital to this country. And in this instance, it's secondary, because what is primary is Israel's pressure on the United States.
Professor, very grateful indeed for your insights today. Thank you so much for joining us. Professor Mazyar Garbi, Director of the Centre for Persian and Iranian Studies, Institute of Arab and Islamic Studies at the University of Exeter. Thank you so much. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken with foreign ministers of the G7 countries over the phone. That was to discuss the Iran situation. Let's speak now to our correspondent Nick Harper in Washington. Nick, do we know anything about this call yet?
No, we're still waiting more details from the White House. Still early here and really very little information coming out from the administration, not the State Department, not the White House, and Donald Trump's social media account remaining calm this morning. No new pronouncements from him as to his thinking on what happens next. But in terms of that call, we know that Marco Rubio and the Trump administration are very much aiming to do all they can to shore up support. They feel that they have carried out necessary and justified action, attacking Iran to degrade nuclear and ballistic missile facilities. That's what the US thinks, but European allies haven't exactly been forthcoming with their praise and support of all of this. They haven't said that the US is right to have carried out these attacks. Really, their response has been lukewarm, and I think Marco Rubio will need to try and get as many countries, as many allies on side to back that, but also really to have the United States on side with it. And I think part of that call was really to try and perhaps explain the justification for the US action, but also to do all it could to maintain those close alliances, those close communication channels with European allies. As for the US president himself, his last social media post was very much a warning to Iran, telling them that if they continued their retaliation, as we've seen throughout the day, that the United States would be prepared to hit them with a force that has never been seen before. The suggestion from the US president that the US and Israel could continue their attacks for some time to come. He said throughout the week, or as long as necessary. There is no end game in sight at this stage from the US perspective. If they know what it is, they're certainly not making it clear to the American public. And I think that will be worrying allies, part of the reason why Marco Rubio felt it was necessary to get on the phone.
Indeed, and what can we read into that? Of course, unpredictability is part of Donald Trump's modus operandi, but what can we expect perhaps is the facing domestically in the United States? Is everyone on board with this? Is there a lot of domestic political pressure that this is essentially an illegal act of war?
Well, uncertainty, unpredictability, I mean, it swirls around the president at all times, but that is very clear that that is the state of play at the moment. I mean, it's worth thinking back to Friday, when the US announced that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, would be heading to Israel on Monday or Tuesday for talks about negotiations. That was clearly a bluff, a ruse, perhaps to get the Iranians to drop their guard, to continue with that meeting that they had on Saturday morning, the Ayatollah meeting with his top officials in Iran inside his compound, giving Israel the opportunity in a single airstrike to take out the Ayatollah, the man who'd been in charge for 37 years. I think the United States is not making it clear its true intentions at this time. You wouldn't expect it to, I guess, but it is creating that uncertainty. And the American public who are watching all of this on their TV screens, watching those strikes against US allies within the Middle East region, will be concerned. At the back of their minds, they know that there will be voting in November in the midterm elections. Donald Trump is not on the ballot, but many lawmakers are. And those Republican lawmakers will need to make the case to voters over the coming months, voters who perhaps are skeptical of military action, that the US has done the right thing here. Polling has showed in recent weeks that Americans, the majority, have been against military action in the Middle East. There are still very much those fears at the back of everyone's mind that, you know, there was 20 years of war with Afghanistan that did not end well. What do the United States into? Americans will want to get the answers. And so far, even though the president is saying he is making Americans' lives safer, I don't know whether the American public is truly on board with that messaging.
OK, Nick, appreciate it. Thanks very much for now. Nick Harper, our correspondent in DC. Well, China's Wang Yi, the foreign minister, says that the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable. In a phone call with his Russian counterpart, Beijing's foreign minister called for an immediate halt to military action and a return to negotiations. Our correspondent, Zhen Yuan, is in Beijing now in the newsroom for us. So just to warn you, there's a bit of a delay on the line here for our conversation. But Zhen Yuan, can you just bring us up to date with this discussion between the two foreign ministers of China and Russia?
I think the most important is that China has been highly concerned over the situation and development in the region. And during the phone call, Minister Wang said immediate stop to the military operation on the ground, and second is to bring and third is to stop any unilateral actions that is against Iran. What we are seeing here is that what China said, the actions by U.S. and Israel against Iran is without approval of the UN Security Council, and such open ahead of sovereign state as well as encourage government transfer is completely unacceptable. And what we're seeing here is that the Chinese embassy in the surrounding region is working hard to evacuate Chinese citizens who are impacted in the region. And we're also seeing that the attack and killing of Iran's supreme leader is a grave violation, according to a statement released by Chinese Foreign Ministry earlier in the afternoon. And also, in the statement, it says that what the U.S. and Israel's action is tramples the principle and purpose of the UN Charter and violates the basic norms of international relations. So again, China's position is to really call an immediate stop to such military operation on the ground. And also what Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov has echoed Minister Wang Yi is that all sides should utilize the channels by the United Nations as well as the Shanghai Cooperation Organizations to call for de-escalation of tensions in the region and also possibly bring all sides back to the table. Back to you.
OK, Zhen Yuan, thanks so much for that. That's our correspondent, Zhen Yuan, reporting for us live from our Beijing headquarters. Well, this is CGTN still ahead. Israel and Iran launch fresh attacks, and we'll have
Make sense of it all with global business, only on CGTN.
I think it should be more global cooperation.
I would like to hear more the voice of the developing countries.
Globalization has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty.
The green transition has to happen. So it's a necessity.
Well, China and the United States are important powers in the world.
What unites us is much more than what divides us.
And I believe China is committed to this agenda.
Join me, Juliet Mann, to set the agenda at these times every weekend on CGTN.
And welcome back. Our main news. Iran is in an official period of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. The Revolutionary Guards have vowed revenge. And attacks continue. Israel says that it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran conducts airstrikes on Arab Gulf countries. Airlines are continuing to cancel and divert flights serving the Middle East. Travellers across Europe have been stranded, and our correspondent Ken Brown reports now from Madrid.
Flights grounded, passengers stranded. Here in Madrid, people wait anxiously to see if they can get to their destination.
I have a flight to Shanghai, and my connection is in Doha. And I don't know right now what I need to do. It's so frustrating.
And Jorge isn't alone. Thousands of flights have been disrupted, with much of the Middle East airspace and key airports connecting Europe, Africa and Asia closed. Madrid reflects a similar scene in airports across Europe after Dubai, the world's busiest international hub, was closed, sustaining damage from a missile attack during Iran's retaliatory strikes, while airports in Abu Dhabi and Kuwait were also targeted. Iran, Israel, Iraq, Jordan, Qatar, Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates have all closed their airspace. One US traveller expressed his opposition to the attacks on Iran.
Pains me as an American to be seeing how the world is deeply affected by what I believe is ill-considered actions, particularly when diplomacy was taking its course and had an opportunity for potential success. Now the loss of life, the impact on trade, the impact on travel, the impacts on individual lives. I think it's unknowable where this is going, and it really, I think, is tragic.
Spanish Airlines, Iberia and Air Europa, German group Lufthansa and Air France KLM have all cancelled or suspended multiple flights to the Middle East over the next 10 days. And Turkish Airlines cancelled flights to Iran until June 19th, to Iraq and Jordan until June 16th, indicating that they are preparing for a long and protracted disruption as this dangerous regional conflict continues to escalate. Ken Brown, CGTN, Madrid.
Let's get some more expert analysis on the travel impact of all of this with Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the travel consultancy, the PC Agency, joining us from Sao Paulo, which, as I understand, you're not usually based there, Paul. I hear that you're actually stranded there due to the disruption.
That's correct. I've been stranded for a couple of days due to aircraft being out of place and going tech, so they're out of their maintenance. And of course, this is one of the issues at the moment, that airlines all over the world are finding that their usual processes are completely up in the air. They're having to have planes on the ground in unusual places that they're not expecting those aircraft to be. As a result, maintenance programs go out of the window, crews are in the wrong place, pilots are in the wrong place, and that will be affecting well over 1 million people at the moment, passengers all over the world who can't get to or from the Middle East.
And just give us a sense of why it is so severe. Of course, Dubai Airport, many viewers will be familiar with it. So many flights connect there. It's a major hub. So is Doha. So is Abu Dhabi. Huge airline hubs. Just how many passengers do pass through there every day? I believe it's something like 250,000 a day just in Dubai.
Yes, I mean, Dubai, of course, has just announced it carried 97 million people through its airports last year. So very, very popular indeed in the region. So when Dubai or Doha or Abu Dhabi airports close, then, of course, it has a major impact on the global chain of airlines, not just in the Middle East region or through to Europe, but globally. Even here in Sao Paulo, at the airport, I was at the airport yesterday, there are 2 Qatar Airways planes on the ground here in Sao Paulo because they can't fly to Doha. So even as far as South America is being affected by this. Yes, these airports are highly popular. They've grown hugely over the last few years because of the popularity of taking a vacation or doing business in the Middle East. And of course, it's the uncertainty that airlines are not able to prepare for. They don't know when airspace in the region will reopen. And that means for many passengers, they're simply having to wait day by day as to when they may get on a flight again.
And of course, it is far too early to really be able to answer this question, but can you get a sense if this is going to be a really sustained period of disruption, or can the system adjust quite quickly in a few days to major hubs and airspace being closed like this?
It's very difficult to adjust. This is the most major shutdown, really, since the pandemic, since COVID. Our airlines eventually coped with that and came out of it pretty well. But of course, if they have no visibility on when airspace will reopen, and at the moment nobody's expecting it to reopen before the 4th or the 5th of March, so still a few days off, then they're really unable to offer too much advice. And they're relying on governments, in fact, to maybe bring their citizens out of the conflict zone, which may yet occur. Governments are asking their citizens to sign up to online sites so they know where their citizens are in case they have to airlift them out if this situation worsens. But for airlines, it's the whole supply chain affected, not just passengers, but also the cargo that goes in the belly of the aircraft. And therefore, the global supply chain for cargo is also dramatically affected.
And moving from the airline industry specifically to the broader tourism sector, of course, you know, there is a conflict going on here. This isn't to compare the experience of tourists to people in a war zone, but really not long ago this would have been kind of unthinkable. People really enjoying holidays in Dubai. It's become a very popular tourist destination, but we're seeing video of a luxury hotel being hit by a missile in Dubai. I mean, this instability must be doing really serious damage to the Gulf's reputation as a safe destination.
Well, I think it depends how long this conflict goes on for. It's early days, thankfully, and everyone obviously hopes this will be over very quickly. And the region, of course, has seen conflicts on this scale previously, just last year, in fact, with Iran being targeted. And it bounced back very quickly and led to still record volumes of people going into the region to take a holiday. So I think we need to see how long this is going to go on for. But they do have a reputation for bouncing back very quickly indeed, these destinations, because at the end of the day, they remain very popular for tourists from all over the world, as well as business people, of course.
Of course, yes. Well, Paul, I hope you're able to get a plane back home to London fairly soon. Thank you so much for joining us. Really great to get your insight here. Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the travel agency, or travel consultancy rather, the PC Agency. The European Union's foreign policy chief says that there's now an open path to a different Iran following the Supreme Leader's death. Let's speak to our correspondent, Will Denslow, in Brussels. So, Will, how have European leaders been responding?
Well, you mentioned those comments from Kaja Kallas, the EU's top diplomat and foreign affairs chief. That has been sort of reiterated by Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president, saying that she believed that the developments in Iran have led to renewed hope for the people of that country. She said that she wants to ensure that the future is theirs to both claim and to shape. But while there is a degree of optimism, she also cautions there is an air of trepidation as well. She said that there is a real risk of instability, and she's pushing for the region to prevent what she describes as a potential cycle, a spiral of violence. She says that the EU is working with regional partners to safeguard stability, security, as well as to protect civilians on the ground. So very much there a message from the EU that while there is some hope, real concerns about what comes next, and also the wider security concerns, considering the fact that there are reports from the UK that several missiles were in fact fired towards Cyprus. The UK says it might not have been the intended target, but that really shows that this regional concern and this regional tension has the very real risk of impacting European shores as well. Paul?
And so, Will, there's an emergency meeting coming up, we understand.
That's absolutely right. A meeting of foreign ministers. This comes on the same day where EU ambassadors are also convening, and comes just a day before the European Commission is also holding its own security college to discuss the situation. So really a full court press as far as the EU is concerned, really to try and find a degree of unity for a response. Question marks, though, on whether that kind of unified response can be found from the EU. So often, especially on issues regarding the region, there have been issues and discrepancies among member states, and we've seen some tepid, some tacit agreement and support for the US strikes targeting the ballistic missile and nuclear programs. But we've also seen some condemnation, most notably perhaps from Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish Prime Minister, saying that he rejected the unilateral military action by both the Israel and US. We've also heard from the French President, Emmanuel Macron, saying that he was concerned about an ongoing dangerous situation, calling for it to stop. So the EU really in a difficult position to balance. While they do want to see a stop to the threat posed by Iran and its missile programs, alleged missile programs and nuclear capabilities, the EU also warns about upsetting the US and the ire that it could cause. We've heard from Lindsey Graham, a US senator, saying that the European response has been pathetic. So certainly a balancing act that the EU is trying to strike going forward.
Will, thanks very much for that. Will Denslow, our correspondent there in Brussels. Let's take a look now at the impact of the conflict in the Middle East region now with Adel Al-Marouchi, who's joining us now from Cairo. Adel, what's the latest you have there? What are you able to report from Cairo about the regional impact of this so far?
Well, it appears that Iran is playing a long game, along with the attacks that it has been proceeding with, ongoing, non-stop almost, not just on Israel, but on the GCC countries. While the target is U.S. military facilities, it is clear that Iran is trying to exhaust the world. We were just listening to the program there where you were talking about how flights in the Middle East are affecting and disrupting flight all across the globe. So that's global pressure on that cause. And when you look at the destruction caused by the missiles or the choice of rockets Iran used, nothing massive have been happening so far. The casualties are quite limited. The damages that happens in the GCC are basically the reaction of the interception of the rockets, debris falling and hitting tourist hotels and other places like in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, or across the GCC in general. So it seems that Iran wants to create a shock to the region. It wants to interrupt the supply chain. About 20% of the world's maritime oil gets through the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran is. It's basically the main way for Kuwait, countries like Kuwait, part of the UAE's production, almost all of the Qatari production and some of Saudi Arabia's oil production go through the Strait of Hormuz to the world. And the impact seems to be going even wider, not only affecting oil, which will definitely have an impact once markets opens on Sunday, but also on supply chain for the goods. Dubai is one of the main hubs for repackaging and distribution of global supplies. At the same time, we've just seen the impact stretching all the way to the Red Sea, with a Danish shipping company, Maersk, announcing that it will avoid going through the Suez Canal, and gave order to all its ships to go through the Cape of Good Hope all around Africa to avoid the Middle East. So this is just the beginning, and the longer it extends this game, the more impact it will have on the economies of these part of the world. GCC countries are countries that have for very long been known for being stable, for being attractive destinations for investments, recently for tourists. So there are a lot of people stranded. There are a lot of people who can't go back home, who can't put an end to their vacation and find a way out of the GCC area. Flight crews are stranded, affecting airlines on the other side as well. So the impact is quite grave.
Indeed. Adel, thanks for that. Adel Al-Marouchi reporting for us from Cairo. Well, as Adele was just reporting, Gulf oil flows have been disrupted following those attacks, as we've been hearing. So earlier today, the OPEC Plus group of oil producers agreed to raise output from April. The OPEC headquarters is in Vienna, and that's where we can speak to our correspondent, Johannes Pleshberger, from. So, Johannes, can you tell us more about the reactions from the OPEC group?
Well, this oil output increase that was decided on today here in Vienna is not too modest, but also not massive. It seems that OPEC is taking a sort of wait-and-see approach, but the situation for the oil market is very critical, especially since the escalations in Iran. Iran is OPEC's third biggest oil producer, accounting for roughly 4.5% of global oil supply. And now a third of OPEC's oil in the world is either affected by U.S. military attacks, by U.S. sanctions, or by U.S. controls such as Venezuela. But the biggest threat for the oil market currently is the Strait of Hormuz, where Tehran closed navigation for oil shipments and other tankers. And this means that 20% of global oil consumption, which passes through that strait, has now come to a halt. And the consequences could be severe. We'll have to wait and see if this closing of the navigation will continue.
And Johannes, are we then seeing an impact already on oil prices?
Yes, the oil price has risen past $70 per barrel, and observers are fearing it could further rise even past the $100 per barrel mark. And what has happened today here in Vienna, OPEC deciding to increase oil output by 200,000 barrels per day. This is not going to be enough, most likely. And this increase is also more of a signal than a real effective measure, observers think. And actually, OPEC cannot even produce more oil than it currently promised it will starting April, because according to analysts, there's actually a lack of actual production capabilities. All of the OPEC members' oil production has been maxed out recently, except for Saudi Arabia, which could produce even more. So even if OPEC wanted to act and further balance this oil output and oil demand, it's probably difficult.
Johannes, thank you so much. Johannes Pleshberger reporting for us from Vienna. And let's get some more expert analysis on this, on the energy aspect of this story from Iran, with Robin Mills, who's chief executive of Qamar Energy, which is an energy consultancy based in Dubai. First of all, I just want to ask you, Robin, and thank you very much for being with us. What is the situation there now in Dubai? It must have been a very disturbing time to be based there.
Yes, I think things under the circumstances are quite calm. I mean, we do hear explosions, which are interceptors being launched against the Iranian attacks. Some debris has fallen in various places, some damage and a few casualties. But on the whole, I think things are calm and people are coping okay.
Okay, good. Well, just switching then to the impact on the oil industry. I mean, the price is jumping 10%, Brent up around $80 a barrel in over-the-counter trade. Is this a short-term spike, do you think, or could we really see a sustained rally?
Well, so far, no serious disruption, and obviously we'll see where the markets open on Monday. But, dramatic events, of course, but no real disruption to the oil flows. Tankers are waiting outside Hormuz. Some are crossing into the Gulf, many are not. But that's more of a precaution at the moment. We haven't seen any real attacks on tankers yet. And I think we'll have to wait a few days and see if there are no serious attacks. At some point, tankers will start going into the Gulf again. If there are attacks, if there are mines or drone attacks or something like that, then obviously the shipping industry will have to think again.
Mm-hmm. So you're sounding relatively optimistic that flows will continue through the Strait of Hormuz, with nearly 20% of global oil going through that passage. But what would you say the worst case scenario is, and just how disruptive potentially the current risk environment is?
It could be very serious, of course, yes. If we do see sustained attacks on tankers with mines, small boats, drones, missiles, whatever. We've seen already in the Red Sea that a few attacks and only 1 or 2 ships actually sunk was enough to deter most ships from using that line. We've seen a couple of major shipping lines already suspending transit through Hormuz entirely until the situation is clearer. So yes, we could have, theoretically up to 20 million barrels per day or so of oil, 20% of world supplies through Hormuz cut off. There are alternative routes for perhaps 8 million of that or so, but a large part could be cut off, and that would include, I think, as you said, all of the supply from Kuwait, from Iraq, from Qatar, and not just oil, but liquefied natural gas. 16% of the world's LNG goes through the strait as well, and that would certainly be very serious if that was interrupted.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, important to emphasise the LNG aspect of this as well. And which countries are most affected by this potential blockage of oil and gas? And is the United States perhaps shielded to some extent by its own supply of oil and gas?
Well, in the case of oil, if oil supply is reduced and cut off, then the price goes up for everybody. So, yes, the US is a big producer and exporter, so the US as a whole will do okay, and that's, in that case, may even benefit as a whole, but ordinary Americans would be hurt. Certainly prices would go up a lot. And the same goes for any big oil importing country. The same would go for Europe, would go for Japan, would go for China and India. If you look at the raw numbers, of course, China, India, other Asian countries take most of the oil from the Gulf. But that doesn't help too much if prices generally are going up. And if you speak gas, Europe gets not too much of its LNG from the Gulf, but again, if there's a shortage and prices go up, generally Europe is particularly vulnerable.
Very early to say, of course, but could this crisis potentially accelerate the push towards energy diversification and renewables, or would it reinforce reliance on fossil fuel?
I think absolutely this will encourage everybody to look at alternatives. I think it shows the wisdom of the Chinese in developing their electric vehicle industry and in building up stocks of oil as well. The Chinese spent all last year accumulating oil in storage precisely for a crisis just like this one. But absolutely it will, of course, encourage countries to turn to electric vehicles more aggressively, to turn to renewable energy to replace gas, absolutely.
Robin, really grateful for your time today. Thank you so much for being with us. Robin Mills, Chief Executive of Qamar Energy, which is a consultancy based in Dubai. Thank you and take care. Well, just to bring you some more breaking news as we're getting it, unconfirmed reports that the former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was killed in Israeli and American strikes in Tehran. Those are still unconfirmed, we understand. Pictures here, of course, of the president, or the former president there, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, a really major figure in Iranian politics. He was president of Iran between 2005 and 2013, seen as a real hardliner, very much an extremely senior figure still in Iranian politics. We understand he has been killed in those strikes in Iran. Also, the latest pictures we have from Israel, a house in Beit Shemesh was hit with at least 10 people killed. Rescue teams there at the site of that attack in Beit Shemesh in Israel. At least 10 people killed, we understand, by an Iranian rocket hitting that residential area. Ray Addison's our correspondent here in London following events, and I understand some more breaking news that you can report for us.
Yeah, we've heard in the last couple of minutes from US Central Command, and they've confirmed that 3 US service members have now been killed in action as part of the operation in Iran, that attack on Iran. Of course, Donald Trump had previously warned of the potential of deaths of US service personnel. However, this will certainly add fuel to those who have been extremely critical of this attack as part of the attacks with Israel.
And the Strait of Hormuz, we were hearing just from our guest before, it's been blocked. Any signs of that changing at all?
Yes, an interesting situation. It's not officially closed, and Iran's foreign ministry has been clear that they actually have no intention of closing it. However, many tanker operators, perhaps understandably, have chosen not to travel through it while there is so much uncertainty. We've also heard from Russia's foreign ministry. They are warning very much of an oil choke and saying that any closure to the strait could lead to significant disbalances on the global oil and gas market. If we take a look at its position, the Strait of Hormuz actually sits between Iran on the north and Oman in the south. It links the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. So it's the only sea exit for most Gulf exporters. To give you an idea of the scale, it's about 167 kilometres long, 33 kilometres wide at its narrowest point, but shipping lanes are only 3 kilometres wide in each direction for safety reasons. When it comes to control, the strait lies within and is covered by the territorial waters of both Iran and Oman. It's actually treated as an international strait where other states claim transit passage rights, even though Iran actually has disputed many aspects of that. Now, in terms of supply, we've heard it, in 2024, oil flows averaged around 20 million barrels a day, so it's responsible for about 20% of global petroleum consumption and also liquid natural gas trade flowing through the strait. When we look at who supplies those commodities, most of the oil is shipped out from major Gulf producers, so KSA, Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, Iran and others, and the gas, the liquid natural gas, comes overwhelmingly from Qatar, with smaller volumes from the UAE. And of course, if the strait were to be cut off, Asian importers are most exposed. The US Energy Information Administration has estimated around 84% of crude oil bound for Asian countries goes through the strait. So particular impact on China, Japan and South Korea. And so, of course, we are now seeing, as we've heard, this build-up, the beginning of this build-up of vessels on either end of the strait, around 150 vessels just choosing to drop anchor and saying, we just do not feel it's safe enough to go through the strait right now.
OK, Ray, thanks so much for now for that. Ray Addison there. Well, looking at some other news on this, violence has erupted in Pakistan's commercial capital after news broke of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death. At least 9 people died and dozens were injured after security forces opened fire. It followed the breach of the outer wall of the US consulate in Karachi as protesters chanted death threats. Demonstrations spread to Lahore, Islamabad and the northern city of Skardu, where a UN office was set on fire. Meanwhile, in Baghdad, hundreds of pro-Iranian protesters gathered outside the Green Zone, where the US embassy is located. Police fired tear gas and stun grenades to push them back. Iraqi authorities are bracing for further unrest. Protests also spreading across the United States, including in New York City, where more than 1,000 people demonstrated against the attacks. Activist groups are now organising rallies nationwide, warning Khamenei's death could spark a regional war. And a reminder of our main news once again. Iran is in an official period of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in an American and Israeli attack. The Revolutionary Guards have vowed revenge. And attacks continue. Israel says that it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran conducts airstrikes on Arab Gulf countries. And the ongoing airstrikes force the closure of major Middle Eastern airports, with thousands of flights cancelled and tourists stranded. A lot more on this breaking news story coming up here on CGTN. Thanks for watching and do stay with us.
from London, this is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Li Jianhua. Welcome to the program, Our Top Stories. Attacks and counter-strikes. Israel says it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran says it targeted the American aircraft carrier USS Lincoln with 4 ballistic missiles. Iran declares 40 days of official mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. And China joins other nations in condemning the move, saying the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable. Iran Security Chief Ali Larijani says a temporary leadership council will be set up to choose the new supreme leader. Tehran earlier confirmed the death of the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in a joint US-Israeli strikes. Iranian TV has also announced the death of the country's armed forces chief and defense minister. There are also unconfirmed reports that former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was killed in the Israeli attack.
The great nation of Iran is in mourning.
Well, Israel says it is launching another wave of attacks in the heart of Tehran. Israel says there is no change in its military strategy after the death of the supreme leader, and strikes would continue to target Iranian officials and missile infrastructure. Iranian officials say at least 148 people, over 100 of them children, have died after a strike hit a school in southern Iran. The girls' elementary school was located in Midab near an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps base, which has previously been a target. Iran's President Mahmoud Pezeshkian called the incident a barbaric act. Iran has been fighting back, hitting targets across the region. Ray Addison is closely monitoring the situation. Ray, good to see you here in the studio. I know you have been monitoring the situation for the past few hours. So what's the latest on Iran's retaliation? Tell us more.
Well, I think most interesting is what we've seen in terms of the beginnings of the attacks against Oman. So targets in Oman have been occurring today. It began with drone strikes at the commercial port of Duqm, and then we saw later on a US-sanctioned oil tanker targeted this morning off of Oman's Musandam Peninsula. We understand that 4 people were injured there. That's according to the country's Maritime Security Centre. Perhaps, though, the most targeted and which the country which has experienced borne the heaviest brunt of Iran's retaliation so far is the UAE. The MOD there says it's dealt with 167 missiles and 541 Iranian drones since the conflict began on Saturday. Most recently in Abu Dhabi, in the capital, Defence Ministry saying it dealt with 2 Iranian drones launched against its Al Salam military base in the capital. There are no casualties, but reports of large plumes of smoke. Also, we have heard that debris from an intercepted drone damaged the Abu Dhabi complex housing the Israeli embassy there and several other international missions, injuring a woman and her child. Meanwhile, across Dubai, where most of the tourism occurs, of course, as we know in the UAE, there has been heard the loud blasts, puffs of white smoke, dark smoke over the port of Jebel Ali as well, and a number of people injured there. Now, we've also seen similar attacks in Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain as well, and Iraq. Security sources have said that US air defences had to intercept a drone over a US military base near Erbil airport. So, Iran certainly on the offensive with this one.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much for that update, Ray Addison in the studio. Well, the US military says it sank an Iranian ship in the Gulf of Oman. They also report that 3 of its service members have been killed. Now let's bring in our correspondent Nick Harper in Washington. Nick, great to see you there. So what more do we know?
Yeah, let's start with those 3 US service personnel. US Central Command updating in just the last few minutes via social media, putting out an announcement that 3 US service members have been killed in action. Another 5, they say, have been seriously wounded. They also say several others have sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions, but they are in the process of being returned to duty. Two things to note from all of this. No word there exactly where these fatalities and casualties took place, and also that the US is saying within that same communication that major combat operations will continue and our response effort is ongoing. But this, I think, is a pivotal moment. These being not just the first casualties, but the first fatalities on the US side in this military operation, and we are into day two. Remember, the US president, in all of his messaging so far, has been telling the American people he is keeping them safer. There will be 3 family members of these service personnel who have been killed, though, very much feeling that that is not the case, knowing that their loved ones have been killed in action as a result of the president's decision to carry out military action. The US Central Command also updating on that Iranian warship, they're calling it, that has, they say, been sunk. It is a Jumeirah-class corvette. And they say that the ship is currently sinking to the bottom of the Gulf of Oman. US Central Command reiterating as well to all Iranian military personnel that they should lay down their arms, something that the US president has told them to do. He said they could either do that and get immunity or face death. And the US Central Command is reminding them of that fact and also telling any naval operations to abandon ship.
Well, Nick, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also spoken with foreign ministers of G7 countries over the phone. So what do we know about this call? Was he trying to get support among the G7 members?
Yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, and that is the bottom line that the US now needs, because it saw a very lukewarm response from Europe over the last 24 hours. We had announcements from all of the major countries in Europe, but very few of them backed the United States. We even saw some countries coming out in direct opposition to the US, like Spain. But some of those key allies, like Britain, France, Germany, all of them in the G7, although they said that Iran's nuclear capabilities and ballistic missile capabilities needed to be eradicated, they didn't exactly fully support the US taking military action. We are waiting details from the State Department. They don't often put out readouts after phone calls under the Trump administration, but we may get more details later on the day to say exactly what was discussed. But Marco Rubio, I think, trying to make the case that this was justified action from the United States, trying to win round those key European allies in particular.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if there is more details emerging in the next few hours. Thank you very much. That is our correspondent Nick Harper in Washington. And Robert Ford is the former US ambassador to Syria.
The death of Ayatollah Khamenei marks a big turning point in the evolution of the Iranian Islamic Republic. I do not think, however, that it will change the immediate dynamics of the conflict ongoing now between Iran, the United States, and Israel.
And how do you think Iran would retaliate after this?
I think Iran will continue with its current strategy, which is to hit targets across the region where there are American military bases, and against Israel as well, in order to convince the international community, and in particular Gulf Arab states, to put pressure on Washington to stop the war.
And having served in Iraq and Syria, how concerned are you that this spreads beyond a contained confrontation?
Well, I think already it has spread dramatically and more than most people expected. I think, for example, governments in Persian Gulf states, such as the United Arab Emirates or Kuwait or even Qatar, are surprised by how strongly the Iranians have attacked them. And certainly, for example, no one expected the airport in Dubai to close. No one expected the airport in Abu Dhabi to close. I do not think that the government in Bahrain, for example, expected to see damage to a hotel in downtown Manama, as well as direct a direct hit, powerful hit, on the American naval headquarters in Manama. So we have seen some instances of rockets being fired in Iraqi Kurdistan, in the city of Erbil, or outside the city of Erbil, where there is again an American military base. And so already this conflict has spread. The question is whether it will intensify in the days ahead.
That's a good question. Do you think it will intensify? Because President Donald Trump has warned Iran not to strike back, saying, if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Where do you think it goes from here?
Yeah, well, like the Iranians, the American president uses a lot of threatening rhetorical language. So the way I see it is there's a key dynamic, which is that the Iranians are firing missiles and drones, and there are air defenses, largely established by the United States and Israel, that are shooting down large majority of the incoming Iranian drones and missiles. But who runs out of supplies first? Do the Iranians run out of missiles and drones, or do the Americans, the Israelis, and Gulf states run out of interceptors? That's a contest. And in addition, of course, the Americans and the Israelis will turn to hunting down launch sites. They're already doing this, in fact, from where the Iranians are firing missiles and drones. So we will watch in the next couple of days to see how these dynamics play out. But it is interesting that the Iranians, after now a day and a half of exchanges, the Iranians continue to fire.
Well, that is Robert Ford, the former U.S. ambassador to Syria. And now I would like to bring you to Israel, because at least 9 people have been killed in Israel's town of Beit Shemesh in the latest round of retaliatory strikes from Iran. Let's speak to Julia Frankel of the Associated Press in Jerusalem. Julia, great to see you there. So what's the latest on the situation in Beit Shemesh?
So I'm standing here in central Jerusalem. I'd say I'm roughly a 50-minute drive from Beit Shemesh. And the latest, as you said, is that 9 people have been killed at least, and 28 others at least wounded. The police chief in Jerusalem has said they're looking for more people. They don't know if they're going to find them. This was definitely the deadliest strike to Israel since this exchange of missiles with Iran started. The Jerusalem police chief also said that most of the people who were killed in this strike were actually inside a public shelter when they were killed. That's going to raise fears in Israel, because many people see these shelters as their best form of protection against the missiles. But what officials say is, while the shelters protect you, they do not protect you if the missile is headed directly for the shelter, which seems to have been the case in this strike.
But Julia, Israel says it launched a new wave of attacks in the heart of Tehran. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so this comes as Israel is escalating its military campaign in Iran. Obviously, that started yesterday, but today Israel said that it has essentially achieved aerial superiority over Tehran, with its planes in the skies able to do whatever they wish in Israel's eyes. Residents of Tehran today heard huge booms, felt huge vibrations, and there were large plumes of smoke seen in Tehran near where the government buildings are. Remember that yesterday Iran was targeting parts of the country, but today they really centered their campaign on Tehran. Now, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, is saying that the air train, this aerial presence that Israel has established in the skies, will not stop until the end of this conflict. And as we know, both President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are saying they're willing to keep at this for as long as it takes. So this is not going to be a short effort.
Well, thank you, Julia. That is Julia Frankel of the Associated Press in Jerusalem. And that's the latest from Israel. Now let's cross to Iran. And our correspondent, Ehsan Kivani, is in Tehran.
We heard several huge explosions from different parts of Tehran. Most of the explosions were heard in the north of Tehran. We don't know what the targets are. And following the explosions, it was easily visible to see a huge smoke of cloud coming out from the explosion sites. Multiple explosions have been heard from different parts, as I said, west of Tehran, north of Tehran, center, and also south of Tehran. We don't know yet what the targets are, but most probably they are military sites or security centers.
Oh, you're watching CGTN Still Ahead. China joins other nations in condemning the move, saying the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable.
Everything is a business story.
I'm Tianyu in China.
And I'm Michael in the UK.
Together, we are in future mode.
We are all connected. Across borders, across continents, connected by ideas, a shared humanity. Stay connected.
Hello and welcome back. A reminder of our top stories. Attacks and counter-strikes. Israel says it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran says it targeted the American aircraft carrier, USS Lincoln, with 4 ballistic missiles. Iran declares 40 days of official mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. A president of the EU Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has said the risk of further escalation in the region is real following a phone call with Qatar's leader. Let's speak to our correspondent Will Denslow in Brussels. Will, great to see you there. So what else do we know about the call?
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, Ursula von der Leyen's call there saying that the concerns, the threats of wider escalation are genuine. That is why she says that a credible transition is urgently needed. She says that's one that brings lasting stability and a lasting solution for the country of Iran, one that is led by the citizens of that country going forward. Now, she went on to say in a social media post that essentially that there must be a respect of democratic aspirations in the country as well. So certainly reiterating comments we've heard there from the Foreign Affairs Chief, Kaya Kallas, who said that the developments in Iran, the death of the Ayatollah Khamenei, opened a path to a different Iran, but also expressed her concerns that there are that practical steps are required to find a de-escalation to this crisis. So serious concerns being raised by the top brass in the European Union.
Yeah, exactly. And ever since the strike started, there have been a lot of reactions from Europe. I understand there was an emergency meeting today. What do we know?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We're understanding that this is an opportunity for foreign ministers to, first of all, talk about the logistics. There are so many European citizens, of course, that will be in Iran and in the wider region that the first and foremost priority for the European Union and its member states is making sure these citizens are safe, or as certainly as safe as possible, and for those looking to get home, they're able to do so with, of course, so many travel disruptions, so many airports closed, so many flights delayed or cancelled. So that a key message from this meeting, but also we can expect these broader discussions to be had as well. We know that there is a slight confluence in opinions. There's been some tacit approval for the US and Israel's actions. Of course, some member states pleased that action has been taken to target Iran's perceived nuclear and ballistic missile capability threats. Others, though, are concerned about this kind of unilateral response. That has certainly been made clear by the likes of Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish Prime Minister. So very interesting to see whether the EU can act and speak with a unified voice going forward. There is also the other concern to consider, which is how this will all impact the EU standing with the United States. We've already heard from Lindsey Graham, a US senator, who's described the EU's response to all this as pathetic. And there is a direct threat as well. We know that several missiles, according to the UK, were fired towards Cyprus, a member of the EU. Now, the UK says that Cyprus might not have been the intended target, but that once again reiterates and highlights for EU member states that this concern about a regional spillover could directly impact the shores of Europe too.
Yeah, thank you very much for that update. So that is our correspondent Will Denslow in Brussels. Well, China's Wang Yi says the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable. In a phone call with his Russian counterpart, Beijing's foreign minister called for an immediate halt to military action and return to negotiations. At a UN Security Council session, China's UN ambassador urged all parties to follow the international law and refrain from targeting civilians.
China stresses that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran and other regional countries must be respected. China is deeply saddened by the large number of civilian casualties caused by the conflict. China calls on all parties to fulfill their obligations under international law, effectively ensure the safety of civilians and avoid attacks on civilians.
Well, Eno Çevik is a former chief advisor to Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Mr. Çevik, great to have you on the show. So Turkey sits at the crossroads of this crisis. Just how concerned is Ankara?
Very, very concerned, because this is a very serious situation, not only for Turkey, but for the whole region. And if there's regional stability, it means very bad for Turkey. You see, we are not involved in the fighting, but as we're a valuable next-door neighbor to Iran, everything that happens there affects us very deeply. It hurts our economy in general, but it also hurts our regional relations. So, and we don't know if that fire eventually will come over here. So we are very concerned.
Yeah, you said that it may hurt Turkey's economy heavily. We know that the country is heavily dependent on imported energy. And how exposed is the Turkish economy to energy price shocks if the Strait of Hormuz is closed?
But, well, it will be very sensitive to this because, as you said, we are importing all our energy, especially most of our oil that comes from that region. So it will be quite harmful for Turkish economy.
And we know that Turkey could act as a mediator between Washington and Tehran. Do you think that Turkey is aiming to do that?
Well, Turkey wants to do that, but I think we are well past that stage. Nobody wants the mediation that we're offering because, as I said, the war is in an advanced stage. Nobody wants to listen to each other, especially with Khamenei now being assassinated. The odds that anybody will even listen to each other are very, very little. Plus, Turkey now realizes that it was taken for a ride when it was trying to mediate between Iran and the United States. Netanyahu had already hijacked the whole issue, and that he was creating a very serious situation in the Middle East, where he was calling all the cards, and he was taking us all for fools because we wanted to mediate. We thought we were mediating, but what Trump and Netanyahu was doing was cooking up a kind of attack, massive attack against Iran.
Thank you very much. That is Eno Çevik, former chief advisor to Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Thank you very much for your insight.
Thank you so much.
Violence erupted in Pakistan's capital after news broke of Khamenei's death. At least 9 people died and dozens were injured after security forces opened fire. It followed the breach of the outer wall of the U.S. consulate in Karachi as protesters chanted death threats. Demonstrations spread to Lahore, Islamabad and to the northern city of Skardu, where a UN office was set on fire. In Baghdad, hundreds of pro-Iranian protesters gathered outside the Green Zone, where the U.S. embassy is located. Police fired tear gas and stun grenades to push them back. Iraqi authorities are bracing for further unrest. Protests are also spreading across the United States, including in New York City, where more than 1,000 people demonstrated against the attacks. Activist groups are now organizing rallies nationwide, warning Khamenei's death could spark a regional war. And that is the world today. Thanks for watching. There is more news on CGTN Europe's channel on the Telegram app, or scan the QR code on the screen to get stories and updates sent direct to your phone. And more news at the top of the hour. Coming up next is The Agenda with Juliet Mann. For now, from all the team in London, goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to your weather news update. I'm your host today, Mark Regan, and today we'll take a look at Europe's forecast. Now, we're going to see some high pressure that is going to bring about a little bit more clear skies here over the next couple of days, but we are going to see some rainfall here as well in a few areas, along with snowfall. Taking a look here as of Monday's forecast, we're going to see relatively clear conditions here across the majority of central and portions of Western Europe. We'll also see that into the Balkans and out into the east. We're going to see some snowfall here further up over in the north and outward over into northwestern Russia here. We're going to see a little bit more of that coverage as well as we get into Tuesday. We're going to see a little bit more out over into Eastern Europe, a little bit more of that mixture of wintry mixed sleet conditions and snowfall. Now, also in the Alps, a little bit of wintry mix. We'll see that rain here making its way in portions of the Balkans and into Italy. We're going to see more coverage here also into Iberian Peninsula, and we are going to see some rainfall over in the UK and Ireland. Now, with that here, we're going to see not a big change in terms of temperatures. Generally speaking, where the clear conditions are, we're going to see right in that teen range here, just 10 to 15. We're going to see much colder out over in the east, and of course in the north with that snowfall. We're going to see similar patterns here as we go into Tuesday. A little bit of a rise here in areas such as France, upward to 15 as of Tuesday as well. And with that here at London, 16-day highs, light rainfall. We'll see 17-day highs out into Paris, about 19 in Madrid with that light rainfall as well, and 20 for folks in Lisbon with overcast skies. That does it for me today. Thanks for watching. Up next is your city forecast. Bye.
This week on the agenda, Merz in China. Just what does the German Chancellor's visit to Beijing say about relations between the world's second and third largest economies? Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz became the latest European leader to visit Beijing this week, his first visit to China since he took office. He met China's President Xi Jinping, who called for stronger communications and deeper trust, while stressing the importance of cooperation in tech innovation and in the cultural sector. For his part, Merz said it was time to emphasise the things we have in common and face the challenges we stand before together. So what does this visit say about relations between the world's second and third largest economies? With me now are Heiner Flassbeck, German economist and former State Secretary at Germany's Ministry of Finance, Ulrich Bruckner, Jean Monnet Professor for European Studies at Stanford University in Berlin, Zhang Biao, Associate Professor at the China University of Political Science and Law, and Eberhard Sandschneider, Director of the Research Institute of the German Society for Foreign Policy. What a lineup. Great to have all of you here with us here. Heiner, let me start with you, because President Xi spoke about safeguarding multilateralism and free trade. Chancellor Merz called for balanced and fair partnership. After this visit, what actually shifts in the economic relationship between China and Germany?
The point is that Germany, under the last government, had declared kind of rivalry with China, a new word and a new positioning of the German government that was definitely going into the wrong direction, in my view. Now it's that talking about partnership, but you see, there's a lot of criticism around in Germany now that China has current account and trade surpluses with Germany, which is a bit ridiculous because Germany is the master of export and current account surpluses in the whole world. But nevertheless, this was thought to be one of the points that Merz would raise with Xi. But as far as I understand, there was no open discussion about these points. And let's see how it's going on. The question is whether the two biggest surplus countries in the world can really define a new world order for trade. I have my doubts, but anyway, it's good that they start talking to each other and without this stupid word of rivalry.
Yeah. Well, you've raised some big themes there, which we will dig into in a moment. But Ulrich, I want to talk to you about business, because, of course, Merz had this huge entourage with him, a delegation of business leaders. What do you think that German companies gained this week? Is it clarity? Is it confidence? Is it new openings or something else?
This was much more about sound and not about concrete action or signing big contracts as previous visits of German chancellors have returned with in the past. This was much more about providing something like a new, let's say, cultural basis to recalibrate future relations. But the fundamental things have really changed, not only in transatlantic relations, but also by the mere fact that China openly competes with German industry in a lot of sectors that are crucial for the German business model. And in that respect, they neither discussed anything, how to deal with mutual interests or how to address market access on both sides. The business leaders are very interested in having access to the Chinese market. For a lot of them, de-risking means to be present in China. And for a number of small and medium-sized enterprises, it's very important and attractive to sign forms of joint ventures to learn from their Chinese competitors, as if we reverse the old model, how China learned from German economy.
Really interesting things that you bring up there. And of course, there was that focus on cultural connections, on things like sport, on football and on table tennis, rather than big economic deals. Zhang Bao, what about from China's perspective? I mean, what did China want from this visit, and did they get it?
Well, thank you for having me. From the Chinese perspective, there are two big tangible results from the visit. First of all, China really wants to work with Germany as an economic partner. The Chinese experience or the expectation is that the more business leaders you bring to the visit, the more productive the meeting will be. So this visit is successful when you found that so many business leaders are traveling with the Chancellor to China. And second is China-Germany relationship is not only important to the two countries, but also to the broader China-Europe relations. So Germany is perhaps the European country that has the most extensive economic ties with China. So other European countries will look to Germany when they want to make decisions about their economic relationship with China. So in that sense, the visit, I would think, really sends a strong signal to other countries that China is a place to do business with. So that the visit will have a very strong demonstration effect on these countries.
And maybe that's why, Eberhard, that Merz emphasised this, often repeated mantra of de-risking, not decoupling, going so far as to say that decoupling would be shooting Germany in the foot. How has this visit perhaps changed what that means?
Well, first of all, it was kind of a reset of bilateral relations after 4 long years where both governments didn't have a direct personal contact. 3 years pandemic and 1 year due to the change of government in Germany. Now the Chancellor promised and agreed with his Chinese partners to reorganize government consultations, which is an important formal step. But otherwise, we have a clear division between our political debate on China, which tends to be more or less critical for many, many reasons, and the economic debate. And de-risking is just one of these catchwords. Everyone is trying to find out, what does de-risking mean? How far does it go? But in business, we have also a new term. We are not talking about systemic rivalry anymore, as Mr. Flassbeck said. We are not talking primarily about de-risking. Business people are talking about co-innovation, because the technological standards you find in China are compatible with our technological standards. Both sides depend on each other and not going against each other, but working together in order to promote our innovation capacities. That's obviously a new trend in business. Politics may have to follow.
Transatlantic tensions are simmering. Global supply chains are under pressure. Heiner, do you think that this visit positions China and Germany as steady economic partners, or do you think that caution is still shaping decisions on both sides?
Well, I think, it's still caution is an important word, but I share Mr. Sandschneider's view that we should have cooperation, whether it's co-innovation or what else. Definitely needed is cooperation between China and Germany. We should not forget that China is still a developing economy. It has now the means to import the most sophisticated technology and combine it, but still with very low wages overall in the country, which produces huge absolute advantages for China. And in such a situation, you have to talk to each other. Chinese new move to create higher trade surpluses, I mentioned it, is leading to some rumors in the West and in Germany. And insofar, it's important to talk at the government level, to have government consultations, to understand what is going on and whether it's dangerous or not. And in particular, I mentioned it already, for the two biggest surplus countries in the world, it's very important not only to cooperate, but to look around, to look at the rest of the world and to see how to bring down the tensions in the trading system that are obvious, that are coming from the biggest deficit country in the world, the United States, but that have to be smoothed in one way or the other. And insofar, if there is mutual understanding between China and Germany, is the best thing that can happen.
Ulrich, would you agree with that assessment?
Well, for my taste, the way it is communicated, what we hear from the visit, is a bit too one-sided. We sometimes have just the business chancellor who cares only about what's in economically, and then a year ago it was just everything about migration, and then in between it's all about the securitization of everything. So what we could learn from China is to come up with a more comprehensive model in which balancing conflicting goals would be what we need the most, and not either we get rich by intensifying our economic ties, or the securitization of everything makes us look at Chinese cars as if they are a security risk, because what a car can see can be seen in Beijing. Such narratives create a very one-sided picture of what this relationship should be in the future. So this time it was neither the one nor the other, just to make a better sound, because the chancellor is traveling right after this to Washington, and to present something like very close ties with China would not have been appreciated well there.
Xiangbao, after his meeting with Chancellor Merz, Premier Li stressed stability and opposing protectionism. In practical terms, what does China secure from closer coordination with Europe right now?
Well, I would think China has secured two things from its closer coordination with Europe. First of all, bilaterally, both China and Europe have the common recognition that growth and innovation are very important to their economy. Unless you have economic development and innovation, you can't have stability in your government and society. And second, more broadly, at the multilateral level, both China and Europe have the common recognition that the global trade system has been in turmoil. The reciprocal tariffs and also the weaponization of tariffs have really turned the global system upside down. So both China and Europe have this common interest in defending the rule-based international trade system.
Eberhard, we've been talking quite a lot about trade and business, but I'm thinking that this visit has come really soon after the Munich Security Conference, where global stability and strategic rivalry were front and centre. Do you think that Berlin and Beijing can meaningfully expand economic ties while they acknowledge these differences when it comes to global security concerns?
Well, we share our global security concerns, and when it comes to American tariffs, China is suffering, and Germany and Europe is suffering. We are sitting in the same boat in that sense. The big question is, and perhaps it's also part of the hope of China, to convince Europeans to regard China as a more attractive partner in the future than we did in the past. But the problem comes not from Beijing or from Berlin, it comes from Washington. And as Mr. Brückner already said, the Chancellor has tried to balance its attitude towards China in order not to provoke a reaction of the American president similar to the one he had towards his Canadian colleague. So that is the challenge. And still we have these political differences. China is a communist system. Germany still is a democracy and part of the Western democratic world. So these differences won't go away, and they will come back on the political agenda. So having a sound economic basis of cooperation and of co-evolution, that is a requisite basically also to manage the political differences, which will continue, like it or not. The problem for us is that we have lost a reliable partner in the West. And now we are seeking other reliable partners in other parts of the world, which is not as easy as many people think.
We'll pause there for a moment, gentlemen, but do stay with us, as still to come here on the agenda. Talking tech, are robotics and AI the key to unlocking future relations between China and Germany?
We are all connected. Across borders, across continents, connected by ideas, a shared humanity. stay connected.
Welcome back to The Agenda. And let's continue now with our discussion on China-Germany relations in the wake of Chancellor Merz's trip to Beijing. Still with me are Heiner Flassbeck, German economist and former State Secretary at Germany's Ministry of Finance; Ulrich Bruckner, Jean Monnet Professor for European Studies at Stanford University in Berlin; Zhang Biao, Associate Professor at the China University of Political Science and Law; and Eberhard Sandschneider, Director of the Research Institute of the German Society for Foreign Policy. Heiner, Germany's export-led model relies on growth, on predictability. Was this visit about stabilising supply chains, securing industrial competitiveness in things like green tech, and protecting jobs through deeper engagement with China?
That was definitely one of the ideas that the Chancellor had in his coffers. But the point is that China, I said it already, is in a different position. China is not exactly at the same level of wealth and prosperity as Germany, and so far it is an asymmetric relationship in economic terms, and we have to take care of that, and we have to be very, very careful to not to go too far in our criticism versus Chinese, so to say, mercantilism. As I mentioned already, Germans are the biggest mercantilists of the last quarter of a century. And so far, when Merz now goes to Washington, that could be very important. It could be a signal if he would come with the message to Washington and saying, well, we have understood that the world needs more balanced trade, and let's try to do it together, not one-sided, not with U.S. power politics but and terrorists, but with global cooperation. This is, if you look back in history, you see 30 years ago, 35 years ago, there were similar tensions in the world between Japan at that time, Germany, and the United States, and it was managed. It was managed by cooperation, by talking to each other, by an accord about exchange rates, not having too much appreciation of the dollar, and so all this is at stake now. And it is important first to understand these things, to understand the relationships, and then to come together and include the United States to find solutions. The trade deficit of the United States is not sustainable, and there Trump, like him or not, has a point. He has a point that no country in the world has to have a deficit like the United States had in the last, 30 years.
It sounds like all of you are agreeing on something, which is that talking is good, even though that hasn't necessarily led to particular actions. But Ulrich, I wonder, do you think that Germany has the political room to expand ties independently of wider EU strategy?
Well, as much as I enjoy this personally, to have a good cultural basis and someone I can communicate with, it's not necessarily a good thing as such, because we come from a world in which personal friendships or the karma or the political chemistry became less important. In the past, it was about do kings and queens like each other, and now we built a system of engineering in which the rule of law and functioning processes and procedures lead to compromises that everyone can live with. Now we are going back to a world in which strongmen define what the future political order is, and therefore everyone looks at Friedrich Merz whether he can do the same thing. Merz presented himself as a European when he was elected, and he promised leadership. So far, I haven't really seen much other than that he got a bloody nose when he wanted to use Russian assets to finance Ukraine without coordinating with his partners. It is a wonderful situation to have Ursula von der Leyen as a president in the European Commission, who comes from the same generation from West Germany with a similar mindset, same party, and still he presents Germany as if this is just another state that is not coordinating China's strategy with its partners. So I think in that respect, it's also a waste of opportunity.
Zhang Biao, what do you think? Wasted opportunity? I mean, I wonder if you think that Berlin is still China's key gateway to the EU single market, or do you think that the mood in Brussels has shifted and made all of that a little bit more complicated?
Well, to be honest, I would think that the role played by Germany at the moment is more complicated than it was 20 or 30 years ago. If you go back to the 1990s or early 2000s, you found that Germany is perhaps the most pro-China European member states on trade and investment. But now things have changed. There have been lots of discussions about the China shock or the China challenge in the German business circle and the political circle, as Professor Buchner has already mentioned. So I would think that Germany's role is much more complicated than the mere gateway to the European Union single market.
Eberhard, of course, Merz hasn't been the only European leader to visit Beijing lately. We had the UK's Keir Starmer, France's Emmanuel Macron also heading to Beijing with business delegations in tow. Is Europe coordinating its China strategy, do you think, or do you think everyone's sort of quietly competing for influence and for investment?
Finally, that is a simple question. The answer is plainly no. Europe is not coordinating, at least not coordinating enough. And if you watch what Spain did, for example, or Hungary for that effect, and they are getting all of a sudden, surprise, surprise, lots of Chinese investments for good reasons, quite obviously, because they behave friendly. Sending the Spanish king to China was very well received in China. Other European states are doing whatever they want to do with China, some more critical, some more cooperative. So the problem of Europe is Europe and a lack of unity in Europe. We have to realize that despite all the successes of European integration over the last decades, Europe is not in a position to speak with one voice. We hear from our Chinese friends they would prefer it, as once Henry Kissinger asked for a phone number in Europe. There is not one phone number. So there is a kind of an integrated approach to any issues, and certainly also to China, but there's also an individual national approach. And from a German perspective, we saw over the recent years a rapid decline of Chinese investments in Germany with a very simple argument. Our Chinese colleagues told us the political framework in Germany is not stable enough for us to keep investing. That comes to us as kind of a shock, because that was an argument we used for other parts of the world a few years ago, and now we are object of the same argument. So Europe has to do a lot of homework. And the important thing is, you don't have to blame China. That is Europe's task and Europe's challenge. And I'm a little bit skeptical, I must say, that Europe will live up to this challenge in the near future.
We're talking a lot about challenges, about points of difference. So let's try and find the synergies, because both China and Germany are investing heavily in green tech, in AI and advanced technology, advanced manufacturing. Merz visited China's AI hub, Hangzhou, home to DeepSeek, amongst many others. Is tech the key to future relations?
Well, I don't know if it's the key, but we can't ignore it. And we need each other to meet our goals. And we both got rich from globalization, or something that it will be in the future. So tech will decide what this relationship could practically be in the future. But in what practical form, and who's going to be a player that takes a lead and who's just becoming a condition taker, that depends a lot on what we do, as Eberhard Sandschneider just said, about doing our homework, and how do we use the practically only bargain chip, which is access to the European single market, and being the regulatory power that the European Union brought to its position where it currently is. This is not a given, so it all depends on how to use these assets, but the global environment is certainly not very much in favor of what the Europeans want.
Heino, would you agree? Where do you see things heading now that this visit is over? Because, I mean, do you think it's mainly the tech space? I'm thinking about BMW integrating DeepSeek AI into its product line.
No, I'm more critical of Europe than my colleagues are, namely the European leadership. What we have in Brussels is, in my view, a disaster. It's German-led, but it's a disaster. The leadership by Ursula von der Leyen is really not leadership. It's ad hocery at the best, and it's no intellectual leadership. It's no political leadership. It's no economic policy leadership. It's nothing. It's always reacting to something that happens in the world, and this is the big European problem, in my view, at this moment of time. And first of all, we have to find here better solutions so that Europe can really try at least to speak with one voice, or only 2 or 3 voices and not 20 voices. But I do not see that in the near future. And insofar, I think it is totally unavoidable that countries like Germany and France go ahead and do their own national thing for a time being, because we have this vacuum in Brussels. Well, this may be second best or third best, I don't know, but it's better than nothing. And in relation to China, I think it is always very important to speak. It is for the Chinese, it's important to speak. It's important to meet the people. It's important to learn to know the people. This is the way you do things in Asia, and we should understand that it's necessary to do it with an Asian government.
The third element of what President Xi mentioned to Merz was the importance of China and Germany being cultural partners. I mean, how do you see that side of things developing?
Well, that's a very good question, because Xi mentioned 3 identities in his meeting. China and Germany should play the roles of reliable partners in economy and innovative partners in technology, and also cultural partners in the people sector. So my understanding is that the cultural exchange is a very important but neglected dimension of the bilateral relationship between the 2 countries. So when you have more cultural exchanges, that will promote the transnational movement of ideas, histories, art, fashions, lifestyles. So in that case, it will promote the mutual understanding between the 2 sides. So I would really expect to see more cultural exchanges between the 2 countries.
Eberhard, China is about to unveil the detail of the 15th 5-year plan at the 2 sessions that begin next week. 5 years from now, when we look back at this trip, will we see it as a turning point or a recalibration of China-German relations?
Don't overestimate this first visit of the German Chancellor. It's just a new beginning. After a long period, a gap created by the pandemic, where also cultural relations were at 0 level for obvious reasons. Now we are getting back a little bit more to normal. So let's take this as a starting point for an option to increase our political and economic cooperation in the future. It's not a guarantee. We have many unforeseeable challenges waiting for us, both in the transatlantic context, in the global context, wherever you look. And never forget that technology is, in my perspective at least, indeed the driving force of our future cooperation. And technology does not accept national borders in no direction. And the exponential speed with these changes, take, for example, the automotive industry, take artificial intelligence, that will be a major factor governing our bilateral relations. This visit was a obviously successful beginning, but not more.
Eberhard Schneider, Heiner Flassbeck, Ulrich Bruckner and Zhang Biao, thank you all very much.
You can watch every episode of The Agenda in full on CGTN Europe's YouTube channel. And for exclusive extra content from me, my guests and the rest of the team, don't forget to check out The Agenda Show on TikTok.
Coming up on a future agenda, China's agenda. As the 2 sessions gathering begins, we'll look at what the next 5 years might mean for China and the rest of the world. But for now, from me, Juliet Mann, and from all the Agenda team here in London, goodbye.
This is The World Today.
Hello, I'm Li Jianhua. Welcome to the program, Our Top Stories. Attacks and counter-strikes. Israel says it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran says it targeted the American aircraft carrier USS Lincoln with 4 ballistic missiles. Iran declares 40 days of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. Death tolls rising across the region, with 3 US servicemen among the dead. Ongoing airstrikes forced the closure of major Middle Eastern airports, with thousands of flights cancelled and tourists stranded. It has also announced the death of the country's armed forces chief and defense minister. There are also unconfirmed reports that former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was killed in the Israeli strikes.
The great nation of Iran is in mourning.
Israel says it is launching another wave of attacks in the heart of Tehran. Israel says there is no change in its military strategy after the death of the supreme leader, and strikes would continue to target Iranian officials and missile infrastructure. Iranian officials say at least 148 people, over 100 of them children, have died after Iranian ship in the Gulf of
posts over the course of the last hour or so. Let's start with that one where they talk about the military personnel who have been killed. Bear in mind, these are the first US casualties and fatalities of this military campaign so far. So a pivotal moment now, especially in terms of the way that Americans back home here will be viewing the conflict, knowing that Americans have so far been killed in it. The US Central Command saying that 3 US service members were killed in action, another 5 were seriously wounded. They then put out another message in which they said that they had sunk an Iranian warship. They said it was a Jumeirah-class corvette ship, and they said that it's currently sinking to the bottom of the Gulf of Oman. And they also repeated that call from the US President Donald Trump, telling Iranian service personnel to lay down their arms. There's just one other message that US Central Command has also put out. They have pushed back against Iranian claims that the carrier ship, the USS Abraham Lincoln, was struck. They have said that the Lincoln was not struck. The missiles launched didn't even come close. And they've provided a number of pictures showing that aircraft are still taking off from that aircraft carrier, pushing back on those Iranian claims that 4 of its missiles hit the USS Abraham Lincoln.
So we're hearing conflicting information, apparently. And also Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken with foreign ministers of the G7 countries on the phone. So what do we know about this call?
Yeah, we're still waiting for more details from the State Department or even the White House about this. All of this really part of that US campaign to shore up support. Very lukewarm support so far for European leaders. They've all said that Iran must not gain a nuclear weapon, that its ballistic missile program should be degraded, but they haven't exactly thrown their full support or support for the US military action that we've seen over the course of the last 36 hours. And as a result, the Secretary of State stepping in, getting on the phone with the leaders of the G7 countries, in particular, I guess, wanting to speak to Great Britain, Germany, France, Italy as well, who so far have made comments that don't exactly suggest they believe military action is the best course of action. We've also heard from the US President in the last hour, Donald Trump speaking to CNBC, in which he seems to suggest that things are going very well. He said that the schedule is moving along very well, that the United States is ahead of schedule, and he also said that he is doing this job of carrying out military action, not just for us, the United States, but for the world, and also saying things are evolving in a very positive way right now, a very positive way. It's unclear if CNBC did that interview before we heard that the service personnel were killed. Certainly no direct reaction there from the US president about those fatalities. We may get an opportunity to hear from him later. He's at his Mar-a-Lago property, scheduled to travel back to the White House, an opportunity there for reporters to ask him questions when he jumps on his helicopter on his way back to the White House.
Well, thank you, Nick. That is our correspondent, Nick Harper, in Washington. Now, let's bring you to Israel, because at least 9 people have been killed in Israel's town of Beit Shemesh in the latest round of retaliatory strikes from Iran. Let's speak to Julia Frankel of the Associated Press in Jerusalem. Julia, great to see you there. So what's the latest on the situation in Beit Shemesh?
So a few hours ago, we witnessed the deadliest strike, really, since this missile exchange began on Israeli territory. The Iranian missile landed close to a synagogue and close to a public shelter in Beit Shemesh. That's roughly 15 minutes outside of central Jerusalem, where I am now. That's, as the Jerusalem police chief said, most people who were casualties of this strike, remember there were 9 killed and 28 injured that we know of now, were actually sheltering in a public bomb shelter when the missile struck. That's sure to raise fears in Israel. The latest with that strike is that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has issued a message, perhaps responding to some pressure. He spoke from the top of the Kiryah in a filmed address, saying that, yes, these are painful days, and saying that his heart goes out to the families, but also vowing that the Israeli offensive on Iran will continue.
Nick, he says that it will continue. Israel says it's launched a new wave of attack in the heart of Tehran. What can you tell us about that?
Israel has been striking Iran all over the country since yesterday morning, as we know, but today its aerial campaign has really focused on the city of Tehran. That's the capital city. Residents of Tehran reported hearing and feeling huge booms there. There were huge plumes of smoke in the sky near where the government buildings are in Tehran. Israel's defense minister, who's named Israel Katz, says that Israel has established a continuous air train, or that's a term for aerial superiority in the skies over Tehran. And Katz also vowed that Israel would continue that kind of air train, that presence in the air until the end of this conflict. And as we know, this is a conflict that President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have not shied away from saying could go on for a while.
Well, thank you, Julia. That is Julia Frankel of the Associated Press in Jerusalem. And our correspondent, Ehsan Kevani, has the latest from Iran.
Well, according to the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as soon as the leader passes away, a special council called the Assembly of Experts, in fact, which is tasked to elect the new supreme leader, is formed. But under the current circumstances that we are in a war situation, apparently it's not possible to form the Assembly of Experts very soon. So in these critical situations, a council composed of 3 people are formed to temporarily act as the leadership, as an interim council, leadership council composed of the president of the country, the head of the judiciary, which is Mr. Mohseni Ejei, President Masoud Pezeshkian, and the 3rd member is a cleric and a jurisprudent from the Guardian Council, who was introduced today by the Supreme Security Council, which is Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi, who is one of the most well-known Shia clerics in Iran. So this interim council will lead the country. We don't know for how long, but as soon as the situation is suitable, the Assembly of Experts will be formed to do their job.
That is our correspondent Ehsan Kevani in Iran. And Iran's retaliatory attacks on U.S. assets in the Gulf region continue. One person was killed and 7 injured in a drone attack at the Abu Dhabi Zayed airport, while 4 people were injured at Dubai International as missile threats grounded flights. Let's go live to John Gambrell in Dubai, his AP News Director for the Persian Gulf and Iran. Hi, John, great to see you there. So what's the latest after fresh Iranian strikes there?
Yeah, it's been a very intense day. We have heard anti-aircraft missiles going off in the sky, big plumes of smoke from those. And the Emiratis have come out with a statement saying over the last 2 days that there have been over 100 ballistic missiles fired at this country and hundreds more of these bomb-carrying drones launched by the Iranians targeting the UAE. Now, they say that 3 people have died and dozens others have been injured, mostly from falling shrapnel from these intercepts. When those missiles strike those objects, they break apart, and that comes down at a rapid speed, and it can hurt or kill people on the ground. We've also seen footage of one of the Shahid drones crashing into a luxury hotel on the Palm Jumeirah. That's just going to raise the tension here in Dubai, which always has sort of portrayed itself as a safe corner in a Middle East riven by conflict. Now, all of a sudden, this war has come ashore, and it's real for the Emiratis in a way that other conflicts haven't.
And also, tell us more on the disruption to travel across the Gulf region.
Absolutely. So Dubai International Airport is the world's busiest for international travel. Its long-haul carrier Emirates is sort of the crown jewel of the Sheikhdom's government-led businesses here. And it's been grounded for the last 2 days over this war. We don't have any real idea when it's going to reopen. They keep kind of sliding the reopening back sort of day by day or hour by hour. They're saying that maybe by tomorrow they'll be able to reopen, but it's going to depend on whether or not we continue to see this fire coming in. And they're not alone. We've also seen Etihad, which is a long-haul carrier in Abu Dhabi, and Qatar Airways, which is another really crucial east-west travel link. They've all stopped their flights. And that also we've seen flights stop in Kuwait, as well as Bahrain, home to Gulf Air. So this has affected thousands of travelers trying to get across the world. For instance, people from America trying to get to India, or people from Pakistan trying to get to Africa. These are routes that rely on these Gulf airlines, and right now, they're all grounded.
Yeah, thank you, John. That is John Gambrell in Dubai. You're watching CGTN Still Ahead. China joins other nations in condemning the move, saying the blatant killing of a sovereign leader is unacceptable.
Ever wondered what's the difference between a bear and a bull market? Where are the cash cows? And who are the lame ducks? And what exactly are black swans? Grey rhinos? And unicorn companies? Make sense of it all with Global Business, only on CGTN.
I think it should be more global cooperation.
I would like to hear more the voice of the developing countries.
Globalization has lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty.
The green transition has to happen. So it's a necessity.
For China and the United States are important powers in the world.
What unites us is much more than what divides us. And I believe China is committed to this agenda.
Join me, Juliet Mann, to set the agenda at these times every weekend on CGTN.
You might think you are better informed in an information age. The fact is, people are more often misled by misinformation. You might think every voice is heard in a digital world. The fact is, many nations and peoples are still underrepresented. And data poverty shuts out many. We at CGTN are committed to transcending the information gap and the digital divide. CGTN, bridging nations and civilizations. CGTN, see the difference.
Hello and welcome back. A reminder of our top stories. Attacks and counter-strikes, Israel says it's hitting targets in the heart of Tehran, while Iran says it targeted the American aircraft carrier, USS Lincoln, with 4 ballistic missiles. Iran declares 40 days of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. Well, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says the attacks on Iran have increased the terror threat within Europe. Let's speak to our correspondent Will Denslow in Brussels. Will, what does it mean by this?
Absolutely. Friedrich Merz speaking a little while earlier, suggesting that Iranian operatives were conducting their work in Germany as well as other parts of Europe. So said that this is certainly an area to watch, an area of concern going forward. Friedrich Merz also speaking about the US and Israeli strikes on Tehran and the potential of a leadership vacuum. He said that he very much was in favour of a democratic transition, the will of the Iranian people to be heard, but he made the case that no such operation is in effect on the ground in the country. So really questioning the timing of this move and really questioning the thought process as to what comes next. This really leads to a point that many European leaders have expressed, most notably perhaps Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, who came out and rejected what he described as the unilateral military action by the US and Israel. So certainly not unanimous approval by any stretch from the US's transatlantic neighbours or allies here in Europe, and real questions about what comes next. That's something that EU leaders will certainly be seeking to address and will be seeking to get clarity on with regional partners going forward.
Well, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says she spoke with Qatari's leader. So what do we know about their call?
Absolutely, very much reiterating that point. She said that the risk of further escalation is real. Von der Leyen going on to say that she said that this is why she said that credible transition is urgently needed, one that brings stability and a lasting solution for the population. She added that she wanted to see a halt from Iranian strikes and Iranian missiles, a halt to destabilising action, as she said it, as well as respecting democratic aspirations. But of course, real question about what groundwork will be underway should that be arranged. So certainly for the EU, a moment of wait and see. There is plenty of coordination, not just among EU member states, but also among regional allies, really to get a grasp of what's happening on the ground and what can happen going forward. The overarching message, de-escalation, a call for calm, and for the will of the people in Iran to be heard and to be recognised.
Well, thank you, Will. That is our correspondent, Will. Wang Yi says the blatant killing of sovereign leader is unacceptable. In a phone call with his Russian counterpart, Wang Yi called for an immediate halt to military action and return to negotiations. At a UN Security Council session, China's UN ambassador urged all parties to follow the international law and refrain from targeting civilians.
China stresses that obligations under international law effectively ensure the safety of civilians and avoid attacks on civilians.
Well, let's get more on how these strikes are impacting the region. Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa is the former Qatari ambassador to the United Nations, the US and the UK. Ambassador, great to have you on the show. So from the Gulf's perspective, what is the biggest immediate concern? Security, energy or civilian safety?
Thank you for having me. Well, both, but our people's security is the most important, and of course the other issues of energy and economy is part of the equation. So. That is all these to find ourselves being engulfed by a war which nobody called for. It was a war of aggression against Iran. Violation of international law, and unfortunately today we were waking up to find out that the supreme leader of Iran
killing of the supreme leader has changed the trajectory, the course of this conflict, and just how worried are Gulf states about becoming the direct targets after that?
Well, we are already, the Gulf states is becoming a target since yesterday. I mean, Iran, unfortunately, instead of attacking its adversary, started to attack infrastructure in the Gulf, some military bases, hotels, airport, and some economic facilities. And I think that is very dangerous. That is very dangerous, and it really shows how this war might really create a mayhem for everybody, not only in the Gulf, not only for us, but for us, for Iran, and for the rest of the world, because this area, this region is very important for the well-being of world economy and world energy.
Absolutely affecting the world, but how is this impacting global energy security when the operation of Strait of Hormuz is closed?
Well, I think that is very dangerous for everybody. I mean, look, millions of people, billions of people depends on energy coming from this region, be it oil or LNG. And if the Hormuz Strait is closed for a long time, that will affect everybody, and you will find the prices of oil and gas rocketing, and you will find many economies, including our economies in this region, will be affected, and will be, and God knows how much we will lose, but so far, now we are trying to manage our way, and we are trying and hoping that this war will end.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for your insights. That is Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, former Qatari ambassador to the United Nations, the US and the UK.
Thank you.
Well, disruption has been felt across the world, affecting everything from crude oil shipments to travel. Our correspondent Ray Addison is here in the studio. I think, Ray, you've heard in the interview just now, so real concerns about oil shipments because of the closure of the Hormuz Strait.
Yeah, I mean, it's not officially closed. The situation we have at the moment is tanker companies are deciding, look, we don't want to risk going through that route at the moment, so we're going to drop anchor on either side of that strait. So last figures we saw was about 150 tankers are doing that. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, has said that Iran actually has no intention of closing the strait. However, there is a lot of uncertainty at the moment, as that is impacting things in many, many ways. Of course, the strait lies within the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. Back in 2024, if we look at oil flows, they averaged around 20 million barrels a day, and that's approximately 20% of global petroleum consumption. Also in that year, around 20% of global liquid natural gas trade also moved through the strait. And as we were hearing in that interview, a lot of major Gulf producers are responsible for those products: Saudi Arabia, Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, Iran and others. And much of the LNG comes overwhelmingly from Qatar. And so Who is most exposed right now? Well, Asian importers are most exposed, particularly China, Japan and South Korea, and global markets are likely to be affected. And we've heard that Brent crude has jumped 10% to about $80 a barrel today, and analysts warn it could go to $100.
Ray, as we speak, we have been hearing about widespread flight disruptions in the region. What's the latest?
Global air travel remains heavily disrupted. Large parts of airspace around Iran, Iraq, multiple Gulf states have been closed. Major Middle Eastern airports, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, all closed. And of course, they're waiting until civil aviation authorities say it's safe. That means flight cancellations and rerouting. That adds more cost to those flights. Meanwhile, the customers who are going to use them, they're all stranded. And that's not even to go into detail about the cargo flight disruption. And all of that money ends up going on to the consumer.
Thank you very much for that update. Our correspondent Ray Edison in the studio. But protests are also spreading across the United States, including in New York City, where more than 1,000 people demonstrated against the attacks. Activist groups are now organizing rallies nationwide, warning Khamenei's death could spark a regional war. And our headlines again. And Iran declares 40 days of mourning after the death of the supreme leader in a US and Israeli attack. And death tolls rising across the region, with 3 US servicemen among the dead. And that is the world today. Thanks for watching. More news at the top of the hour. Coming up next is Reza. For now, from all the team in London, goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to your weather news update. I'm your host today, Mark Regan, and today we'll take a look at Europe's forecast. Now, we're going to see some high pressure that is going to bring about a little bit more clear skies here over the next couple of days, but we are going to see some rainfall here as well in a few areas, along with snowfall. Taking a look here as of Monday's forecast, we're going to see relatively clear conditions here across the majority of central and portions of Western Europe. We'll also see that into the Balkans and out into the east. We're going to see some snowfall here further up over in the north and outward over into northwestern Russia here. We're going to see a little bit more of that coverage as well as we get into Tuesday. We're going to see a little bit more out over into Eastern Europe, a little bit more of that mixture of wintry mixed sleet conditions and snowfall. Now, also in the Alps, a little bit of wintry mix. We'll see that rain here making its way in portions of the Balkans and into Italy. We're going to see more coverage here also into Iberian Peninsula, and we are going to see some rainfall over in the UK and Ireland. Now, with that here, we're going to see not a big change in terms of temperatures. Generally speaking, where the clear conditions are, we're going to see right in that teen range here, just 10 to 15. We're going to see much colder out over in the east, and of course in the north with that snowfall. We're going to see similar patterns here as we go into Tuesday. A little bit of a rise here in areas such as France, upward to 15 as of Tuesday as well. And with that here at London, 16-day highs, light rainfall. We'll see 17-day highs out into Paris, about 19 in Madrid with that light rainfall as well, and 20 for folks in Lisbon with overcast skies. That does it for me today. Thanks for watching. Up next is your city forecast. Bye.
the speed of a 350-kilometre-per-hour bullet train just flying through the station is unlike anything you've experienced before. You blink your eyes and it's gone. When you first come to China is the sheer scale of the place. This is a country almost the size of Europe with roughly double the population, and yet getting around is surprisingly easy, and that is largely thanks to the world's most technologically advanced high-speed rail network. I'm taking a journey all over the country to meet the people driving this transformative tech and to experience the future of high-speed trains for myself.
它整个的这个车头的外形，像是鹰隼的一个造型。
China is home to the fastest high-speed rail network on the planet, spanning more than 50,000 kilometers of track, more than the rest of the world combined.
动流斗从0到350公里之间，可以看清楚前方。高速的时候，司机一定要精力高度集中。
High-speed rail connects more than 550 cities across China.
列车像进入到隧道以后的话，像进入活塞一样，它快速的去压缩我们隧道内的空气，在隧道出口的位置上，随着列车赶出来以后的话呢，我们那个会产生一个比较大的一个音爆的现象。
Each day, there are nearly 10,000 high-speed trains in operation, carrying up to 10 million passengers all over the country.
像我的作业主要是我们动车组巡检机器人的使用。
我们现在坐在的是一个智能动车组上，在这个动车组上面，我们集成了2718个传感器，就是我们打造了一个智能高铁的大脑。
China's pursuit of rail excellence isn't new. As far back as 1909, Zhang Tianyou, widely thought of as the father of China's railroad, led the groundbreaking construction of what would become the Beijing-Zhangjiakou Railway. We've come to the historic Qinlongqiao station to start our own high-speed train journey. This small railway museum is close to Zhang Tianyou's tomb, a fitting place to reflect on how far China's rail network has come. And on this journey, I'm travelling with my translator and guide, Anqi.
This looks like where we currently are. What does this say?
这是青桥站建站以后全体员工的合影。
That's the, if we can say that's a family photo of the workers worked in the Qinlongqiao station.
这是80山洞北洞口就是它这个山洞是一共是1091米。开凿这条山洞的时候，当时计划着用5年的时间，实际开凿了是它利用竖井开凿法，就是实际上2年半就完工了。
So already using some pretty impressive engineering talent there. Some very old mountains and some very old steam trains. What's in this photo?
这个小方就是过去经营处，这个修京张铁路的时候，就是詹天佑一直在这儿办公。
The man responsible for China's railway system. So this place has played a really important role in China's railway.
China's rail revolution started here at Qinlongqiao Station, home to the country's first independently built railway, at a time when trains relied entirely on human skill. Today, that same spirit of engineering ambition has powered the rise of the world's largest high-speed rail network.
When trains first left Qinlongchao station, their top speed was just 35 kilometres per hour. Now, China's fastest high-speed train, the Fuxing CR400, regularly runs at 350 kilometres per hour. It's called the CR400 because that's its maximum speed, even though for safety reasons it doesn't operate at its peak. Soon, an even faster train will join the network, one designed to run at 400 kilometres per hour, but testing at speeds exceeding 450. To learn more about this next generation train, we're meeting its designer at Yichang North Train Depot, where the prototype CR450 is currently being trialled in real-world conditions.
Dr. Zhao, I'm fascinated by how this design has evolved. How do you make an already incredibly fast train even faster?
我们在研制的时候就定了一个目标，就是速度更高，达到400公里，试验速度要达到450公里啊。那我们这个车和原来的 CR400会有很多的不同。比如你看这个车体的这个高度比原来是高度降低了200毫米。另外我们售电工也做了一些新的设计，这样的话使它在这个运行的过程中阻力能够更小。这个车头也是做了流线型的这种设计。这个位置呢它采用了一个新型的风挡，也是为了使车体更加平顺化，阻力进一步的减小。我们整个列车运行时候的阻力，那比原来的 CR400要降低了22%左右。
Where is this prototype now going?
因为我们一个新的车型出来，它要进行60万公里的。整个的这个考核，目前呢，它已经完成了大概有20万公里的这种包括形式实验走行的里程。
Yes, you heard right. That's 600,000 kilometres of testing. Clearly, there's still so much to learn about the prototype Fuxing CR450. But right now, this train has places to go, tests to run, and lots of track to cover. Fast. My conversation with Dr. Zhao will have to wait. In the meantime, we're meeting someone who's been at the forefront of this rail revolution for decades.
So you've been driving trains since long before high-speed trains were launched here in China. How have you seen that transformation for you as a driver of these trains?
从业时间这么长，从过去的绿皮火车到内燃动车组，到现在咱们的智能高铁，变化是相当大。智能驾驶系统呢，进入自动驾驶中呢，能方便的减少了司机的劳动力，就是说，不省了频繁的对横速，减少了司机的一个操作。人工驾驶动车组呢，需要你频繁的去操作这个制动手柄。
Are there certain routes or sections of those routes where you really feel the intelligent system working? I'm thinking of when you go into tunnels or in really extreme weather conditions, for example.
在极端恶劣天气呢，我们会主动退出自动驾驶，因为首先一点要感到冰雪天气呢，它会产生滑行或者制动力不足，我们需要就是说司机介入。
When you're travelling at such high speeds, I'd imagine you see something in the distance and before you've had a chance to register it, it's gone. What is it that you're having to concentrate so much on?
当时速达到350公里的时候，有可能最常见的是飞禽，需要司机做出一个正确的判断，怎么去处理这方面的发生的碰撞的事故吧。
When you tell people that you're a driver of high-speed trains, of autonomous trains, the newest generation of these trains here in China, what response do you get?
周围人就说什么你这个工作呀比较辛苦，但是都比较羡慕，说你现在有一个能开上咱们中国这么高级的列车啊，人家都比较羡慕。
What about the people designing these trains, tracks and routes? What high-speed obstacles have they solved with science? And how has their work evolved as trains push speeds beyond 400 kilometers per hour? To find out, we're going on a whistle-stop tour with a high-speed rail engineer.
我的专业是做桥梁与隧道工程的，现在从事的工作的话是做轨道的一些检测工作，也就是在我们的高速铁路综合检测列车上，我们每10到15天要对全国的高铁线路进行检测，所以在铁路的建设过程中，还有铁路的运营过程中，我们是发挥了一个叫高铁医生的这样的一个作用。
Inspecting 50,000 kilometers of track is a relentless task, and one that keeps engineer Yen and his team pretty busy.
When it comes to designing and monitoring the infrastructure needed for high-speed rail to run, how does that differ to traditional train tracks, for example?
随着列车的运营速度越来越高，所以我们是从2方面进行的努力来去改变我们目前就是普速铁路和高速铁路这样的一个质的飞跃。第一方面的话，就是我们对于隧道来说的话，我们的列车像进入到隧道以后的话，像进入活塞一样，它快速的去压缩我们隧道内的空气。在隧道出口的位置上，我们随着列车赶出来以后的话呢，我们那个会产生一个比较大的一个音爆的现象。我们是增大了它的一个横断面的面积来去适应我们高速列车进入隧道以后产生的这样的减弱这个音爆的效应。如果说是普速铁路的话，它的隧道外面的话是没有咱们这个向外突出的这样的一个设计的，但是在高速铁路上的话，我们是为了提高乘客的舒适性，减少隧道的空气压力，我们会把这个隧道的外形进行相应的一些伸出来。第二方面的话，我们是对于咱们的复兴号列车进行了相应的一些密闭性的一些设计，所以说我们采用的这个列车它的密闭性功能包括对乘客的一些保护会做到很好。这种情况下的话会对隧道的一些情况，包括乘客的舒适性会产生比较大的一个影响。这个也是我们在 CR450 里边就是咱们下一个阶段工程，就是跑到400公里速度等级的这样的一个工程里边考虑最多的一些事情。
Tunnel boom certainly sounds like something to be avoided. So it's reassuring to know engineer Yen is on the case. Our next stop explores another area of his expertise. This time, it's bridges.
I've noticed that lots of the high-speed rail network seems to be on these bridges. Why?
就是我们以桥带路以后的话，会减少对当地土地的占有。我们大量的桥梁的话，桥梁的宽度，桥面宽度是12米。如果我们垂直下来以后的话，我们占地的只有桥墩在占了当地的一些土地。如果说我用路基的话，我会占量，因为路基还有一个斜面的放坡，才能保持这个顶面的路基的一个稳定性。所以说这样放坡下来以后的话，我们差不多一个底面的宽度到20多米了，所以所占用的土地量的话是很大的。您也知道，中国是一个多人口的国家，所以耕地的这个耕地的数量是非常宝贵的，所以说我们是尽量要减少这些在高速铁路建设过程中对耕地的一个占用。
You describe yourself as the doctor of these high-speed trains, and one thing doctors do is innovate and look to the future. So what are you most excited about with these trains getting faster and faster for the future? What's next?
说我们目前是采用我们的医生来去对所有的线路进行了体检，做了数据的收集，但是我们下一步要把所有的这些数据利用起来，再利用您刚刚提到的 AI 或者说大数据的模型来去对我们线路的所有的情况进行相应的一些预判，报警。随着列车速度的越来越高，我们身上的责任也会越来越大。我们也是希望我们通过自己的努力，能够保证我们中国高铁能够成为我们国家的一张亮丽的名片。
As we learn more about the technology fueling China's high-speed rail ambitions, it's impossible to ignore the magnitude of this endeavour and the vast population it serves.
living in London, I'm used to busy train stations. This is just a whole nother level.
We're heading behind the scenes to see how the world's busiest high-speed rail keeps both trains and people moving.
Hello, Risling. Oh, lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for having us. Wow, tell me what's happening in this room. Where are we?
您看到的话，这是我们广州南站的指挥中心中控大厅。这里的话是有7个中控台，他们的话日常是负责我们广州南站管辖46个客运营业站的一些业务。我平常的话就是负责各个台的这些协调他们的一些工作安排。遇到这些非正常情况，比如晚点，还有这些停运细节的时候，我要做一些数据的一些发布，然后做到一个应急指挥协调、统筹协调这个功能。
This station feels huge. What's the daily capacity here at Guangzhou South Railway Station?
日均发送的话是达到了24.8万人。广州南站最高发送人数的话是在今年的国庆10月1号的话，它是达到了53.4万人。日常的话，它也就是会发送这个开行的话会有800多趟左右，周末的话就会有900多趟。
You mentioned that your role is focused on emergency response. Does that mean you view it as a personal responsibility to ensure every number coming through the train station is safe?
我这个工作的话，我首先觉得，是很自豪的，能够站在我们的幕后，然后守护每一名旅客的一个出行，然后让他们安全，然后有序或者是温馨的到达这个目的地。
You're the mama of high-speed rail.
It might seem simple, but handling so many tickets each day is no small feat. Time for our next high-speed rail journey, with a pit stop at an impressive data centre and ticketing platform, 12306, here in Beijing.
As soon as you enter this room, you can't help but be drawn to this huge live ticker display. What information is it showing us?
这个是我们的今日全国铁路售票的一个张数，实时的一个数据情况。今天其实目前是200多万张，但是实际上我们高峰日售票量达到了2695.2万张。
Wow.
As impressive as this sounds, there is still one thing I haven't been able to figure out. Why it's called 12306.
大家现在老百姓熟悉的是12306，我们的中国铁路客票发售和预订系统，从96年开始建设，是庞大的线下系统。而12306呢，实际上刚开始是一个客服电话号码，当时我们就想着，为了让老百姓好记。
I've heard 12306 described as the brain of China's high-speed rail network.
因为我们还有一个调度指挥系统，那个是在列车运营过程中的指挥系统，而这个的话呢是面向社会服务的时候，我们的运营决策的这个大脑。所以呢，我想是2个大脑一起构成了我们的这个高铁的运营的这个智慧大脑吧。
Having visited both parts of this intelligent brain, it's clear that cutting-edge technology is at the heart of China's pursuit of rail excellence. But there's still more to learn about how data's being used to efficiently and effectively serve the needs of such a huge country and population.
So I pronounce it Badaling.
Yeah, Badaling.
Changcheng.
Professor Li Ping is leading this intelligent rail revolution.
Wow, that's a very tall escalator. I guess it's needed when it's so deep underground. We're currently 102 metres underground. This is the deepest and largest high-speed rail station in the world.
这个车站呢，它是建在我们的世界文化遗产八达岭长城的下面，所以呢，在修建这个车站的时候，我们面临着很多的挑战，主要有3个方面的挑战。第一个方面呢，就是我们要做到整个的我们在地下深埋这个车站的施工要做到零失误。第2个挑战呢，就是要做到我们在整个对长城上的文物做到零影响。第3呢，要做到我们长城上的 游客零感知，实际上就要求我们必须要采用我们的数据的感知、传输、分析、应用，来去做精准的施工。
What does intelligent high-speed rail mean for regional connectivity, for development here in China?
应该说，在整个经济发展过程中，高铁发挥了非常重要的支柱性的作用。实际上，这些年经过发展，那么这些高铁呢，已经把中国50万以上人口的县市紧密地连接了在一起。所以呢，应该说这个通过高铁的这种交通方式，极大地压缩了城市和城市之间的空间的距离。
Proving Professor Li's point, Beijing to Shanghai once took more than 12 hours on conventional trains. Today, high-speed rail has cut that journey to just 4 hours. Speaking of connecting cities, there is somewhere else I still want to see. So we continue our conversation on board the pioneering Beijing-Zhangjiakou high-speed railway line.
These trains certainly feel very modern, but what makes them intelligent? How is that different to just being high-tech?
在这个车上，我们安装了2718个传感器，这些传感器呢，实时采集我们车辆的牵引、制动、网络的这些大部件的信息，来保证我们运行的安全。在这辆车上面，我们安装了列车运行自动驾驶系统 ATO 系统。那么这个系统呢，可以实时采集我们列车的线路情况、外面的一些周边的环境的信息，来决定列车以什么样的速度来行驶。我们的故障信息、状态信息会实时的通过5G 的技术传输到我们的云数据中心上。那么我们如果这个车有一些机械的一些故障或者是一些问题，那么我们的相当于地面的运维系统会及时的给出处理的决策和建议，那保证我们这个动车运行一直是安全和平稳的。那么根据这些数据，我们在训练我们的控车的算法。未来呢，我们相信随着这种人工智能技术的一些发展，它可能会超越我们最优秀司机的水平。
That definitely sounds like a good thing. I just hope they keep our train driver and friend An Shou Chi on board to continue training the AI. But now, it looks like we've reached our destination.
High-speed rail isn't just about making journeys faster. It's opening up communities all over China, and this small mountainous town is a perfect example. Chongli used to be an underdeveloped area, a 3-hour drive from Beijing, and it's now a leading ski resort with a thriving economy. It's taken me just over an hour to get here by train from Beijing to China's winter wonderland.
Moving so many people so fast and far might cause some wear and tear on these high-speed trains. So when night falls and passenger demand is at its lowest, it's time for maintenance. We're making a midnight visit to Wuhan's Electric Multiple Unit Depot, or EMU for short, to meet some of the people and technology keeping these trains safely on track.
While the trains carry passengers all day long, when they're not carrying passengers, what are they doing here? And what on earth is this very noisy robot doing underneath them?
这是我们的巡检机器人，我正在用我们的巡检机器人进行对我们动车组进行检查作业。
So it's currently going along the full length of the underside of the train. Why is it doing that?
现在正在进行我们的清扫作业。这个时候呢，我们的机械臂就会升起，对我们的动车组底部的各个部件进行一个快速、精准的扫描。
Can I take a closer look? Is it okay to go and take a closer look?
Yeah.
It's not often that you get to go underneath one of these high-speed trains. So what data is it collecting here?
我们现在采集我们动车组下面转向架部件的2维和3维的图像。然后对它进行一个精准的识别和分析。我们之前是纯人工对我们这些部件呢进行一个去人工检查，现在我们采用机器人呢，可以实现几个优势。第一， 我们的作业速度更快，效率更高。第二呢，我们可以实现我们的数字化检修。我们拍摄的每张图片，我们采集的每个数据，我们都可以去进行追溯，而且我们可以实现我们从故障修，也就是我们发现故障才去修，到预测修，就是我们通过我们的一些过往的一些规律来判断这个故障或者这个磨耗件可能快要到线了。
This is incredible to watch, this robotic arm screening the undercarriage of this train.
因为我们动车组采集这么多图像之后，我们会在5分钟之内就把所有的图像进行分析完毕。哪地方有故障，哪地方它的故障类型是什么样，它的故障的严重等级是什么，我们都可以在我们的平板上看得一清二楚。
Is this an example of AI being able to be more accurate, more reliable than a human inspector?
仅仅只是比较人工和 AI 哪个更可靠，我觉得这是很片面的。我们人工也经过多方面的训练，也是非常可靠的。只不过是呢，这种可以采用我们的巡检机器人，把我们人从这种繁忙的工作中解脱出来，可以从事一些更有价值，或者是比如说我们从我们的平凡的作业者，向我们的数据分析者，到我们的决策者来转变。
Whether it's by humans or robots, the meticulous work carried out here overnight is vital to keeping these trains running safely through the day. Our journey across China's high-speed rail network is almost over. But there are still some unanswered questions about the world's fastest trains.
我们测试了现在的 CR450，它从0加速到350公里的这个速度。那么CR400原来它从0加速到350是6分半，那现在的 CR450从0加速到350公里只需要4分40秒。
When a train is travelling this fast, presumably stopping distance, the ability to brake becomes a really big technical challenge. How have you been able to mitigate that with the CR450?
CR450初速是400公里，这个制动距离是和原来的 CR400从350公里降到0速的制动距离是保持一致的，都是6500米。那么为了达到制动距离达到6500米，一个是我们列车减重了，再有呢就是我们的紧急制动阀还有我们的基础的制动系统，提升了，比如制动盘，还有闸片的高温稳定性。
So that just leaves the big question: how fast is this train?
今年的6月份就在这条线路上，然后进行了正线的一些高速的实验，列车的最高的单车的速度达到了453公里每小时。
The answer is very fast.
How does it feel to stand next to the design of a prototype? It's all of your hard work. It must be very exciting to see these trains being rolled out and being tested.
我还是非常兴奋的，就相当于从不可能变成了可能，通过大家的共同的努力。
From mega cities to snowy mountains, our journey has revealed the incredible variety of this fascinating country. And as the world searches for greener ways to connect once unimaginable distances, China's high-speed rail network is redefining what's possible in the 21st century. My only regret? Well, not getting to ride the next generation of trains on this trip. But then again, it's the perfect reason to come back.
Israel says strikes targeting the heart of Tehran as US and Israel announce casualties from Iranian strikes. West African army chiefs agree to deploy regional force to tackle insecurity. And Ghana leads a push for UN to recognize transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. I'm Beatrice Marshall. Welcome to Africa Live on CGTN. Israel says it has carried out a new wave of strikes on the heart of Tehran, as Iran also carries out attacks after announcing the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. In Tehran, Israeli strikes appear to be targeting a neighborhood that's home to both the country's police headquarters and Iranian state television. Israel's defense minister warns of a non-stop air train of strikes against military and leadership targets in Iran. Iran has already attacked U.S. military bases, Israel and other targets across the region. An Iranian ballistic missile killed 9 people and wounded nearly 50 in the Beit Shemesh area, west of Jerusalem. Gulf nations say they have intercepted strikes from Iran. U.S. embassies and consulates across the Middle East have instructed employees to shelter in place. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says the killing of Khamenei amounts to a declaration of war against Muslims. Pezeshkian called the killing, quote, one of the gravest trials facing the Islamic world today. The Iranian president and 2 other officials have temporarily assumed the duties of national leadership. A temporary leadership council will choose the country's new supreme leader. Dozens of senior Iranian officials have been confirmed dead, including the military's chief of staff, the defense minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Meanwhile, the Israeli military has released footage said to show a strike on 2 fighter jets in western Iran. It said the F-5 and F-4 fighter jets were struck at the airport of Tabriz in western Iran while preparing for takeoff. Israel did not provide evidence, and neither did Iran comment on the claim. The Israeli military also said that its strikes had killed 40 top Iranian military officials. And our correspondent Isan Kivani has more on the strikes, casualties, and the reorganization of the leadership in Iran.
Today, Israeli and the joint military operation by Israel and the United States continued in Tehran. We saw multiple locations targeted in Tehran, in different locations, including north of Tehran, south of Tehran, and also downtown Tehran. It was around noontime, Tehran time, that a presidential palace, or the locations very, very close to the presidential palace, was targeted with huge explosion sounds and smoke coming from the explosion site. It is believed that the presidential palace or the buildings around the location was targeted. We should note that inside that complex, we have the Supreme Leader's residence that was targeted on Saturday morning. We also have the President's Palace and the building for Iran's Supreme National Security Council. So there must have been some important targets, but we don't have any details about the targeted attack around or very close to the presidential palace yet. So far, we have had 3 cases of civilian casualties and targets across Iran. As you mentioned, one of them was near the southern port city of Bandar Abbas, in which a primary school was targeted. Around 120 schoolgirls and their teachers were killed and dozens were injured. Apart from that, sport complex, another primary school inside Tehran was targeted yesterday, in which at least 2 schoolgirls were killed. But the majority of the casualties are security officers, military commanders, and government people. According to the statistics we have had so far, between 200 and 250 people across Iran have been killed so far, and between 700 and 1,000 have been injured. It was a few hours ago that Iran's Supreme National Security Council officially stated that apart from president and the head of the judiciary. The third member of the interim leadership council has been appointed, and he is Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi. He is a very top cleric in Iran. He has been the head of the nationwide Shia clerics schools or seminaries in which Shia clerics and clergymen are trained. And he is a very influential figure among the Shia clerics in Iran. So this council of 3 people will temporarily lead the country until the situation is proper for the formation of the assembly of experts whose main duty is to elect the supreme leader of the country. So under the current circumstances that we have war in the country, I think it's going to take a few days for the assembly of experts to be formed and officially go into the process of selecting the new supreme leader.
Let's cross over to Washington, D.C., where Nick Harper is standing by for us. Nick, the U.S. military is quoted as saying 3 service members killed in action as part of operation against Iran, with several others injured. What more do we know of the U.S. casualties?
That's right, that announcement coming from US Central Command in the course of the last couple of hours. And bear in mind that these are the first casualties and fatalities on the US side. It certainly marks a pivotal, perhaps even turning point in this military campaign, and more importantly, the way that Americans view it, knowing that there have now been US personnel who've been killed as a result of the president's decision to take military action against Iran. It was just a short social media statement that was put out by US Central Command, but in that they said that 3 US service members were killed in action. 5, they said, were seriously wounded. They also said that several others had sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions, but were in the process of being returned to duty. It's not clear exactly where those fatalities and casualties took place. At the moment, it seems like Central Command is withholding that information until the next of kin can be informed. Central Command also pushing back against Iranian claims that Iran launched 4 ballistic missiles for striking the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. USS Central Command saying that the Lincoln was not hit. The missiles launched didn't even come close, and they provided some pictures online of that aircraft carrier continuing to send aircraft into the air. Donald Trump has also spoken, given a couple of interviews over the course of the last few hours. In one of them, he described this military campaign as moving along very, very well. He said it was ahead of schedule, and he said it was a very positive direction that things were moving in. He also reiterated that claim that he had decided to carry out the action to provide peace for the United States, but also for the whole of the Middle East region. Of course, an act of aggression, but he claims that the end goal of it all is to try and bring peace to the region and make American lives safer. That's an interesting claim to make, considering there now have been American fatalities in this military operation.
Right. So, Nick, you mentioned that the deaths of the servicemen could be a turning point in as far as Americans are viewing this conflict. What's the reaction in the U.S. so far to what's going on?
Well, we've had new polling out just in the last 10 minutes. Reuters Ipsos putting out the latest polling that has been done since the military action. And in it, they found that 27% of Americans, so about a quarter of the population, approve of the US airstrikes. However, 43% do not approve of this military action. They also found that more than half of Americans, about 56%, believe that Donald Trump is too ready to carry out military action. Bear in mind, there have been a number of operations during his last 12 months in office against Nigeria on Christmas Day. Reportedly, as a response, the US said, for the massacre, their words, of Christians in the country. But also Syria, Venezuela, the deposition of the leader of Venezuela just 2 months ago. So it seems that many Americans are worried by what we're seeing. And on Capitol Hill, the vast majority of Democrats across the political aisle from the president are very concerned as well. They say that they will be bringing votes to the House floor and the Senate chamber in the coming days, resolutions that they intend to try and pass, although it will be very difficult to do so, to try and limit the powers of the US president to take unilateral action and carry out airstrikes without specific authorization from Congress in advance.
All right, Nick Harper joining us there from Washington, D.C. Well, an Iranian ballistic missile impact killed 9 people and wounded nearly 50 people, including several children in the Beit Shemesh area west of Jerusalem, in Iran's latest missile barrage launched at Israel on Sunday. Now, Israeli media reported at least 4 apartment buildings were destroyed in the attack. In Jerusalem, the AP's Julia Frankel is standing by, joining us live from there. Julia, how are things on the ground in Israel? Can you bring us up to speed with the very latest from there?
Of course, happy to be here. I'm now in central Jerusalem. It's about 45 minutes from Beit Shemesh, the town in Israel that was hit earlier today, that sustained the deadliest strike yet of the Iranian-Israeli missile exchange. That strike, as you said, killed 9 people, injured 28, and rescue workers are searching for at least 11 more. Jerusalem's police chief has said that this strike killed people even as they were inside a public shelter. That's sure to raise fears in Israel, because many people see these shelters as their best bet to keep safe against the missiles. There are also a number of strikes around Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Julia, go ahead. I can hear you.
They dropped the line, I think.
All right, Julia Frankel joining us there from Tel Aviv. We will return to Julia in a moment if we can. Now, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has called for an immediate ceasefire to prevent a wider spillover of the conflict. He made the remarks during a phone conversation with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. Our reporter Sun Ye reports from Beijing.
Wang Yi had said in that call with his Russian counterpart that the attacks launched by the U.S. and Israel against Iran during the course of U.S.-Iran talks is unacceptable, and openly killing the leader of a sovereign state and inciting regime change is unacceptable. Those actions, Wang said, violates the law, the international law and norms governing the international community. Wang also in that call laid out China's stance at this moment in 3 points. First, immediately stop military actions so that the war does not escalate and spill over and get out of control. Secondly, return to negotiations and dialogues as soon as possible. And thirdly, jointly oppose unilateral actions. Wang said that launching large-scale strikes against a sovereign country without the authorization of the UN Security Council undermines the peace that is established after the World War II and undermines that world order. And the international community should send a clear and unambiguous message lest the world returns to a world that's governed by the law of jungle. Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson also responded this evening that the killing of Iran's supreme leader is a grave violation of Iran's sovereignty and security, and it tramples on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China is opposed to this and strongly condemns it, and China is again calling an immediately ceasefire to all the military actions.
All people across Africa have been reacting with urgent calls for restraint. Here's what some had to say.
Well, I think it's a very scary time for the whole world. I mean, it's going to affect everybody. I feel very sorry for the people in the Northern Hemisphere closest. I think that Trump has taken a very serious step in avoiding getting the Senate's permission to start this war, because it is a war. It isn't just a can't remember the name they use now. It's a war. It's an all-out war. And it's going to affect us all. It's going to affect the oil price. It's going to affect every single part of our life. I feel lucky to be down here in South Africa.
Obviously, killing is not right. They are like another one with it. To Iran is not right at all for me, and what maybe the president is doing is currently not right.
America has been playing the role of the war police, and even though we know that countries are supposed to be sovereign, in my view, I feel America is overdoing things. That's my view, really. Even if you have an issue with a country, I believe there are other modern ways you could sit down and resolve matters other than going to doing bombings and the other things.
There is no justification for the attack on Iran. Iran was flexible in its nuclear negotiations. Washington launched this war to protect Israel and expand the Israeli dream of a state from the Euphrates to the Nile. This will negatively affect the region. Abu Dhabi was striked, Qatar too. This drags the region into a possible war. The US military bases in the Gulf are a legitimate target, of course.
This is very dangerous. Prices will go up and more consequences. I wish for God's vengeance from the unjust. All nations will see price hikes, stock markets will collapse, oil prices will increase. Iran may shut the Hormuz Strait. The Houthis could shut the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Oil production could be hit in the Gulf. The question is, will the nations who want peace stand by justice?
The new attack by Israel and the US on one side towards Iran is a big threat to international peace and stability. The escalation will also jeopardize ongoing diplomatic talks between the sides, which seems to be violated by one side. The world is currently bleeding with Gaza genocide. We can't afford another world war.
The defense chiefs of the Economic Community of West African States have agreed to deploy a standby force across the region aimed at tackling rising insecurity. The initial force will consist of 1,650 troops. The defense chiefs came to the agreement at a high-level security meeting in Freetown. Eric Kawa brings us more.
A gathering of military officials from various West African states. They say the move signals a stronger commitment to collective regional defense.
The discussions took place against the backdrop of the ever-changing security environment, geostrategic alliances, geopolitical interests in our region that have also added to the major security challenges facing the region. First and foremost, the threat of terrorism and violent extremism.
Abdel Fattah Musa added that the region continues to face piracy, sea robbery, illegal fishing and the dumping of hazardous waste at sea, among other things. As the 44th ordinary meeting of ECOWAS Committee of Chiefs of Defense Staff comes to an end, military officials here at the meeting have made commitments in protecting regional security with efforts to combat emerging threats across West Africa and the Sahel. Sierra Leone's Chief of Defense Staff, who doubles as the chairman of the ECOWAS Chiefs of Defense Staff, says the deliberations at the meeting will go a long way and they hope to hold more meetings via Zoom in the future.
We have to go the extra mile. It's difficult, but let's convince our political leaders that the only architecture how to deliver peace, stability, development, and prosperity for our sub-region is the ECOWAS standby force, and by extension, our individual armies. So once we bring our various capabilities to bear, we'll be able to support.
With the standby force set to roll out in phases, ECOWAS leaders say the mission aims to rebuild trust, safeguard democratic governance and strengthen regional unity at a crucial time. Eric Kawa, CGTN, Freetown.
Well, let's now take a look at your sports news. Here's what's ahead. We bring you the story of the WBO African flyweight champion Simangele Smash Hadebe.
How would you create your legend? On the fields, on the tracks, in the arenas of Africa. Were you born to be a player? Could this moment be yours? Sports Scene. Find your game.
And we begin your sport with some boxing news, where women's boxing continues to show immense growth. In South Africa, one fighter is looking to build on the momentum and put her name up in lights. But her success is born from trauma and is her fuel to reach greater heights. CGTN CS Du Plessis caught up with the WBO African flyweight champion Simangele Smash Hadebe.
Simangele Hadebe doesn't fight for titles. She fights for those who don't have a voice. And when she steps into the squared circle, she aims to inspire victims of gender-based violence with her performance.
I think it is fair to say my fist is my voice. I couldn't fight then, but I can fight now. That's what I can say. And what happened to me won't happen again, because now I can speak and now I can fight. And I will also fight for those that can't fight for themselves, speak for those that can't speak for themselves, and help whoever wants to be helped. And you have to want to be helped in order to get out of your situation.
Known as Smash due to her venomous punching power and unrelenting pressure, Hadebe cuts a relaxed and gentle figure outside of the ring.
I think already they can see inside the ring what my legacy is, but also outside the ring, who I am outside the ring, you know, how I treat people, how's my communication, am I humble enough, you know, am I accommodating everyone? You know, I just want to be a people's person. That's all. Have a good heart. Be a good example to the young ones. You know, that if you are the face of this, you better act like one.
Despite losing in her first WBC flyweight title fight, Hadebe is hungrier than ever to add a fourth belt to her impressive collection.
Boxing is on fire outside, not like in here in my own country. And I know that sometimes you have to go outside to have a taste of that. You know, and I'm prepared for that. This is what I'm preparing for. I need another title shot, you know, another WBC title shot.
Fighting for titles is one thing, but for Smash Hadebe, the real fight is far bigger. Inside and outside the ring, she's using her impressive boxing credentials to stand up against gender-based violence, speaking for those still too afraid to be heard. CS Du Plessis, CGTN, Johannesburg.
To football news now, and the FIFA World Cup trophy tour arrived at Akron Stadium in Zapopan in the Guadalajara metropolitan area on Saturday under a heavy security deployment. It arrived just days after a military operation that killed cartel leader Nemesio Oseguera triggered a wave of violence. Despite the unrest, the event went ahead, attended by Mexico's Secretary of the Interior, Rosa Isela Rodriguez, and Jalisco Governor Pablo Lemus. Fans attended the exhibition, which included World Cup memorabilia from past tournaments, and took photos with the trophy, saying they were confident Guadalajara could safely host the tournament. The trophy will remain on display at Akron Stadium until March the 2nd.
From this podium, we can say that Mexico is at peace. There's calm to enjoy football. We thank FIFA, the organizers, and the government of Jalisco for their trust and coordination with the Mexican government, as well as the relationship we maintain to make this international event a glorious experience.
The International Football Association Board has approved a package of measures aimed at speeding up the pace of matches and cracking down on time wasting. The changes are set to come into force at the 2026 World Cup and across all other competitions. The changes were agreed at IFAB's 140th Annual General Meeting in Hensall, Wales. The extension of the countdown principle to throw-ins and goal kicks is one of the most significant new rules.
We've approved a set of measures
aimed directly at reducing time wasting and improving the flow of the game. The message from the stakeholders has been really clear. People want the game to keep moving, and today's decision helps us achieve exactly that. During today's meeting, all members expressed strong confidence that these measures are practical, they're fair, and they're capable of having an immediate positive impact on match tempo at all levels of the game.
We decided to have the video match official intervening when a second yellow card is clearly wrongly given. It's something unfair. A player is punished for something which was not committed, and this decision, red card, can have an impact on the match. So we think that is fairer to give the VAR the possibility to recommend the referee to review the decision when the second yellow card is clearly wrongly given.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino has welcomed a decision by the International Football Association's board to examine how to improve player behavior ahead of the FIFA World Cup. That comes after Benfica's Gianluca Prestiani, covering his mouth with his shirt, allegedly hurled racist slurs at Real Madrid's Vinicius Jr. during a UEFA Champions League knockout playoff tie. FIFA and the International Football Association board now plan to outlaw players covering their mouths during matches.
Yeah, I think it is important, and we discussed this as well at this IFAB meeting, that we protect the respect of the game, respect of football, respect of the match officials, of the referees, respect of the public, and in this respect, the behavior of players and coaches is absolutely fundamental. They are examples for children, for society in the world, and they should behave definitely in a respectful way. And for this reason, when it comes to incidents such as incidents on racism and discrimination, we will not allow any more players to cover their mouths when they speak to an opponent.
And that is it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember, you can send your feedback to the contacts on your screen, and do follow us on our digital media platform. Thank you for watching. I'm Beatrice Marshall in Nairobi. From me and the team here on Africa Live, bye-bye to take care.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
「
Every year, approximately 400 million tons of plastic is produced, and about 40% of that is single use.
79% of that is not recycled, it's not turned into energy, it's just going into landfill or into the environment in some way.
And each year, it is estimated that between 5 to 8 million tons of plastic makes it into our oceans.
When it comes to the environmental cost of plastic, the most obvious one is the entanglement issue, because of plastic getting into food webs, so animals eating plastic.
With the global focus on plastic pollution and my eldest son Tristan studying marine biology, I wanted to get involved and see for myself the true extent of the pollution in our region.
We're on our way. Finally the journey starts.
I decided that we should go on a voyage off the beaten track, a journey that focuses on the impact of plastics in our oceans.
Hopefully you can see God's are good to us and we have reasonable sailing conditions.
Water is life. 70% of the Earth's surface is covered with water. Life on Earth is dependent on healthy oceans, and our entire marine ecosystem is under severe stress. The ocean systems are so complex, completely interwoven and reliant on one another. And if one thing goes, then there's going to be a tipping point in a really bad way. And the thing is that the oceans don't need humans, but boy, we need the oceans. Every second breath that we take comes from the ocean. If life in the oceans cease, so will we.
I've been on and around the ocean since childhood. After running a successful commercial diving company for the past 20 years, I felt a need to give back. With the global focus on plastic pollution and my eldest son Tristan studying marine biology, I wanted to get involved and see for myself the true extent of the pollution in our region, the Western Indian Ocean. In 2015, I started developing the idea of going on an epic ocean adventure, but I felt it had to have a purpose. I decided that we should go on a voyage off the beaten track, a journey that focuses on the impact of plastics in our oceans.
The ocean played a huge part in my growing up years. I spent hours in or on the water, so choosing my field of study in marine biology was easy. It's not only the science, but also the energy of the ocean that gets me. When my dad spoke to me about this trip he had in mind, I got the idea of researching the effects of microplastics on seagrass, and actually decided to do it as a dissertation. Seagrass is considered an ecosystem engineer. It provides habitat, nurseries, and food to a wide range of species. If seagrass sediment is trapping microplastics, the impact on our oceans could be far worse than we previously thought.
I live for the ocean. Give me good waves and a surfboard and I'm stoked. I've sailed thousands of miles around the world over many years, and I just have this deep love for the sea. Gert and me have been buddies for a long time, and when he said he needed a skipper for the trip, it was a no-brainer. I was him. But it's not low pressure. After running the South African coastline, we'll be heading towards Madagascar. Then we'll hug the coast going north. From there on to the Seychelles. From there we will make our way to the Maldives. And then to Chagos, a few hundred miles south of the Maldives. It's every yottie's dream to go there, way, way off the beaten track.
Due to time constraints and varying sea conditions, for our journey, Mark and I decided that we needed a motor yacht. After many months of searching, we found a Shane. Absolutely perfect for our expedition. She is strong, sleek, and extremely light on fuel. We sailed her to Cape Town and rebuilt the interior to make her more suited as our expedition vessel.
You pull the box, not there.
Every year, approximately 400 million tons of plastic is produced, and about 40% of that is single use. So I'm going to use it once and throw it away, which doesn't make any sense at all.
The best estimates suggest that 79% of that is not recycled, it's not turned into energy, it's just going into landfill or into the environment in some way.
And each year, it is estimated that between 5 to 8 million tons of plastic makes it into our oceans. Over time, large pieces of plastic will break down into smaller and smaller pieces that eventually become microplastics. My research will look directly into the effect of these microplastics on seagrass.
When it comes to the environmental cost and the ecological cost of plastic, the most obvious one is the entanglement issue. So all those heart-rending pictures you see of seals being slowly strangled, turtles being strangled, being impeded in their ability to move. The biggest environmental concern, and the reason why everybody's got very het up about plastics, is because of plastic getting into food webs, so ingestion, animals eating plastic. There's a couple of reasons why animals eat plastic. Sometimes they just do it accidentally. So if you're a baleen whale swimming along in the ocean and your strategy is to just engulf whole schools of fish, you're going to swallow the odd plastic bag as well. But there's a whole bunch of organisms that actively eat plastic. Selectively, you can see that they're picking certain types of plastic. They just haven't learned to discriminate between what's edible and what's not. If it's a sharp piece of plastic, it can cut you up inside. If it's a big piece of plastic, it can potentially just block your whole digestive tract. The really big concern for everybody and why people are worried about it is because plastics potentially introduce toxic compounds into the food web, and we as marine consumers are sitting at the top of that food web, so maybe we're also getting exposed to those toxins.
After 3 years of planning and preparing, we are finally ready for the open ocean.
Our destination is Tulia, Madagascar. ETA is Saturday in Tulia. Thank you very much, madam. It was a wonderful stay in Richards Bay. Have a great watch, and thanks for all the assistance.
Let's go, Indian Ocean, here we come.
We headed out of Richards Bay this morning around 7 o'clock, and we sort of went straight into a bit of a northeasterly wind and swell. Nothing too crazy, but we did have to sort of drop down the revs a little bit just because we were bashing into the short period.
Awesome to be out here, looking for the meat for the boys. We're on the road.
this way, and then every now and then flashing that way, dancing.
Madagascar is a huge island. 250 nautical miles from the east coast of Africa, it's actually the 4th largest island in the world, with a population of 25 million people.
After 72 hours on the open ocean, it's all gone pretty well. But we're looking forward to getting back on land and stocking up with fresh food.
Okay, so check here, Bree, this is classic here. See, this is the Madagascar style of plastic bags. Should we get going? Get all those.
Hardly any plastic at all in the market and not one piece in our basket. This is how it should be.
One bit of plastic. Merci, madame. After stocking up with fresh food and refueling, we're going to up anchor and head south to our next destination, Fasi.
As we arrive in Bafasi, we notice that they have a very different take on single-use plastic.
That's plastic. Every single one of these is an old piece of a flip-flop, what we call slops. It just shows you how what would be lying on the beach as waste and pollution is actually found a second life and has become very useful to these guys as flotation and keeps the beaches clean.
Due to overfishing in the area, an NGO called Blue Ventures introduced seaweed farming. This not only brings down the poverty and dependence on fishing for income, it has also enabled the fish populations and marine ecosystems to recover. Seaweed contains an alginate that is used as a commercial thickening agent in food, beauty products, and pharmaceuticals. It's grown on cultivation lines in the water and then harvested. The locals reuse water bottles they find to keep the lines floating close to the surface, which is where the seaweed gets all its sunlight for photosynthesis.
You can see the plastic that's on the beach is really old, breaking up basically, which then becomes your microplastic somewhere. But the quantity on the beach is not massive. Traveling all the way up the west coast of Madagascar towards the north, our experience isn't quite what we expected. It's difficult to get to land in many of these areas due to the rugged coastline. Where we did get on land, we found very little plastic on the beaches and almost none in the water. In populated villages, pollution is visible. It gathers in rivers and streams, and apparently in the rainy season, it does wash out into the open oceans. Along the way, we meet some passionate role players. It soon becomes clear that plastic pollution is not yet as big of a problem here as it is in the rest of the world. Although there is some plastic, it's minimal.
Madagascar has been a really cool and authentic experience. The pristine coastline and incredible diving just makes it exceptional. After a lot of cruising, exploring, and getting up north, we're eventually here, and it's time for me to get to work in the seagrass. This is our first dive. We'll be on the seagrass beds. We're going to go down a shot line, and then from there we'll go along each cardinal point. So we'll go along the north line, collect a sample at 5 meters from that central point, 10 meters, 15 meters, and replicate that. That will give us 12 samples from the seagrass, and then we'll pick everything up, head a little bit further down the beach, and jump onto the sand bottom, and do the same thing there. So by the end of today, we should have 24 samples. I'm quite excited to do it. It's been quite a long time coming. A lot of planning's gone into it, a lot of thought. quite tough to get the sediments from out between the seagrass. I mean, that's what it does. It's a sediment stabilizer, so it makes it quite firm down there. But all good. Managed to fill all the jars. We're about to jump in on the sand bottom. Should be a lot easier, a lot quicker, a lot less hassle. To be able to prove that seagrass is trapping more microplastics in its sediments due to its stabilizing nature, we also take samples from nearby sand beds to act as a comparison. It took me a bit by surprise just how hard it was going to be to actually get the sediments from underneath the seagrass. Obviously, you don't want to cause too much damage to the ecosystem. So it took a bit longer than expected, but you know, we just pushed through and got it all done. Got what we needed to get.
We're in the open ocean. We literally now are parallel with the end of Madagascar. It's always good to be at sea. Looking forward to the next few days. Hopefully the sea gods are good to us and we have reasonable sailing conditions. And yeah, looking forward to the Seychelles, something different, a new chapter. We took a wave on the side and everything literally came down. Pandemonium. I just saw this whiteboard on the window. The next thing, microwave, everything that was up was down in one quick swoop.
This is the pose called not phased. Oh, wow. I got my kitchen cleaned.
Seychelles is an archipelago consisting of some 115 islands, which are all fairly spread out. Mahe is the main island, and the capital city of Victoria is our first stop.
The Seychelles is interesting because the government has already banned plastic bags, and we've heard that there are plans to restrict other single-use items as well. As we arrive, the effects are clear to see. There's really not that much plastic lying around.
It's World Cleanup Day, and we're joining up with the Ocean Project team, who were a big part of the push to ban plastic bags.
So the government in 2017 announced a ban on plastic bags and styrofoam takeaway boxes. You most probably won't find any styrofoam takeaway boxes, but you'll still find some bags. This is because the ban is not a complete ban on plastic bags, but it is only a partial one, and I think the idea behind it was that it would be phased out eventually. So we have actually about 27 cleanups that are happening. It's really this huge collaborative event, and the same thing across all of the beaches we're cleaning. We have hotels, NGOs, community groups and schools leading them. We are asking the cleanup leads to separate plastic bottles, but sadly everything else will go to the landfill. Why we do these cleanups? I mean, it's not necessarily just to stop rubbish from ending up in the sea or to collect marine litter. It is to get people down to the beach to see for themselves how much rubbish there is and what it's made of, and learn a bit more about plastic.
As part part of the beach cleanup, we decided to take a drive to Providence just to have a look at the landfall site. That actually highlights the problem that this little chain of islands has. The hillside on that side has been compacted and actually vegetation's growing on it. So they're just dumping and creating this land mass of waste. But just look at all those birds feeding on whatever's here. I mean, there must be plastic ingestion here, second to none. Years to come, as tourism increases, there's more resorts, more people visiting, more local population. It'd be interesting to know from the government whether they've got any long-term plans on how to actually deal with this. We were very fortunate. Sheena managed to organise for us a meeting with Waste Management, which falls under the Ministry of Environmental and Climate Change.
Waste management, solid waste management is one of our biggest challenge. We are constrained by space. Being a small island developing state, heavily reliant on tourism, obviously the cleanliness of the environment is key to us. The whole issue of plastics in general is increasingly becoming a greater concern. We don't have much options in terms of continuing with landfilling. One approach which we're looking at and the rest of the world is looking at also is waste to energy. So that's the future for us.
Waste to energy sounds like a great solution, as this could give some value to the waste already in landfills and drastically improve waste management moving forward, especially for areas like this with limited land space.
Education, legislation, and waste becoming a resource are the main takeaways from our time in the Seychelles. It has been such a positive experience seeing how proactive they are here. Their partial ban on plastics has already made an impact on the amount of trash that gets produced. Most of the lodges and resorts have their own cleanup initiatives. And on the streets and beaches, you just don't see that much plastic lying around. Another thing that I'm super stoked about is we've managed to secure a lab in the university science department for the analysis of my sediment samples.
Okay, we're heading out to visit the outer islands.
Off we go.
Apparently plastic is not as well managed as it is around Mahe, so it'll be very interesting to see. Our first stop is Kuzan Island. It was the first sea and island reserve in the Indian Ocean.
Yes, how's that?
Have you seen any effects just with plastic washing up? Obviously there's not much produced on the island being reserved, but have you seen anything in your time here?
Yeah, actually hugely. Because we right across from Prawlin, you can see a lot of the plastic gets blown onto our beaches, onto the shores, and all across the island. So when we do cleanups, we fill multiple garbage bags. And we see a lot of water bottles, majority flip-flops. You just basically seeing the prevalent tourism, the stereotypes. Weekly it's manageable if you leave it a month.
To the main hub of the Seychelles. So the plastic seems to be mostly from this area.
Washes up on these islands comes from Southeast Asia.
Even though the plastic pollution around Mahe doesn't seem that bad, I'm still curious to find out what lies in the seagrass here. We're going to get in the water and do our second sample acquisition.
Instant diver, just add water.
It'll be interesting to see how the results differ between Madagascar and the Seychelles, and how that relates to our experiences with plastic in each location. perfect. Water was really shallow, which makes things easy. Always looks a bit funny to be on scuba in such shallow water. But it makes things a lot easier just collecting samples. And everything went smoothly.
Oh no, this is catching some like the ladies, but that's the counter current.
The distance from Mahe to the main island of Mali in the Maldives is 1,206 nautical miles. The Maldives is an archipelago made up of 27 atolls. An atoll being a ring or chain of islands formed of coral reef. We've seen a lot of stuff about how awesome and beautiful it is there, but then we also met an Australian family while we were in Madagascar who had come from that side and said that the plastic there is some of the worst they've seen. So we're not really sure what to expect when we get there. Hopefully it's not too bad, but time will tell. The city of Mali is jam-packed. With only 2.2 square kilometers of land space, it was built to cater for 60,000 people. But today, it has a staggering population of 158,000. Needless to say, this has created major challenges for the government, and even more so for the environment. The water all around us is dirty, full of marine debris, and it's not much different on land. There's trash lying around everywhere. Right next to half-empty bins. Waste is collected in the city and then offloaded onto a barge and taken to a nearby island called Tilafushi. Infamously known as Burning Island, it was founded on reclaimed land. But the scary thing is that this reclaimed land has been built using unseparated waste.
Just such amazing contrast, this absolutely crystal clear water, and then on the surface, just as far as the eye can see, there's floats and plastic, single use. It doesn't matter, it's just general marine litter. But I mean, if you just look out over this bay, it is just plastic is everywhere. I mean, it really is unbelievable. And you look now behind us, you can see why it's called Burning Island.
The ocean of light, what will this tide bring? Ripples of change, or will we keep fighting? 'Cause I had a dream when something like this tales from the shore, lost tropical bliss.
Hello and welcome to CGTN. This is The World Today. I'm Beatrice Marshall in Nairobi. Israel says it has carried out a new wave of strikes in the heart of Tehran as Iran also carries out attacks after announcing the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. In Tehran, Israeli strikes appear to be targeting a neighborhood that's home to both the country's police headquarters and Iranian state television. Israel's defense minister warns of a non-stop air train of strikes against military and leadership targets in Iran. Iran has already attacked U.S. military bases, Israel and other targets across the region. An Iranian ballistic missile killed 9 people and wounded nearly 50 in the Beit Shemesh area west of Jerusalem. Gulf nations say they have intercepted strikes from Iran. U.S. embassies and consulates across the Middle East have instructed employees to shelter in place. Meanwhile, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says the killing of Khamenei amounts to a declaration of war against Muslims. Pezeshkian called the killing, quote, one of the gravest trials facing the Islamic world today. The Iranian president and 2 other senior officials have temporarily assumed the duties of national leadership. A temporary leadership council is expected to be established today to choose the country's new supreme leader. Dozens of senior Iranian officials have been confirmed dead, including the military's chief of staff, the defense minister and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Our correspondent Isan Kivani has more on the strikes, casualties and the reorganization of the leadership in Iran.
Today, Israeli and the joint military operation by Israel and the United States continued in Tehran. We saw multiple locations targeted in Tehran, in different locations, including north of Tehran, south of Tehran, and also downtown Tehran. It was around noontime, Tehran time, that a presidential palace, or the locations very, very close to the presidential palace, was targeted with huge explosion sounds and smoke coming from the explosion site. It is believed that the presidential palace or the buildings around the location was targeted. We should note that inside that complex, we have the Supreme Leader's residence that was targeted on Saturday morning. We also have the President's Palace and the building for Iran's Supreme National Security Council. So there must have been some important targets, but we don't have any details about the targeted attack around or very close to the presidential palace yet. So far, we have had 3 cases of civilian casualties and targets across Iran. As you mentioned, one of them was near the southern port city of Bandar Abbas, in which a primary school was targeted. Around 120 schoolgirls and their teachers were killed and dozens were injured. Apart from that, sport complex, another primary school inside Tehran was targeted yesterday, in which at least 2 schoolgirls were killed. But the majority of the casualties are security officers, military commanders, and government people. According to the statistics we have had so far, between 200 and 250 people across Iran have been killed so far, and between 700 and 1,000 have been injured. It was a few hours ago that Iran's Supreme National Security Council officially stated that apart from president and the head of the judiciary, the 3rd member of the interim leadership council has been appointed, and he is Ayatollah Ali Reza Arafi. He is a very top cleric in Iran. He has been the head of the nationwide Shia clerics schools or seminaries in which Shia clerics and clergymen are trained. And he is a very influential figure among the Shia clerics in Iran. So this council of 3 people will temporarily lead the country until the situation is proper for the formation of the Assembly of Experts, whose main duty is to elect the supreme leader of the country. So under the current circumstances that we have war in the country, I think it's going to take a few days for the Assembly of Experts to be formed and officially go into the process of selecting the new supreme leader.
An Iranian ballistic missile impact killed 9 people and wounded nearly 50, including several children, in the Beit Shemesh area west of Jerusalem in Iran's latest missile barrage launched at Israel on Sunday. Israeli media reported at least 4 apartment buildings were destroyed in the attack. In Jerusalem, the AP's Julia Frankel with more.
I'm now in central Jerusalem. It's about 45 minutes from Beit Shemesh, the town in Israel that was hit earlier today, that sustained the deadliest strike yet of the Iranian-Israeli missile exchange. That strike killed 9 people, injured 28, and rescue workers are searching for at least 11 more. Jerusalem's police chief has said that this strike killed people even as they were inside a public shelter. That's sure to raise fears in Israel, because many people see these shelters as their best bet to keep safe against the missiles.
The U.S. Central Command says 3 service members were killed in action and 5 seriously wounded as part of the operation against Iran. Our correspondent Nick Harper has more.
That's right, that announcement coming from US Central Command in the course of the last couple of hours. And bear in mind that these are the first casualties and fatalities on the US side. It certainly marks a pivotal, perhaps even turning point in this military campaign, and more importantly, the way that Americans view it, knowing that there have now been US personnel who've been killed as a result of the president's decision to take military action against Iran. It was just a short social media statement that was put out by US Central Command, but in that they said that 3 US service members were killed in action. 5, they said, were seriously wounded. They also said that several others had sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions, but were in the process of being returned to duty. It's not clear exactly where those fatalities and casualties took place. At the moment, it seems like Central Command is withholding that information until the next of kin can be informed. Central Command also pushing back against Iranian claims that Iran launched 4 ballistic missiles for striking the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. USS Central Command saying that the Lincoln was not hit. The missiles launched didn't even come close, and they provided some pictures online of that aircraft carrier continuing to send aircraft into the air. Donald Trump has also spoken, given a couple of interviews over the course of the last few hours. In one of them, he described this military campaign as moving along very, very well. He said it was ahead of schedule, and he said it was a very positive direction that things were moving in. He also reiterated that claim that he had decided to carry out the action to provide peace for the United States, but also for the whole of the Middle East region. Of course, an act of aggression, but he claims that the end goal of it all is to try and bring peace to the region and make American lives safer. That's an interesting claim to make, considering there now have been American fatalities in this military operation.
Well, let's broaden this conversation a little bit more. Retired General Oussama Kabie, a military consultant at the Egyptian Command and Staff College in Egypt, is joining us live via Zoom from Cairo. General Kabie, thank you for joining us on the program. What's your take on the trajectory of the conflict pitting the United States and Israel against Iran and the impact it is having on other Middle Eastern nations?
Well, good evening to you first, and secondly, let's speak about this trajectory. As I can see this trajectory like very blurry, more even than very dreary, because now what's the real need for launching such a war like this on Iran? Yes, we are expecting that, but truly the diplomatic trend will going on, and Oman, Egypt, and Turkey, and other countries, and all the GCC countries, we're trying to stop this action before taking place on ground. As you can see now, the trajectory goes at least for a protracted American got hit in Kuwait, other countries. This is very dangerous now, and that's what we spoke. The quantitative, at least military age. Now the comparison ship is not at the side of Iran, but yes, Iran still can hit. Iran can cause damages, and we start seeing that now on television. We have some officials speaking. Donald Trump speaking about 5 days of bombardment and shelling, while his Secretary of Defense you cannot finish. GCC now, and I understand that Egypt, my country, is leading spearhead on this channel route for the diplomacy trajectory, as we can stop this war quickly before it's fire like it's gonna burn everyone here.
So this is not the first time the U.S. is being involved in military intervention in the Middle East. How would you characterize their approach, though, this time around?
That's a very good question, because the compass this time may be a little bit different of what happened something like 25 or 26 years ago. First of all, when the United States invaded Afghanistan in 2002 and then they invaded Iraq in 2003, that was very harshing. And I'll say that even in the House of Representatives and the Congress of the United States of America, they were going against that. Like too many of them were going against that. But the policy, okay, they went to Iraq, they went to Afghanistan. So what happened? We have two countries a little bit. One of them is almost weak. The other one is fragile. And we have like too many casualties in the American military. And we have like implications that extended for more than two decades up to now to the Middle East. So this time, why we need to go to Iran? Maybe Iran is different. Also, Iran, they have an army. They have a qualitative military age within their missiles. They have the AUDs, they have the RPGs, they have around a million the ground forces, personnel, like on ground. If something would take place on ground, maybe in the future, they will never know it. So, I mean, this approach, the clock or the coverage, the story that you need to topple off the mullah regime and to make the Middle East safer, how is it going to be safer now? Look at the casualties, like it's like in a circle now extending. So, let's see what will happen. I mean, it's going pretty much fast on television.
So, from your assessment, though, and your perspective, how do you then think that the players can end the conflict at this time? What would it take?
As I told you, the first place comes diplomacy. That we need to get to the table again and put the papers on it. Hey, guys, let's talk about that. I mean, what's the use? What's the end state? What are the main objectives you want to accomplish or achieve in Iran? It's not by toppling up the mullah. It's not by, I mean, like to diminish their nuclear program. Actually, Iran is a partner in the NPT. He's speaking about what we call the non-proliferation treatment since 1997, and they signed that. And they went to the agreement on 2015, what we call this P5+1. Speaking here about the 5 power countries and plus Germany. When they signed that with Barack Obama, I think was the president of the United States by that time, and Jawad Zarif, the prime minister of Iran. And they got to a deal, but this deal being cancelled and then thrown to the wall in 2017. So, I mean, we can deal about that. Iran's not going to hit anyone. Iran is not going to attack Israel. And they understand that. So let's get to the diplomacy again. And Egypt is playing a pivotal main role within that. And we still calling for that. And we condemn the Iranian, actually, attacks and aggression against the GCC. And I hear today Abbas Araghchi is talking about gentlemen in the GCC, don't blame on us. We've been drawn to, pulled on to the award that we didn't want. So diplomacy trend is still there, and we can do something about that. And that's my advice and perception about that.
All right, retired General Usama Kabie, military consultant at the Egyptian Command and Staff College, joining us there from Cairo. Thank you. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has called for an immediate ceasefire to prevent a wider spillover of the conflict. He made the remarks during a phone conversation with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. Our reporter Sunye reports from Beijing.
Wang Yi had said in that call with his Russian counterpart that the attacks launched by the U.S. and Israel against Iran during the course of U.S.-Iran talks is unacceptable, and openly killing the leader of a sovereign state and inciting regime change is unacceptable. Those actions, Wang said, violates the law, the international law and norms governing the international community. Wang also in that call laid out China's stance at this moment in 3 points. First, immediately stop military actions so that the war does not escalate and spill over and get out of control. Secondly, return to negotiations and dialogues as soon as possible. And thirdly, jointly oppose unilateral actions. Wang said that launching large-scale strikes against a sovereign country without the authorization of the UN Security Council undermines the peace that is established after the World War II and undermines that world order. And the international community should send a clear and unambiguous message lest the world returns to a world that's governed by the law of jungle. Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson also responded this evening that the killing of Iran's supreme leader is a grave violation of Iran's sovereignty and security, and it tramples on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. China is opposed to this and strongly condemns it, and China is again calling an immediately ceasefire to all the military actions.
Aviation in Africa has also felt the repercussions of the closure of several airspaces in the Middle East. Carriers that have cancelled flights to the region include Egypt Air, Ethiopian Airlines and Royal Air Maroc. Kenya Airways says its flights on Asian routes have been redirected to avoid Iranian airspace. Emirates and Qatar Airways flights will not be departing from South Africa until further notice. Nigeria's Airports Authority announced flight disruptions to several destinations following airspace closures triggered by the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran. Robert Nagila has more from the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi.
The situation here at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi is business as usual. You could say that, at least from the outside. We've not seen any passengers who are stranded or affected by any flight disruptions. We do know there are there, and possibly there are inside, but part of the reason for that is because a lot of the airlines that had scheduled flights to the impacted countries have kept a line of communication open with their passengers, keeping them up to date of the latest situation and informing them of what routes will be opened, when they'll be able to fly, and basically telling others to keep the lines of communication open with the airlines as well. So that's one of the reasons. However, we're not sure what the situation is inside the terminals itself. We did see from some social media posts yesterday that there were some people stranded as a result of the flight disruptions, but their airlines, they were in communication with their airlines, waiting for the airspace over a number of countries over the Middle East to be open before they could then fly out. So that is the situation at this particular moment. the situation here is normal for other passengers who are flying to other destinations that are not impacted by this conflict in the Middle East. And this backlog just keeps getting bigger and bigger until airlines are then able to fly these passengers to other destinations. But yes, it is a very expensive exercise for these airlines, but unfortunately there's not much they can do.
India is closely monitoring the escalating situation in the Middle East with a particular focus on the Strait of Hormuz. Any instability there poses a major risk not just to India's shipments of oil and gas, but to global energy prices as a whole. For a nation so heavily reliant on imported fuel, the stakes could be higher. Radhika Bajaj reports from Mumbai.
India imports nearly 90% of its crude oil, around 5.5 million barrels per day, with more than 40% traditionally sourced from West Asia via the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past 2 months, that share has risen to nearly 50%. About half of India's LNG supplies also transit this narrow 33-kilometer passage, heightening concerns in New Delhi at the moment. While alternative routes are limited, contingency measures are in place. India's Strategic Petroleum Reserve currently provides a buffer of about 74 days. When refinery stocks are included, that cushion may extend to roughly 84 days. It's still slightly below the 90-day benchmark recommended internationally. India has been diversifying its sourcing beyond the Middle East, pulling record volumes from the US and maintaining a steady flow from Russia. Officials are also exploring bypass options, including the Habshan-Fujairah pipeline in the UAE and Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline. Together, these can move over 6.5 million barrels per day directly to the Red Sea or the Gulf of Oman, effectively cutting the strait out of the equation for a significant portion of the country's needs. The immediate concern, however, is price volatility. With Brent crude closing at $72.87 this weekend and analysts warning of a possible surge into triple-digit territory, the fiscal implications are significant. For every $10 increase in oil prices, India's annual import bill rises by an estimated $13 to $14 billion. Managing the inflationary impact of a prolonged price shock would pose a serious challenge for India's domestic economy. Radhika Bajaj, CGTN, Mumbai.
And in other news we are following for you today, Ghana is set to make a historic proposal to the UN General Assembly in just a few weeks, seeking to formally designate the transatlantic slave trade as the most serious crime against humanity. President John Dramani Mahama hopes the move will deepen global reflection on historical accountability and its modern-day implications, while also reviving the call for reparations. CGTN's Nabil Ahmed Rufai reports.
The Cape Coast Castle along Ghana's coastline is a reminder of Africa's darkest history. Built by European traders in the 17th century, it became West Africa's major departure point for enslaved Africans. More than 400 years ago, the transatlantic slave trade saw millions of people from West Africa shackled in chains and shipped across the oceans to the Americas and the Caribbean. Many Africans have yet to reconcile with the atrocities committed.
I don't think that anybody with any form of conscience can belittle what happened at the transatlantic slave trade. More than 12 million people, the strongest of people, the most advanced of our compatriots, the engineers, the medical doctors, the people that would have formed the cohorts of the development agenda of our continent were shipped out, and most of them died in the process of being shipped out. You can't just wash this away.
Ghana now wants the United Nations to formally classify the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest form of crime against humanity. President John Mahama says he will present a resolution to the UN General Assembly when the leaders convene.
The trafficking in enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement were foundational crimes that have shaped the modern world, and their consequences continue to manifest in structural inequality, racial discrimination, and economic disparity.
The move is backed by the African Union and seeks to obtain justice for millions of Africans whose lives were shattered. Researchers say under international law, crimes against humanity typically involve widespread or systematic attacks against civilian populations. They believe the slave trade meets the criteria.
A recognition of that crime would mean a legal and political indictment of that class of people that benefited from that economic activity. This is why it is a major political achievement that we must make sure that those who benefited from those crimes against humanity pay, not just in terms of economic, but also politically and morally for those crimes that they committed against the African people.
Beyond the call for the UN's recognition of the slave trade as the greatest crime against humanity, activists want African leaders to also continue demanding for reparations, including the return of stolen artifacts during the colonial era. Nabil Ahmed Rufai, CGTN, Accra, Ghana.
The defense chiefs of the Economic Community of West African states have agreed to deploy a standby force across the region aimed at tackling rising insecurity. The initial force will consist of 1,650 troops. The defense chiefs came to the agreement at a high-level security meeting in Freetown. Eric Kawa brings us more.
A gathering of military officials from various West African states. They say the move signals a stronger commitment to collective regional defense.
The discussions took place against the backdrop of the ever-changing security environment, geostrategic alliances, geopolitical interests in our region that have also added to the major security challenges facing the region. First and foremost, the threat of terrorism and violent extremism.
Abdel Fattah Musa added that the region continues to face piracy, sea robbery, illegal fishing and the dumping of hazardous waste at sea, among other things. As the 44th ordinary meeting of ECOWAS Committee of Chiefs of Defense Staff comes to an end, military officials here at the meeting have made commitments in protecting regional security with efforts to combat emerging threats across West Africa and the Sahel. Sierra Leone's Chief of Defense Staff, who doubles as the chairman of the ECOWAS Chiefs of Defense Staff, says the deliberations at the meeting will go a long way and they hope to hold more meetings via Zoom in the future.
We have to go the extra mile. It's difficult, but let's convince our political leaders that the only architecture we have to deliver peace, stability, development and prosperity for our sub-region is the ECOWAS standby force, and by extension our individual armies. So once we bring our various capabilities to bear, we'll be able to support.
With the standby force set to roll out in phases, ECOWAS leaders say the mission aims to rebuild trust, safeguard democratic governance and strengthen regional unity at a crucial time. Eric Kawa, CGTN, Freetown.
And that is it for this edition of The World Today. I'll be back shortly with more news from the continent in Africa Live. Thanks for watching. In a significant move for regional security, about 100 U.S. military personnel have landed in northeast Nigeria. Government sources say the troops are on the ground, providing much-needed hands-on training, technical support and intelligence required in fighting armed groups. The deployment follows December 2025 airstrikes in which U.S. forces targeted jihadist groups. So this week on the program, we ask, what are the strategic objectives of U.S. boots on the ground in Nigeria, and what does it mean for the wider region? I'm Beatrice Marshall. Welcome to Talk Africa. To help us unpack what this shift means for Nigeria and for the wider region, I'm now joined by our panel of experts. Joining us from Abuja, Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, Senior Fellow, Center for Democracy and Development. From Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire via Zoom, David Otto-Endele, Director for the Geneva Center for Africa Security and Strategic Studies. And joining us from California, also via Zoom, Dr. James Armstead, Retired Professor of Strategy, U.S. Naval War College. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all, and thank you for joining us on this program. Let me start off with you, Dr. Armstead, and I want to get a perspective from all of you. The U.S. has announced that it will be sending 200 troops to Nigeria to provide assistance in training the country's military in the fight against jihadist groups. What exactly is the strategic objective of the U.S. intervention in Nigeria?
First, the overall strategic objective of the United States, which has been for many years to combat terrorism. Our war on terror has been worldwide. We have been consistent with this throughout the world. In Africa, we have not been as successful as we could be. We are starting to work through the African Command. We are starting to work with African nations. And I think this is a good sign that we are providing with Nigeria 200 trainers that Nigeria has requested. And we're looking at working closer and sharing with our allies and partners common plans to combat terrorism.
Professor Ibrahim, do you think the U.S. has been successful in the region?
Well, I've not seen evidence of that. The war against terrorism in the Sahel has been going on for a couple of decades. The United States has been engaged in that process. And each year, the level of terrorism has spread and increased. So we don't see signs of success in terms of their engagement, and there's no reason to think things will be different now.
Right. David, let me rope you in here. What's your perspective?
Well, I think you've got to look at it from the U.S. perspective, and then, of course, from Nigeria's. The United States, and again, I'm saying this on the basis that time is everything and everything is about timing. The United States did designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, and did state clearly that Nigeria was looking the other way, while from the U.S. perspective, Christians genocide was going on. I mean, the Nigerian authorities denied this rhetoric, but the U.S. did carry out an Xmas Day, what he called a present to jihadists, and he struck at the heart of the Nigerian operational centers in Sokoto. When I say Nigerian operational centers, this is areas where they did believe that there were some jihadists, although there is no evidence on ground that strike did have any consequences. But the key for the United States is to preserve what it describes for the past more than 2 decades as being the champion of the war on terror. But for Nigeria, Nigeria wants to ensure that it keeps the relationship between itself and the United States. It does not want to be taken unaware. This is not just about the Trump administration. Successful U.S. governments, have had a very good counterterrorism relationship with Nigeria. But the question is, why 200 men?
Right.
Does it require 200 men to carry out training? Or is it some kind of half training, half boots on ground? Of course, this is something that the taste of it would have to be in the pudding, in eating it on ground.
Right.
But I think that, yes, go ahead.
I want to bring in Professor Ibrahim here. I mean, to answer that question, why exactly 200 men? I mean, Nigeria's defense headquarters here says that the U.S. personnel will be pretty much technical specialists and not combat troops. Tell us a little bit more about that, Professor Ibrahim. And also, is this a preserve of the U.S., though, to continue championing its war against Tehran? Is it justifiable?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't forget that the United States had over 1,000 military personnel in Niger, just north of Nigeria. And over the time U.S. troops were present in that country, terrorism continued to worsen, to spread, and to deepen. So the question of 200 is, for me, an interesting issue. Is the problem with the Nigerian military lack of training? The Nigerian military has had very high-level training over the decades. But the issue for us is, as Nigerians, is that we don't know the basis on which this agreement was reached with the United States. It hasn't been revealed to Nigerians. There is no evidence we have seen that this agreement that had been reached is in the interests of Nigeria. And that's why there has been a lot of concern in Nigeria about what this whole thing is about. It is required in our law that you can't have a military agreement with a foreign country without the approval of the National Assembly. We have investigated whether the National Assembly has given any approval, and it has not given any approval. There's therefore quite a sense in this country that there's no accountability in terms of what's going on this matter.
David, what exactly is the U.S. objective?
Well, I think the U.S. objective has always been to preserve, to always make sure that it gets itself involved in countering what it describes as global terrorism. But in this particular case, the U.S. has narrowed it down to ensuring that it wipes out, jihadists that it has accused of killing Christians. Remember, this is the U.S. rhetoric. Although the Nigerians are saying, no, it's not just Christians we're talking about here, we're talking about all Nigerians. Mm-hmm. So I think, for the U.S., they want to ensure that, they have eyes and ears everywhere. Mm-hmm. My colleague did state very clearly that the U.S. has lost its intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities in Niger when it got, kicked out. It does want to have, its capabilities around the region. So Nigeria provides that capability for the U.S. So it's not just, in my opinion, it's not just about Nigeria itself. It's about the region.
So, Professor Ibrahim, let me come to you on this and get your sentiments on what exactly you feel the U.S. Objective is, because you have mentioned that there is really no basis on which the agreement was reached, and there is a little bit of misunderstanding on what exactly this is about. What do you think the U.S. objective is here?
Well, our understanding is that the objective of the U.S. is to promote religious tension and the religious divide in Nigeria. What we know is that terrorists in Nigeria are equal opportunity players. They kill Christians, they kill Muslims, they kill non-believers, they kill everybody they see. But what the United States has done is to frame the impact on terrorism with a focus on Christians only. And that poses a real issue in Nigeria, where the population is evenly divided between Christians and Muslims. And Muslims are very much aware that they are being killed by terrorists. So by reframing it as a Christian issue rather than a Nigerian issue, the strategic objective of the U.S. is to deeper into the divide, into the religious divide in Nigeria, to cause friction between Christians and Muslims. And I think this is a very unfortunate strategy that the U.S. is implementing in this country, because the terrorism will only worsen if you deepen the divide between Christians and Muslims in Nigeria. I think it's dangerous, I think it's wrong, I think it's immoral, and the U.S. should reconsider its strategic objective in this country.
So let me bring that back to Dr. Armstead here. I mean, in terms of the success of the U.S. troops in the region, you know, the Sahel is presently classified as the hotbed of terrorism by the Global Terrorism Index. Can the U.S. succeed in stabilizing the Sahel in real terms and the Gulf of Guinea, Dr. Armstead?
Terrorism is a global problem. Africa is the second largest continent. There are terrorist activities in most places in Africa at some extent. If we look at the particular area on the border of Nigeria, where this problem is currently being focused on now, certainly the optics, that is the kidnapping of girls at Christian schools and the concentration on Christians, has brought this issue to the fore politically in the United States. But strategy is a long-term process. And where we're going with that process, I think, is looking at terrorist connections around the world. That's extremely important. And when we talk about something like numbers, remember, a training program has to have an assessment. We have to look at what's needed in various places. There are technical aspects, that is training on particular equipment, training leadership at all levels, non-commissioned officers, commissioned officers, my level, war college level, staff college level, right, but also the tactical level. And having 200 people, that's not a very large mission in terms of training. You know, I've worked at 19 universities around the world, and the staffs to teach, to support the teaching, the technical support, all of those kinds of things come into play when you transfer essentially a school of anti-terrorism, and 200 is not a very large number.
David, your thought here?
Well, I think that it is not for the United States to, to determine, how the Nigerian, political sector deals with, communication or rhetorics. You know, I think for the United States, they have an interest. If the United States' interest is in protecting Christians, it is up to the United States to determine how that format is presented. But it's up to Nigeria to accept whether to work with the United States based on the fact that it's a dangerous rhetoric. I would believe that it is down to the Nigerian authorities to come up with a counter narrative, regarding the fact that this is not, from their perspective, it's not a Christian genocide. I think this is the responsibility of Nigerian authorities to then, counter this, this rhetoric from the United States, but at the same time, benefit from using the United States as a support mechanism to fight against insurgency that has been bedeviling the country for years. So I don't think, we should, blame the U.S. for its own interest. I think what Nigeria should focus on is to see how it could benefit from its own, perspective. There is always a good and bad. So I think, what the most important question for Nigeria and for the region is how much are they going to benefit from this U.S. Support mechanism. It is down to the Nigerian authorities to come up with a strategy on how to benefit most. Right. It is not in the interest of the United States to see that Nigeria is stable more than it is in the interest of Nigeria to see itself in a stable condition.
So, David, I do want to go back to 1993, I mean, in terms of the success of these type of missions. Let's go back to the 1993 Black Hawk Down incident in Somalia involving U.S. troops and the more recent failures in Libya, the expulsion of U.S. troops from Niger. Clearly, Western military interventions in Africa have not all succeeded. Why does this administration believe it can succeed where other missions have failed?
The war on terror is not something that you can have a definitive time frame, and especially if you understand what I describe as the ecosystem of terrorism, which simply means that it does involve multiple national, regional, and international partners, and this is where, of course, the support from countries come in, i.e. the case of the United States supporting Nigeria. But of course, it's not just about that whole of society approach. It's also about an intelligence-led approach. If you understand that terrorism does place itself within 5 key areas. One of that is its level of motivation, where the drivers and enablers, where they come from, understanding the capabilities of the terrorist groups, which countries support them, how to recruit, understanding their targets, but more importantly, being able to identify the actors and then have a mastery of the environment, which is very key. And this is why the support and the buy-in of Nigeria and Nigerians is very critical. It cannot, if Nigeria and Nigerians do not buy in the U.S. Intervention, what I call military support, if they do not buy that in, then there is no way that President Trump's rhetoric of ending wars will be a successful one. And I think it would be wrong for anyone to think or for anyone to believe if the United States says that sending 200 men in Nigeria would resolve the insurgency crisis. That's not true, because Nigeria has a huge army that has been fighting this threat for a very long time. It has not been able to defeat it. Neither with the United States 200 men on ground, being on a support basis or whatever, will be able to finish the job. It does require a whole of society approach. And this is one of the challenges that most interventions, military in the region, including the Black Hole down in Somalia, have been able to prove that it is not just about deploying fire for success.
Right.
It is about an integration and a coordination of multi-level approaches.
Gentlemen, we are going to take a short break. When we return, we'll look at whether this deployment reflects a broader geopolitical calibration in West Africa and what it means for regional institutions like ECOWAS and the African Union. Stay with us. Welcome back to Talk Africa. Let's continue with our discussion. Still with me, David Oto-Endele, Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, and Dr. James Armstead. Professor Ibrahim, do give us what you think here about the arrival of U.S. troops. Is that a sign of a successful partnership, or does it undermine African-led solutions and institutions like ECOWAS or the African Union?
Well, I think context is very important. Let's not forget what happened in 2012 when terrorism was really making rapid gains in Mali, and the approach of both the African Union and ECOWAS was to mobilize forces across West Africa to intervene to get put a stop to the spread of terrorist violence in Mali. The United States took a very strong position that the African armies should not be involved because, as they put it, they have a tendency of violating human rights. They therefore created a situation in which France had to be called upon by Mali to stop the march on Bamako by the terrorist forces. When that happened, the Malian government and the other governments in the Sahel were extremely pleased with what they had been assured of by the French and the Americans, that terrorism will be wiped out in a question of months. That was 2012. Where are we today in 2026? Terrorism has spread even wider, and it has spread deeper into our societies. And as this has been happening, the key question is, why is it that this idea of technical intervention by external forces is always seen as a solution? When we look back at our history, we don't have evidence that it's a solution, that they are going to do what these forces have failed to do, because if at the end of the day, the Sahelian countries had to force out France and the United States is because of an objective assessment that the decades these countries have spent intervening on the war on terror has not met the objectives that had been laid out initially. Given this history, therefore, I'm one of those who doubt that just because the Americans say they are coming to help us solve the problem of terrorism, that's what's going to be the likely outcome.
Right.
Because I do know various attempts by the United States to solve issues of terrorism around the world has not created the solutions that have been promised.
Right.
Therefore, we should be extremely careful in considering the fact that, it's just a technical support, they will improve the capacity of these forces to solve the problem. I don't see the historical evidence for that belief.
David, why is external intervention seen as a solution? And following up on that, though, why is the ECOWAS standby force still not operational in 2026, despite its potential to offer that unified regional response instead of unilateral arrangements like what we've seen with Washington?
Well, I think from the ECOWAS perspective, they've made it clear that they've set up a standby force. Remember the exchanges between ECOWAS and Niger at the time, where it was clearly stated that ECOWAS would intervene in the case of Niger after the military coup d'etat. There is now a standby force, but we're yet to see that standby force being deployed. Of course, remember that with the crisis that occurred, very deadly in the case of Benin, the attempted coup d'etat, who had to intervene? That was Nigeria. Nigeria had to intervene. Again, that takes us back to the whole thing of getting authorization from Parliament, from the House of Assembly for any such intervention, either by Nigeria or by some other country. I mean, in the case of Nigerian intervention, there wasn't any, parliamentary authorization for Nigeria to intervene in the case of Benin. But let's leave that aside. Whether ECOWAS, will succeed to have a standby force, and what would be the role of that standby force. Remember, when it comes to a standby force, what you're saying here, you're talking about response. So you're saying, in other words, when there is a crisis that is ongoing, then of course you'd send troops. So we're not yet talking about a force that would be generated to proactively engage in some of the what I call the ungoverned spaces that a lot of these countries do have. Now, that could be one way that the standby force could work. It will not work if it's just on standby and wait for something to happen before it intervenes. Then that's always too late.
So I want to get your final comments, gentlemen. And let me start off with you, Dr. Armstead, as you give your final thoughts here. In terms of international partnerships and in reference to this particular situation, what will ultimately define what success looks like?
Success is a reduction immediately and the long-term and elimination of terrorism. Terrorism, as my colleague Dr. Ibrahimi says, is a very complex, it's a socio-political, economic, religious factor. All of those components are part of terrorism, why we have it. And of course, all of that has to be dealt with, and it's very complex. We have to look at all of those areas. We have to have strategies that confront problems in all of those areas. Americans make the mistake sometimes of considering themselves the world policeman. We are not the world's policeman. We can't solve all problems everywhere. We can only work successfully with our allies and make joint plans, make joint strategies, and apply those assets we have that they want, that they desire, to work on plans themselves. The international strategy for terrorism is long-term. This is something that's going to be, it's like pollution in the environment. It is something we have to recognize that's endemic to our social, political, economic systems, and we're going to have to address that over the long term and work together very diligently to get it solved.
Right. Professor Ibrahim, as you make your winding out comments, what do you see as a solution to stabilize the region?
African countries have sovereignty, and they must take primary responsibility for resolving the problems of terrorism that have been affecting their countries. Having said that, the issue is are partnerships useful? I think partnerships can be very useful, specifically on the terms set out by the constitutions of the African countries themselves, so that the basis on which that engagement happens is known and clear. And on that basis, look at the short, medium, and long-term strategy that would be effective in dealing with terrorism that has become such a problem in this country. It may take time, but I think what's important is really to show that there is determination in the fight against terrorism, and that successes begin to come out in a clear way. And it's on the basis of those successes accumulating that you can have a sustainable strategy for eliminating terrorism from our countries.
David, you have the final word very briefly.
I just think, when it comes to terrorism, it's an elephant. And, I don't think the United States has a big enough throat to swallow that elephant in the case of Nigeria. I think what has been clearly stated in the, in the background is a very clear mission objective in terms of what they intend to achieve. And that is not going to, going to be anything close to swallowing the elephant. It's going to be along dealing with a specific battle. And that battle is nothing to do with winning the war on terror. It's to do with perhaps, augmenting the capabilities of Nigeria. And so I think, Nigerians should not be concerned about whether the president, did do the right thing in terms of procedures. I think what they should be concerned about is what role will the U.S. play in helping to reduce the presence of terrorism in Nigeria. I think that's where, a lot of us agree. That we want terrorism to be eliminated, not just in Nigeria, but in the entire Africa. Support is required, but how will that support manifest, in dealing with the threat?
Gentlemen, thank you all very much for that lively discussion. But that's all we have time for on this edition of Talk Africa. A big thank you to our guests, David Otto-Endele, Director for the Geneva Center for Africa Security and Strategic Studies, Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, a Senior Fellow, Center for Democracy and Development, and Dr. James Amstead, Retired Professor of Strategy, U.S. Naval War College. Remember, you can be a part of this conversation through our social media platforms on Facebook and X, and you can watch this and other editions of Talk Africa on our YouTube playlist. Do join us again next week for more Talk Africa. From me, Beatrice Marshall, and the team here in Nairobi, until next time, it's goodbye.